on.
Excuse me, Jenny and Leslie, I'm asking you both to unmute now, so then that way you're ready to go.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Still smiling faces and still nobody coming back early. So that means it was good fun for everyone. I'm handing over to Jenny in about 120 seconds. So is there anyone that wants to share one piece of advice or one book from the last networking group? Raise your hand. Anybody? Anybody? Yes, I have Roger and I have Denise. Denise, go.
Advice given to me when I launched my company from somebody who had a leader in the industry. She said 6 words: you're setting your sights too low.
Very powerful advice, Denise. Thanks so much for sharing. Well, Roger, did you have your hand up?
Yes, Outwitting the Devil. And it was based on a Napoleon Hill book, but it's finally written by someone else. But it's a wonderful, wonderful book.
So it's a book called Outwitting the Devil.
Outwitting the devil. Because we all stop ourselves, and this is an honest conversation about that.
Oh, fantastic. And who was the author again, Roger? Sorry.
It's Schechter. Susan Schechter did it, but Napoleon Hill actually wrote it, but it was never published because they didn't want it out for years. It only got published several years ago. And but it would even touch me more than Think and Grow Rich.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thanks for sharing, Roger and Denise. Thanks, everyone, for taking part in the networking event. I'm back, and I hope you're back here tomorrow, 1:30 to 2:30 Eastern time. We have 2 more networking hours, one tomorrow and one on Friday, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all there and sharing and learning and connecting with other people in another group tomorrow. I'm now going to hand over to Jenny, because Jenny's taking part of the next part of our session. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much, Patrick, and welcome everyone. And thank you so much for staying and being a part of our piece of today. I'm Jenny Rice of Your Holistic Earth, and we're a global community that connects wellness seekers to wellness providers and all the support in between. And today I'm honored to host and share some of our incredible professional members that are part of our community are going to share their brilliance and wisdom around what wellness means for them and how they can support others on their own wellness journey. So I'm going to step right in today and get into it. We are going to try and have a Q&A period after everyone's presentation. I do ask if you have questions for our presenters, just in case we do run out of time. Time is important. Everybody, we want to value everyone's time and space. Make sure that you put your questions in the chat for the speaker in capitals, so that if by chance we don't able to get to them during the presentation, our presenter can go back, look through the chat, really easily find those capitalized questions, and that way they can answer them for you. Because we want to make sure that this, conversation is really about you and answering what your needs are. So as we step in, I'm so excited to introduce our first presenter for our portion of today. And this is Leslie Evans. Leslie is an incredible soul, and I can't wait I'm going to share a little bit about her bio. She is amazing at the work that she does. So Leslie is an international best-selling author of Defunk Yourself. She has developed and perfected the blend of modern and magical therapies to empower the overwhelmed by teaching how to shed the guilt, find your passion, and live an inspired life. Leslie has over 30 years experience as a registered psychiatric nurse therapist. She is a certified soul care practitioner, a Reiki master. She brings new purpose and passion for raising awareness, gaining new perspectives, and teaching others to shine their light. She believes, like the rising phoenix, that everyone can rise from the ashes of their old life and build themselves stronger to shine their light into the world. Leslie, I'm going to pass it to you.
Thank you so much, Jenny. It is such an honor to be here with all of you today. And I just want to take a moment just to soak all this beautiful energy in of everyone that's here. And it is wonderful to be here. I just want to share a little bit of a story of how I came to where I am today and in my health journey and in coming to some of the things that I feel are really important for people in moving forward and living the best life that they can live, an inspired life. And some of you might recognize this. I had a checklist. I had a checklist when I was a very young girl of everything that I wanted in life. And it was so important. You know, I went to college and I graduated from psychiatric nursing, and I married my college sweetheart, check. And we bought a house. I got a job in public health, check. And we had 3 beautiful girls. And as I checked all of those things off in my checklist, which was so important to me at the time, what I realized was I forgot myself in the midst of my checklist. If any of you can resonate with that, put that in the chat, where that checklist became so much more important. All of the things we thought we wanted became more important than who we are and what we love. And really, I lost my authentic self in the whole process. And really, one of the things that happened to me in this whole thing was I began to have a conversation with my eldest daughter. And she was 16 at the time, and she was having boy trouble, which is what happens as a teenager. And she was discussing that, you know, she'd stopped singing. She wasn't really dancing, all of these things she'd loved. She had stopped doing, and she was doing things she wouldn't normally do just to be with this boy. And I gave her the great motherly advice of, you've got to be who you are. And if they want to be with you and love you, truly love you, then they'll encourage you to do all those things that you love, not ask you to not do them. And it was interesting as I had that conversation, she went away definitely feeling better and moving on. But what I really a light bulb went off for me. What was I teaching my girls? I have 3 girls. What am I teaching them? I don't want them to live a life of self-sacrifice. I don't want them to think that their needs and what they're doing goes last. I want them to live fully and to truly who they are. And I'm telling you, it took me some talking with myself and some quiet time to really come about to what was important for me to do, not only for me, but for my girls, because I am their biggest model. And so in that process, I ended up deciding that the marriage of 21 years that I'd been in, my husband and I just decided that this was not healthy for us, never mind our girls, and moved on from that. And my girls and I moved out, and my mom, who I was primary support to, we moved out on our own. And you'd think that is where everything changed. And it definitely started the process, but I can tell you this one moment that happened that changed things so completely for me. See, I was busy making sure everybody was okay. This decision that I had made not only impacted me, it impacted everyone else. And I was so busy making sure that they were all okay that I wasn't taking that time for myself. And I can't really tell you what that straw was that broke the camel's back, but I can tell you the exact moment and how it happened. And for me, I was driving back to work. I worked in public health, and I went home for lunch, and something happened at lunch, and I drove back to work. And I can remember parking in the parking lot and knowing I had 3.25 hours left to do, and taking a deep breath and walking out of my vehicle and walking into work. And I worked and I did well. I took care of those that were in crisis that were coming to see me that day. And at the end of my shift, I went to look for my keys. And I couldn't find them. My purse, my pocket. I was like, oh no, where are my keys? What did I do? And again, I can remember thinking, well, I hope my vehicle's out there. And as I walked out quietly and full of a little bit of trepidation at that time, not only was my vehicle there, I had left it running the entire 3.5 hours I'd been at work. I had walked out of my vehicle without even turning it off, never mind taking my keys with me. And if you can picture just this person just walking into their vehicle and just taking a breath, and I can remember putting my head on the steering wheel and looking at the gas tank and thinking, I'm as empty as my gas tank now is. I know there's a few of you out there that know this feeling of just realizing how empty you've let yourself run. And it was at that point that I knew I needed to do something, because what I was doing is I was running myself down, and I wasn't good to anybody when I wasn't taking care of myself. See, I'd been a therapist for over 20 years. I knew all the steps I was supposed to take. I knew all the things that I was supposed to do to be healthy and to move forward. And I just wasn't doing them. And it was at that point that I really started to seek those mentors and the people that came into my life to remind me of who I was, to remind me of my divinity, of the universe, and the energy that surrounded me. And through that process of letting go of a lot of those things, I've been able to, really blend my two worlds together. The beauty of the universe, the beauty of energy, spirit, God, whatever way you describe it, and the beauty of the tools that I'd learned in my career in modern therapy. So I've been able to blend those together in a beautiful way to help people to move forward when they're feeling stuck or overwhelmed. But today I just wanted to share a few of those tips with you of what I learned in that process, so that if you're feeling stuck or overwhelmed or just not really sure where to go next, I want you to walk away with knowing that you've gotten a few things out of my talk today. So the first thing I want to share with you is take small steps. And I know we've heard this. I know this is nothing new. But what happens is we judge ourselves so completely that we should be further. Anybody do that? Think, oh, I should be further. I should know better. I should be able to do this. Why am I not doing this? I ought to be able to do this. Anybody have that where you just really feel shameful of where you are and the steps that you're taking? You see, one of the things that I notice the most when people are stuck or overwhelmed is they're not taking small enough steps, because they're judging themselves for the steps they're taking, and they're stuck. So my first thing that I'm going to tell you is take a little bit of the weight of the judgment and the shame off of you that you're not moving forward, because it makes it harder to move forward. It makes it heavier. Break those things down into smaller steps, because it truly is the only way to move forward, is small steps consistently over time. can create a tsunami of success. That's what Robin Sharma says. So that's my first little piece of advice. Take small steps. And if you're stuck, look at your step and then break it down even further. Let's let go of a little bit of that guilt and that shame that we're not where we would like to be yet. Use that lovely 3-letter word, yet. The second thing I want to talk about is that living a life of service is not about self-sacrifice. This is something I really learned in that journey after over 40 years in my life, is that it's so important to take time for ourselves, to pursue the things that we love, to even get to know the things that we love and that we love to do. We so often leave that behind in taking care of all those things we have to do in our life with our big to-do list. So, you know, self-care, I think, is often overused, or it seems to be a buzzword that people aren't paying attention to anymore, but it's so important to take the time to really get to know yourself, to take care of yourself, and to nurture yourself, not only with the food and your exercise and the diet and all of those things, but the things that you're watching, the things you're saying to yourself. All of those things are so important, because when we give from a place of love and of fulfillment, it is a much different energy, and it's received differently from the people that we're giving to. I don't know if you've noticed this, when you give from a place of responsibility or guilt, it feels different. And the people that are receiving that also feel differently. They feel that energy differently. And it also puts this little bit of guilt on them as well. So it's really, really important to put a priority on you, and then to be of service from a place of love rather than of guilt and of resentment. And the third thing I'm going to leave you with is, okay, how many of you are multitaskers out there? I'm going to tell you, multitasking is impossible. At least doing it effectively is impossible. And any of you that have done this exercise with me, you know it's true. And there is a lovely exercise on learning that multitasking doesn't actually help you to get things done more quickly or effectively. They've done studies, and people who, it's actually called switch tasking. People who are interrupted when they're doing a task by a message or an email or anything like that make 50% more mistakes. And it takes them 50% longer to do the task that they were doing. So when I talk about this, you know, a lot of people say, well, yeah, but that's just what we do. I understand it gets to be a habit, but to be effective, to get things done on time, less errors, or to be more productive, it's about being present and not about the multitasking. And it makes sense to me that it takes longer, because you're interrupted and then you got to go back and you got to figure out where you were. And it's no wonder there's more errors made. So I'm going to talk a little bit about presence and mindfulness. So many people think about mindfulness as it's meditation, and that you need to take time out for mindfulness. And I'm going to debunk that a little bit. I'm going to talk about mindfulness is actually being present in the present moment. So being fully here in the present moment with all your senses, that's mindfulness. And yes, meditation can be a form of mindfulness, but it's about learning to be fully present that allows you to be more productive, but also allows you to get to know yourself more, to be better in your relationships, in your business or in work, and allows you to have more connection with the universe or source. So when I talk about, I'm going to go back to my small steps. And here's one thing, a couple of things that I'm going to recommend for you to start putting mindfulness into everyday life. because your to-do list is huge and it's already probably overwhelming. So I don't want to overwhelm you any more than you already are by saying you need to wake up 20 minutes earlier and get up and meditate. If you've got that in your life, great, keep doing it because it's awesome. But I want you to start finding pockets of mindfulness in things that you are already doing. So how many of you walk every day or move from place to place? It is a little bit of a trick question because I walk from my bedroom to the kitchen. I walk from the car to the grocery store or to an appointment. Every day I'm moving from one place to the next. And I like to call that the transition steps. And these are the steps that are so often taken for granted, but it's also where our head goes with all the things on our to-do list. Can you think of how, many in the morning get up, get out and go to make their coffee or their tea or whatever, and their head's already going about all the things they need to do in the day. I can almost guarantee you figured that to-do list out yesterday and the day before. So try starting to use those transition steps mindfully and to slow those thoughts down. And how do you do that? Well, you start to focus on what your body is doing to move you from one place to the next, what your muscles are doing, the amazingness of this body that keeps you balanced and keeps you moving, the wind blowing in your hair, the way your arms move, just really focusing on that. And when you first start these things, when you first start putting these mindfulness breaks into your life, your brain's going to go, hey, hold on now. This is when we usually think of everything we need to do in the day. I don't like this. And it's going to try and take you to those things. And so when you notice that, almost like a conveyor belt, you can say, thank you, brain, for letting me know I know all the things I need to do. Right now, I want to focus on my walking. Almost like a conveyor belt, let those thoughts move through your brain and drop off and refocus back on your walking. And it may say, hold on, this is when we think. This is when we have our greatest thinking. And you're going to say, okay, thank you, brain, for telling me that, and let it drop off again. Focus on your walking. Now, this is only 10 seconds. I'm sure it can take some people to go from their bedroom to the kitchen. Or if you're walking from an office to a meeting that you're preparing for, use that time to be mindful rather than having yourself be all up in your head, thinking about all those things you want to go over in the meeting. And I'll give you an example of one person that used this really effectively. I was doing a group with a fella, and he wasn't sure about all the mindfulness things that we were talking about. And he was off work and just returned to work with anxiety. And he came back the next week after his first week, and he said, I was called to the boss's office. And he said, all right, I said, I'm going to give this a chance. And he used the mindful walking from where he was to his boss's office, where he really focused on that walking. And he walked in and he took a deep breath, and his boss said, I just wanted to tell you, I noticed since you've been back, you've been doing really great. And I'm glad you're back. And what this fella noticed was, normally he would have used that whole time to make up all the stories of why he was being called into the office and get himself all anxious and all on the defensive. And he wouldn't have been in a place to bring in the feedback that his boss was already giving him had he been in that state of defensiveness and upset. And so he really realized that this was really an important thing to do, to be prepared and open to what comes next, rather than rehearsed and ready for something that might not happen. Use your transition steps. The second place I'm going to tell you about to really put some mindfulness in, a really lovely mindfulness break, is eating. Now, I probably have a lot of coffee lovers and probably a lot of tea lovers in the group here. And so I'm going to just talk a little bit about coffee. I'm a tea drinker, but coffee seems to be sort of the winning. Most people drink coffee. So when I talk about taking a break, when you think about getting your coffee ready in the morning, it probably takes you 5 minutes. But when you think about it in this way, so filling up the carafe and listening to the water go into the carafe, watching as the carafe fills, hearing the water pour into the coffee maker. And then when you open up the coffee grounds, you can smell the coffee grounds and you watch them as you scoop them into the filter. And then as you turn the coffee maker on, it makes that sh 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 kind of sound. And then you hear it start to drip and you see the coffee start to come up in the carafe and the smell of coffee starts to permeate around the kitchen. You take your mug out and you click it on the table. It makes a kind of a click and it's cold when you first take it. And then as the coffee maker has finished the coffee, you see it's dark. And as you pick it up, it's warm. And you get the other whiff of coffee. And as you pour it in, you watch it go into your coffee cup and smell it and feel the warmth. And as you pick up your coffee cup to drink it, it's warm now. And as you put it up to your lip, you feel the warmth, you smell it, and then you drink it, and it tastes differently at the front of your mouth as it does at the back. And then you can feel it as you swallow it. Just a few moments. Yet it's that break from those never-ending thoughts that we have going on. And I'm telling you, you'll look at your coffee differently if you take those moments. How many of you are tasting coffee right now and thinking about the coffee, right? Yeah. Take those moments. And if it's just a break in the day, really be one with your coffee or your tea or whatever you're having, just to slow those thoughts down. I can almost guarantee it's going to make a better day for yourself just taking these pockets throughout the day. And I know I'm just about at the end of my time. I just want to tell you one more thing. Mindfulness isn't just about being serious. Mindfulness is about having fun too. It's about being in the moment. Take some time to have a fun conversation or play some games with people you love to be with, but be there in that moment, experiencing it with your full self. And what a difference it'll make for you, for the game. Probably your game playing skills will be pretty amazing when you're fully present, and also for the people that you're with. It makes a huge difference. So mindfulness is really just about being present. And it doesn't have to be another thing on your overwhelming to-do list. Fitting into pockets and the things you're already doing in your day. Okay, I think I have 1 more minute left. Okay, so taking those small steps. Let go of the shame, let go of the guilt, allow yourself to take the steps you need. Remember, being of service is not about self-sacrifice. Get to know yourself, what you love, who you love, what you love to do, what you're passionate about. Take that time and be present. Be present in your life. Stop the multitasking, stop the never-ending list. Be there. Beautiful. Thanks, Jenny.
Oh, Leslie, that was incredible. And I mean, you're like bang on time, which is crazy. Well done. I would love to open the floor. Does anyone have any questions for Leslie before we move in? I know I do have a juicy question, but I'd like to open the floor. If anybody wants to put it in the chat, or you're not able to unmute yourself, I don't believe, but if you want to raise your hand and then Katie will know to unmute you, that would be great. Does anyone have any questions that they have for Leslie? No, great. Some beautiful comments though, Leslie. Want you to check those out in the comments. What I would love if you're open is just, you know, I really want to dial back into your conversation and that imagery that you evoked in us of you sitting and looking at that gas tank and knowing it was just as empty as yourself. And there might be not people in the room right here, right now that can ask this question, but it might be somebody watching this recording. There's going to be somebody that really deeply resonates with. What would be the one thing that you would recommend as a first step to start filling that gas tank? Because when we're in that depleted state, sometimes we just can't see the forest for the trees. Would you mind sharing what that one, first step might be to take into action?
Jenny, you know what, going back to that moment, I got goosebumps just as you were speaking about that. And the awareness is key. So really, it's about acknowledging. The first step is really acknowledging that your gas tank is empty. We feel so much guilt and shame when we're not able to be there for everybody like we have been. And so it's acknowledging I'm not doing well. And knowing that that's okay. I know there's that saying, it's okay not to be okay, and it really is. But acknowledging that you're not doing well is the first step, because then when you acknowledge and you see it for what it is, you can start taking those steps to be able to reach out. I would say, if you're not sure of those first steps, it's reaching out to somebody that you trust or to somebody that you know can help you with those steps and can encourage you along the way. But acknowledging it is definitely the first step, and giving yourself grace that it's okay that you are where you are. In fact, this is exactly where you're supposed to be able to take your next steps.
Love that. Thank you so much. We do get lost in understanding that sometimes life is happening for us. Even at our lowest moments, we don't realize there's a gift hidden there somewhere. It takes time to evolve for it to show. So Leslie, thank you again so much for sharing your wisdom and your passion. If you have the chance, please put your contact information in the chat so that if anybody is drawn to connect with you, they'll know how to find you and reach out for possibly your support. So thank you so much, Leslie. I appreciate it greatly. If anybody else has any more questions for Leslie, I ask again, just put them into the chat with capitals so that she can scroll through and look, but please do look and read at the comments. They're absolutely beautiful. Leslie, take the time to take that in. Thank you again so much for sharing. All right. Yeah, I can't believe it. We're going to be moving on to our next speaker, and I am thrilled to introduce Chantel White. Chantel, it's wonderful to have you here today. I'm going to share with everyone a little bit about you, and then I'm going to let you take over for me. So you guys, Chantel White is a certified equine coach, soul care coach, peer facilitator, author, and truth seeker. She has been helping people find their truth and heal old stuck patterns and trauma for over a decade. Her work has been featured on CTV, CFCW, CBC, several podcasts, and the International Kinesiology Conference. Chantel spent many years hiding and masking her truth. She got really good at ignoring her intuition until she couldn't anymore. Her breakthrough of honoring herself had her walk away from people and situations that were not serving her. She is passionate about guiding sensitive souls to walk their authentic path, sing the song of their hearts, and do what sets their souls on fire. Chantel, I cannot wait to hear what you bring for our viewers, listeners, and audience today. Thank you for being here. I'm going to let you take over.
Awesome. Thanks, Jenny. I always get taken aback by those bios, but, really we're just all, humans out here doing the best we can, right? So today I'm going to talk to you a lot about what I learned through my experience of weight obsession, and a bit about where that came from, and ways that you can release some of the burdens in your life. So what I've learned from my journey. And it really piggybacks off of Leslie. So thank you for starting the conversations around some of those things we carry on our shoulders, right? So thinking about some of the things that make your life feel heavy, what are they? Often, as women in particular, we focus on our weight as our body, but there's so much more of what we're carrying around and are burdening our lives than we often think about, like guilt, like shame, the spiritual things we carry, the emotional things we carry, and of course the physical. And so thinking of your life right now, just tuning into, the area of your mind, where we carry a lot of chaos, overwhelm. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being really, heavy and burdensome, and 1 being really light and free, where would you say your mind is right now? Where would you say that is? And if you don't mind typing it in the chat, that'd be lovely. We've got a 3. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's nice to have a, a lighter way of being, right? Often we carry so much heaviness in our life, and we can often identify with all the things that are spinning around in our head. Used to be a 10, now down to a 2 or 3. Excellent. Yeah. And that changes throughout our life, doesn't it? Sometimes it's really low and sometimes it's really high, depending on what we're going through in our life. And so some of the signs that we are carrying some extra burdens in our life is worry, stress, anxiety, depression. Some of those things are really big signs. They're warning signs, right? They're like, hey, wait a minute, pay attention here. Some of the burdens we carry are often, like I said, shame, guilt, regret, judgment. Even as I'm saying those words, do you guys feel the heaviness of that energy? Yeah, often it's such a dense, heavy energy. And when we're not aware of it, then it can really wreak havoc in our lives. Some behaviors that I've seen in myself and in others, when we really get heavy in those areas of our lives and carrying that weight, is people pleasing. Ooh, who can identify with that one? Yeah, the givers out there for sure. Being overly responsible for everybody else, carrying the weight of the world on the shoulders. Yeah, Jeffrey says, oh, yes. Not having boundaries. That's a big one, right? Because then we're really carrying around the weight of everybody else, whether it's energetically, worry for them, concern for them, all of those things. We numb out. Because it is so burdensome. We just want to shut out the world. We do that with alcohol, with drugs, TV, our newest and latest and greatest, social media. Yeah, getting into busyness of life, running without tuning in, right? And what are we running from? Often it is our pains, right? Or our burdens. And yet when we look at them, we can really shift them. But when we're running from them and numbing them out, we can't, right? So I'm going to tell you a story about a pivotal point of where my weight obsession really took over in my life, an experience that I had and how I shifted it. Now, this might be a little triggering for some people, depending on what experience you've had in your life, but it's my hope that it actually is, you see it as a catalyst of change, whether it is that you've see it in my story or yourself saying, yeah, you know what, I changed because of this as well. So I was 14 at the time, and like many 14-year-olds, well, at the time that were my friends, were partying. A little too young for parties, but we would party. And I went to a bush party. And if you don't know what a bush party is, it's way out, usually in the boonies where nobody else is around, hoping to not get caught. There's usually a bonfire and kids stand around and visit and listen to music and drink some drinks and do some things, that maybe kids aren't supposed to be doing. My best friend was with me at the time, and she introduced me to 2 gentlemen, and they were 21, and one took a liking to me, and immediately my gut instinct went, I wanted nothing to do with them. Has anybody had people in their life show up where you just like instant, no, like that's an instant no? I was 14, pretty young, pretty naive, but I did know that that's not somebody I wanted to spend time with. As the party went on, the cops came. And like a good teenager, I ran. So did my friend. She went one way, I went the other. And of course, this guy followed me off into the bush. And I remember sitting in the trees with him being really scared. Like that was the instinct I had. I was just really scared. Thankfully, my friend ended up finding me and we all hung out together as a group. And so things turned out okay. As time furthered on, he got my number and he kept, calling me, wanting me to come out, wanting to date. And eventually I broke down. I mean, I was 14, he was 21. I was in junior high. He was a civil engineer, like I had that 14-year-old thing going on in my head. So it wasn't about trusting my instincts at that time. So he invited me to a party. I went to his party and I was really quite surprised because there was only him and 2 buddies there. I thought, well, that's weird. That's not a party. Where's all the people? So I was at the party for a while. We sat and visited. We had some drinks. And eventually this gentleman grabbed me by the hand. He wanted to show me his room. And I remember looking at his friends. They were sitting on the couch and I went, well, this is a small apartment. Nothing bad could happen, right? Well, I was wrong. I know this could feel heavy. Don't worry. We get through it. So all I remember at that time was freezing. Maybe some of you can identify with that because unfortunately this is a reality for many people in their lives. But I froze, I numbed out, and I don't really even remember the ride home. It was really interesting. As I was getting ready for this presentation and sharing this story, a really pivotal piece came to mind for me. And I didn't even really realize it at the time, but I made up in my mind that that was not rape, that was love. So that you could see took me on a really unhealthy way of thinking and being in the world. One of the things that happened because of this is I already had a bit of a weight obsession, but boy, oh boy, did that grip me at that point. Because I made this shame decision that my body was bad. So I went into this shame decision, of my body is bad. And so I would wake up in the morning and I would weigh myself. I'd come home at lunch from school and I'd weigh myself. I'd weigh myself in the evening. I would constantly pick myself apart in the mirror. Maybe a lot of women can identify with this, maybe even some men. And I did this for far too long, like over 2 decades. And I had children at the time, and I really was missing out on not only my own life, but theirs, because it really had gripped me so deeply. And it wasn't until I went to a friend's, and I might cry because it still hits me. I went to a friend's funeral. And I went, what am I doing? What am I doing focusing so much on this body thing when here this beautiful being has passed away and I have such a life to live? So that was my catalyst to change. And see, still tears today because it was true for me. That was a huge time that I decided I was not going to do this anymore. And so I started healing, and like many people went to therapy. And horses were a big part of my healing because I've always had them. They were a huge part of my healing. That took me into training as an equine Gestalt coach because I really wanted to help others. I've always had this passion for making a difference, which many people in the healing arts do, right? Just want to make a difference in the lives of others. And of course, it made a difference in the life of myself. And so I am now living a life where I love myself most days. I can't say all days, but I've learned to love and appreciate my body and make a difference in the world and follow more of passions and be more alive. So, that was a catalyst, a big catalyst to changing a lot of that story that I was holding. And so what I learned from that experience, and in particular from my obsession with weight, was one is that my body wasn't the enemy. It wasn't the enemy. It was my friend. You know, this body of mine was my friend. Going back to the beginning of the story, right away, this is how my spirit was telling me, whoa, wait a minute, pay attention here. And so learning to turn into my body had me really be able to tune into my intuition and eventually really connect to my soul, right? Because our feelings are our language of our soul. And so that's one thing I learned. So a big way of doing that was being grateful for my body. Having a complete gratitude for my body. You know, I can move, you know, I can do all those things. And then tuning into my body when it doesn't feel right, when something feels off. Where are those burdens or those ideas about myself or what's happening to me being held? Maybe some of you have seen those books out there, or read the books out there of The Body Keeps Score, or When the Body Says No. But our bodies does, or even that fun movie. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm having a blank. It's a kid's movie about, you know, the anger and all of that. I don't know if anybody else does that. I think I see some people typing, but the Inside Out. Yes, I love that show. It shows us that, like, yes, you know, our body has such a beautiful message for us. And when we don't judge any of it, we can help release it, right? And so I'm just going to ask you to ground for a minute with me, if you can. And if you don't feel like closing your eyes, I know some of you are off screen. That's great. And if you feel like going off screen real quick for that, that's cool too. I'm just going to take the idea of judgment. But so just taking some deep breaths. And just feeling into your heartbeat. Feeling the ground below your feet. Feeling your backbone. And just tuning into your body. Again, just remembering that it is a messenger. If you're thinking about judgment, so much of us, we carry judgment whether we know better or not. Maybe there's an area of your life right now that you're judging. You're judging yourself maybe in business, relationship, decision you made. And where are you carrying that judgment in your body? Again, trust the answer, the first answer that comes. Where do you carry the judgment in your body? Now we can further this, and maybe you'll get the answer today or not. You can always check in later with this question, but what do you need to believe in order to let that judgment go? You need to believe. Might be who I am is okay. I am enough. I've done nothing wrong. I'm doing my best. So I'm just going to invite you to wiggle your toes and your fingers, come back to the room. You may have gotten your answers, you may have not. I know it's hard in this little small space to get it, but it's an idea of, if we're having this conversation and communion with our body, how we can get an idea of where we're carrying things and what we can do to shift them. So that was number one for me. The second was making the burdens the catalyst, making your pains and your life the catalyst for change. Right? Thinking about how my tears even came up when I went to that funeral, and here I was like, my goodness, there's got to be more to life than this, right? So then it was like, I don't want to carry this around anymore. So you're able to release it and let it go. And the thing that I've realized is that, you know, judgment locks things in place, for instance. It keeps things stuck. So if we can just go into acceptance of this is where we are, this is part of our journey, then it helps release that, and it changes and shifts our burdens into a way of changing and shifting our lives, right? So yeah, we can make different choices by accepting them rather than judging them, our burdens. And partnership with truth. I love partnering with truth. Once I made an intention and decision to partner with truth, that completely changed my life. Now, not all of us have horses, right? But we do have our bodies. So horses are truth detectors, and so are our bodies. And so that's why it's so important to make your body your friend and start having this direct conversation with your body. For me, with horses, they've been just this direct meter to when we're in our truth and when we're not, and what that does to our life. So I have a quick story of a lady who came out, and she was part of one of my groups that I held with the horses. And she came out and she was really stressed out. And after further exploring it with her, I just asked her, I said, well, what's going on for you? She says, well, I carry around all my clients' stuff, like emotionally. I see some nodding of heads. Yes, I do. I carry around, I worry about them. I check in with them. I let them call me at all hours of day. I would just went, oh boy. Yeah. See some faces going, oh yeah, it's, you know, but it is really from a genuine love and concern, but it is also maybe out of guilt, right? And so she was just talking about what that's doing to her life. And I said, okay, I want you to envision this weight you're carrying. I want you to envision it, and what does it look like? And she says, it's bags. I've got all these, you know, little grocery bags. I'm like, okay, you take all these grocery bags and hold them and feel the heaviness, feel the weight of it. And she said, okay. And so I had a horse in the pen at the time. He was loose. His name is Snapple. And I sent her into the pen. I said, okay, visualize this weight. She said, oh, okay. So she walked in and she just started walking because she was so in the experience. And this is a round pen. So she was walking on the outside of the round pen, and the horse went to the inside, and he just started pushing over to her and blocked her. She went, huh. Well, she was pretty stubborn, like many of us are with our ideas. Yes. She turned around, walked around the pen again. The horse just assessed the situation, went, blocked her. They kept doing this for quite some time, until the horse completely got a hold of her and said, no, you're not moving. You're not going forward. You're not going back. You're staying here. And they stood there for quite some time. And then I just remember her seeing her go, big sigh, the horse moved. And off she walked. And the horse went to the outside the pen and let her on the inside. And she was just tootling around. The horse walked with her, didn't get in her way. Everything was great. And then about 3 laps of this, the horse stopped, looked at her, and went to the inside of the pen again and pushed her and blocked her again. Like, wow, what happened there? Like, you were continually blocked, you got to walk free, and then he came in and blocked you again. Like, what happened? Well, I decided I could let this go. So I was free. And I said, okay, well, then what happened? And then I said, well, who am I kidding? And she picked it back up, right? Like we do lots of times when we're learning. But what she learned from that situation was what that was doing to her life. She was not able to move forward in her own life. And from that, she was able to take it and make changes, like having boundaries with her clients. And living the life that she was here to live instead of for everybody else. So it really is a way of acknowledging what our burdens are doing to us. And that's when we know that and we feel into the pain of what it does, then we can say, okay, I don't want this anymore. And what what other choices can I make? How can I shift this for myself? So going back to the partnership of truth, often we deny our truth, right? I'm not anxious. I'm not anxious. I'm not anxious. That actually builds anxiety. Yes, hearing some nod, seeing some nod in their heads. Yes, it builds anxiety. So actually by owning your feelings and your thoughts, it dissipates the energy around it. So that's a big way of owning your truth. Thinking about how often we've been told in our lives, right from the time we're little children, to not feel the way we want to feel. Not feel our feelings, but our feelings are part of our truth, and our truth changes along the way, doesn't it? But our feelings are really a big part of our truth. So by aligning with truth and being willing to own your truth, then you're able to release some of those burdens and some of that weight that you're carrying around. It doesn't have to get bigger and stronger. You know, I think about the best way that my soul always gets the way through to me. Sorry, my soul always gets through to me is through gaining weight, because that's when I wake up. For other people, that might be different, but we don't have to go that far, do we? If we just start owning our truth. And thinking about spiritual truth, wouldn't it be lovely if we could all align with that? Wouldn't it? But that's a little bit more difficult, isn't it? But if you start looking at where you're off track from those simple spiritual truths of I am enough, I am worthy, I have value, and work towards aligning to that. What are the thoughts and beliefs that are not aligned with that? How do I shift those? How do I shift those? And then that goes back to the body. Tuning into our feelings and tuning into our bodies. Because that's what brings us into our truth. Not by denying it, but actually owning it, accepting it. Like Leslie said, the awareness piece is how we change. So thinking about truth and what I've learned from truth is that truth feels light and lies feel heavy. Yeah, seeing some nodding of heads. So again, when you're going to make a decision in your life, even if it's a heavy situation, which a lot of us go through, when you own your truth, it feels light. There feels like there's a release. And that's when you'll know you're in your truth. It feels light, even if it's hard, even it's like if it's leaving a relationship, but it's your truth. You will feel that lightness in it. If you're going to do those to-do lists or decision lists of, well, on one hand, here's all the points of what's good on this side and what's bad on this side. Instead, checking in with yourself. If I go this way, does this feel lighter or does it feel heavier? Or is it, if I go this way, does it feel lighter or heavier? And that's how you'll start really creating that relationship with your body and with truth and releasing your burdens. Yes. So I guess we're at the end. I could keep talking if you need me to, Jenny, but
I would love to definitely open the floor for anyone that has questions. And I would like to echo the comment. Thank you so much for sharing your vulnerability in your story. So many of us have either been connected or related to experiences that are so raw and traumatic. And just by you showing your courage to speak of it so freely is such a gift to all of us. So thank you so much, Chantel,
thank you
for being so vulnerable and allowing us on that journey with you. Does anyone have any questions? I see a hand up from Brandon Sugar. Did you want to ask a question, Brandon?
Not so much a question, just make a quick comment if that's okay.
Of course.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, Ms. Chantel, thank you so much for that presentation. That was lovely. And your talk really reminded me about, I just remember this saying where it was like, or this example where it was an older man gave a younger man a feather. And he said, "How heavy is this feather?" And he was like, "I don't know, it's not that heavy, it's pretty light." He said, "How long can you hold on to it?" And he said, "Hold your hand out, hold it, just keep holding it." And after a copious amount of time, he finally drops his arm. This is probably an hour or so. He finally drops his arm. And he said, "The thing is, young man, it doesn't matter how heavy, whatever it is you're holding on to it. It's just how long are you going to hold on to it? When you finally let it go, you can open yourself up." And that is exactly what you're doing, opening us up to letting go of those things that hold us back so we can get to the truth and start to heal. So truly appreciate your talk.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing that little story about the feather. That, yeah, it makes so much sense, doesn't it? Is the longer we carry anything in our lives, the heavier it gets. And so if we can tune into, if I keep doing this for 5 more years or 10 more years, what's that going to do to my life, right? Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Brandon. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else have a comment, a question? And if not, actually, Chantel, I would love to dig into, living our truth. It's almost this, holy grail, or this,
Yeah.
this, the thing that's off in the distance. It's like, I'm going to do it when.
Yes.
So part of what I love that you shared, it's really about setting those boundaries. So we might have people here right now, or people listening or watching down the road, that are feeling that they need to step into their truth and they're not sure. We've trained people to teach us, or we've trained people to work with us, talk to us, interact with us, not realizing we've somehow sabotaged ourselves in a way. Do you have suggestions on how to create some solid boundaries to honor yourself internally?
Yeah, that's a great question. More than anything, it's about stepping into honoring yourself first, right? And so what is your truth? And so I would say number 1 is giving yourself space to figure that out, right? So often we answer or allow somebody to infringe in our own space before we even know where we are at in a situation. And so I would say number 1 is just honoring that you have a right to that space to figure it out. And also that you have a right to your yes and your no. So often we think no is so harsh, right? A lot of people will not create boundaries because they're scared they're going to hurt somebody else. That's the biggest one. And yet you have to look at what is not having boundaries doing to your life. And I think it goes back to a lot of what even Leslie said, is baby steps, right? Doing the boundary piece, if that's vulnerable and scary for you, doing it with people that you can trust first, because then you'll grow that and get stronger in your own boundaries.
Fantastic. Elaine,
Yeah.
if you can, you're you on the show. So you got 30
Yeah, I'm going to
seconds.
be real quick because I know we need to move on. I just wanted to give you a compliment, Chantel. I think the things that you're sharing are so powerful, but you touched on some things that could be difficult for people to say or do, but you did it with such grace and ease. So you're actually modeling an example of how you can have those conversations, make those decisions, because we do worry about hurting other people's feelings. So thank you for modeling as well as telling us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for your beautiful comments and participation. We really appreciate it.
And Chantel, please make sure you put your contact information into the chat, and please review the chat. There's been some beautiful compliments, not just in what you've heard. So please take the time to read that. Thank you again so much.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, let's keep rolling. The love is pouring in. This is such a great day. I am so excited to introduce Andrea Lee Austin. Andrea Lee Austin is the co-founder of My Conscious Wellness and Love Evolution. She explores in the consciousness and alternative wellness space. The focus of her organization is on the expansion of conscious awareness through love. Andrea has a bachelor's degree in commerce and economics. I know some of you guys are like, what? Don't worry, she's going to explain how this all happened. And economics from the University of Toronto. She is a former CPA and is in the process of completing her PhD in conscious business ethics with the University of Sedona. Andrea's journey is currently exploring the impact of bringing love back into business, what that means and why that matters to the world. Andrea, I'm so excited to hear what you have to share in reference to this incredible topic and your journey. I'm going to pass it on to you.
Thanks for having me today, and excuse the car. We were unexpectedly traveling, so we pulled into this gorgeous little park, and we're just going to hang out for the next half hour together here. And I'm really, to be honest, very grateful and honored to have all of you here. Just a quick snippet about my background, because I did a talk once, and a woman thought I was insane. So we're keeping it real here. When I started to talk about love and business, until she realized that I actually have a professional background, and that seemed to straighten things out really quick. But who would know and who would have imagined by the age of 54, last time I checked in, that I would be talking and teaching about bringing love back into business. And so the reason I do that is because most of my life, as I traveled the traditional realms, I knew energetically and intuitively something was off. And so what I wanted to do today was talk about the role of money and the role of business in transformational change in the world, and what that means and why that matters specifically to you or for you. So if you have papers and pens anywhere and you want to participate in any way in some of the questions that I'm going to dig into and ask, you are welcome. And if you feel like you want to reflect as we're going through this discussion, I may pause. You can raise your hand, and or you can put comments in the chat box. Because here's what I believe. Hold on to your hats. I might be insane. You can let me know later. Is that if you look in the history of humanity in the last several thousand years, and you look at the stories that have been told, the predominant stories, and I say stories are energy, which is consciousness, to equate all those three. The predominant stories, as you know or have seen, typically have been more based around fear, scarcity, lack, and loss. And if you want to get geeky with me, you could even dive into economic theories. And most of the theories and the stories we're currently telling about business, and even about love, interestingly, are not fluid in nature. They're not growing in nature. They're very controlling. They project negativity. They project fear. And to be honest, they project scarcity inside of ourselves. And why does that matter? And then we'll dive a little deeper. It's because I have an inner knowing that as we move into the next evolution of humanity and the next evolution of business, what matters is love, period. Love is the core foundational energy of creation, and this is where metaphysics come in. For a long time, the core principles of metaphysics have not been taught. In particular in North America, like in many things, they kind of got shelved off to the side. That metaphysics is a science, no different than anything else. And we're not talking about it. We're not talking about how energy, love, and basic metaphysical principles impact the way our creations and the way we interact in the world. So let's have some fun. And if you're up for it, I'd love your answers in the chat box for this one. On a scale of 1 to 10, right? 1 being very bad, like very poor stories, 10 being like totally positive. On a scale of 1 to 10, when you look at you and your family, what's the story of money? Is it like totally the best thing in the world, which would be a 10? Yep. And one would be my family thinks money is the root of all evil. And then we can kind of go into variations from there. So if you take a moment, and the only reason I bring that up just to kind of answer in your own world is because these stories, interesting, a lot of fives, that's fascinating to me. These stories about money are just stories. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm sure we could pull lots of history and lots of stories to show that maybe it is the root of, or has been the root of all evil. But the problem is that money, like any other creation in human history, was created by man. And the stories that we associated with money, right, are our stories, our beliefs, our projections. And so some of those stories, right, impact our perception, just using money as an example, right, on how we interact with that. So the second question, if you've got some time or listening in now or later, is what story is in, I like the 2, 3 on a good day. That's really good, Ed. I love it. We're keeping it real. And so this is what we're digging into only as an example, and then we'll talk about how that impacts our creations and our businesses. So the next question to kind of tune into, if you've got a moment, is sometimes you can quickly pull a story that you're either telling yourself, telling your children, right? Or you've been hearing from your parents for a millennium, right? As to what that story is telling you. And so if you've got a moment, just take a minute, 30 seconds, whatever that is, and I'll share an example in the moment, right? But what story were you taught? And then we'll take it to how it impacts our businesses and our creations. So I'll give you a small example while you're mulling your own possibility. And if you can put it in a simple sentence in the chat box, that would be great. And then if there's time, I think as we bring this all together, then I want to bring this in, how this impacts our creations in the world and why that matters. So these are all perfect representations of some of the stories. Mine that I'll highlight for sure in my family, especially as a strong service-orientated female lineage, was it's better to give than to receive. And so that really hung in my consciousness, especially as we started to enter into this space of what I call the more holistic world. When I was in the financial world, no problem. I took the one you have to work hard for it, Brooke, and I'll tell you, I worked hard for the money. To the point where, yeah, there wasn't much left. I understand what Chantel, when I was tuning in at the end there, I'm grateful. I can remember the moments 10 and 15 years ago where the universe slapped me so hard in the head that if I didn't get the message soon, I wasn't going to make it. So this I do understand. Now on the luckily side, I did decide to make different choices and create a different world, and not imagining that I would be using my skill sets today to be having this discussion in the moment with you. So as I entered the service space to humanity, I didn't think I was worthy of anything, if you want the truth. I'd already gone into a world where I made 6 digits. Yeah, I know, don't feel sorry for me. I wouldn't. It just almost killed me, that's all. And then I entered this other space where I wanted to truly just be me. And how do you reconcile those two, right? And how do you live that from a full state of abundance? And I don't mean just monetary. And so these stories that you have to work hard, that you must be earned with integrity, I love all of them, would never be good with money by a state. That one's a really good one. You'll never be good with money. Part of the reason I chose to become a chartered accountant is so I could teach people to be good with money, because I could see that it was one of the most painful topics in the world. So I loved it. And so this discussion, right, just around our own stories around money, then translates into typically how we do business. So I got one more question for you for fun. What's your story of business? Is it the evil empire? All right. Does it help people? Is it a great place to create? Or is it greedy? And so as you reflect, and would love to see those in the chat box if you're up for the ride, right? No judgment whatsoever. Trust me. I've lived and probably feel like I've heard them all. And love the fact that Brooke says it is a great place to create. And we'll talk about that momentarily. You make more money in business if you cheat. I like that one, Elaine. You know, we're just keeping it real. And this, Elaine, actually was one of the things that I struggled with the most is integrity. And so in a consciousness space, I call this coherence. So the word coherence to me translates to the simplicity of love. Right? Yes, I agree, Chantel. I have to choose money or helping others. Trust me, I've been living that one for the last 10 years. So it's been quite fascinating to come to this point. And what intrigued me as I walked in what I call it the corporate space, and then I moved into the nonprofit space, and then I moved into the holistic space, is what I realized is money was not the problem. It was really, no matter how we look at it, it was the struggle within ourselves to reconcile our state of abundance, our state of coherence, and then being able to put that energy into something we truly love. And this is a journey for all of us. I put both hands up when I say that, including myself. But it's been quite fascinating to observe. And the reason this matters to me is here's the things that have stood out for me as I've observed. Many of us move from the profit space to the nonprofit space or to the holistic space because our hearts are so big that we absolutely want to make a difference in this world. I've known that since the day I was born. And what happens is we move from one space to the next on our journey back to love, finding and exploring what we feel is love, is not love, and that includes money and our relationship with it. But what's intriguing to me is in no matter what space, our stories go with us. And so when I started to look at, you know, how we can truly make a difference from a financial economic standpoint, and I do have some crazy thoughts on that and putting them to practice in my own way, is can we make a difference when we can come finally from a place of wholeness? So in the universal principles of life, right, economics flows, abundance, all those things flow. They flow naturally when we get what we need when we need it. We're not meant to hold on to stuff when we don't need it anymore. We're not meant to hold on to, and please excuse if I offend anybody, $10 million worth of real estate if we don't need it anymore, right? So there are some very fundamental, I'm going to call it systemic problems sitting in our society in the moment that don't necessarily allow us to transition fully into this state of abundance, or does it? And so the question that I wanted to close with today and play with during the last 10 minutes that we have together was, where are we creating our creations and our businesses from? Because underneath all of that, I truly believe that whether we're a profit or a nonprofit industry, however we choose to organize it, or we're willing to start getting crazy and think differently on how we can create some of our structures in the world or the way we do businesses in the world, we actually get to start inserting ripple effects founded in love that start to change the way we operate. Now, I'd like to think I'm a cosmic thinker and this had all happened in my lifetime, but I'll go back to the beginning of my discussion. It's been about 2,500 to 3,000 years of human pain and suffering. Might take us a couple more than 25 to reverse it. So I'm not pretending that there isn't going to be fear and there isn't going to be unsureness and that it's all going to be perfect. But what I'm challenging you is to go backwards either in your life, very similar a little bit to what Chantel was saying, and go backwards. Where are we founding our creations from? You see, what often happens is you get a great idea. Anybody had a great idea recently? Oh, I should do this. I should create this. I should do this. And 9 times out of 10, not saying it's any of us on this call, the next thing that goes into our beautiful little brains is, how can I make money from this? That'll be a trigger right there that the mind, I get her, done it, right, is sitting more in a scarcity mindset. That's not you. That's not your soul. That's simply some crazy consciousness that's hanging around on planet Earth, right? And the question is, can I detach from those stories, very similar to what Chantel has said, and actually create from love and trust that the universe or God, depending on your belief systems, right, will bring you what you need to create that. And this is pretty funny coming from a chartered accountant who was trained to do business plans. Okay, just so you know. And I'm not saying that you don't create an intention, you don't create a vision, but you don't put into it how you expect it to happen. And that's true of life. Just because you have certain intentions and certain things you want to create in this world, the biggest thing that happens is the universe brings it to it in ways we can't imagine. Then we say no, because that's not what we planned, baby. We didn't plan it that way. So therefore I cannot say yes. And the universe goes, alrighty, well, I guess she didn't really want it. And so this is where love comes in, right? Love underneath or over top or upside down of fear, right, is the essence of who we are, but we're not used to trusting that. We've been burned a few times, maybe a couple, you know. There's lots of things in the world that tell us that we can't trust love. And so when I found this one gentleman's writing, he's pretty brilliant. The quote that hit me the most, and then I'll pause for questions, thoughts, and clarity, was this: humanity's greatest issue is not our capacity to give. There is not a person, I'll guarantee you on this call, that wouldn't give. Our largest issue is we're not willing to receive. We've built up such mistrust walls. I get it. Lots of shysters. I get it. I worked for a large accounting firm. You don't think I saw that stuff? But it was interesting because I see the same everywhere. So no matter where we're at, you're going to see people who love, people who are in fear. And our only job is to get back to love and receive what it is that we've been given to create the reality that we wish to create. And so underneath all of that is the essence of trust. Trust me, I'm about to sell everything I own again at 54 and move on again. And I'm choking. But it's not a decision that's based in fear. It's a decision based in love. And so if I can leave you anything today, is to put a Post-it note on your forehead or on your workplace and just start to consciously every day, every decision, tune into what love would do and let the rest go, because the rest is just bullshit. So we still have 10 minutes. And I did want to create some form of conversation or connection. What thoughts or stories came up for you? And any clarity that you might want to ask before we continue moving on. Thanks, Timothy.
incredible comments in the chat. You know, every time I hear you speak, Andrea, like it's like a mic drop. The place goes silent because they're just absorbing this whole premise and concept, and it's so powerful. I wanted to ask you if there aren't any other questions coming forward right now, and we do have the time. So I'm going to kick it off here. If we have somebody that's feeling completely out of alignment right now, personally, so it could be, you know, just they're maybe not managing their finances well in their personal home, and, you know, they're feeling completely off kilter in their wealth journey.
Yep.
How would you recommend that they get started in stepping into receiving? Because I know I can stand here and share, I have blocked abundance in my life unintentionally more than once. It's happened, and, you know, amen. It's like, it's the truth. And I'm constantly, it's on a journey that I'm working through. So I know there's somebody just like me 10 years ago going through the exact same thing. So would you share some wisdom around that?
For sure. There's two things that come to mind. I have a really interesting teacup example. For those of you who aren't Disney fans, I apologize, but I really love Chip the teacup in Disney. And so I use this as a visualization. So typically when we're not, two things that come to mind to answer Jenny's questions. One is our teacup is really empty. And the other is that we don't trust. So we'll go with the teacup empty suggestion first. So if the world was operating, not saying it is, but in a true abundant universal principle in the moment, okay? There are times where our teacup runneth over. And those are the times I would suggest we are to give. But often when our teacup is running empty, right, we're still giving and we're not receiving. And so we're giving from an empty place, a place of lack and a place of scarcity. And there's no judgment, no right, no good or wrong, but the challenge is to get your teacup empty. So for some of those individuals, you're gonna laugh, I'd say get greedy, folks. And I don't mean necessarily greedy with money, although that might be it, but it might be time just to swing that pendulum the other way, right? Get greedy, build your bank account, do what you got to do to make that part of your life, whether it's internal or external, it is irrelevant, but to make that part feel like you're coming from a place of abundance. Often when people create new businesses, they're creating them from a place of scarcity and lack. I get it because we've transitioned, we've changed jobs, but the reality is that energy goes into it, whether we like it or not. Not saying don't do it, just be aware of it and maybe do what you got to do to build the economic abundance in your life before you move your creations forward. Then the second part of that is trust. That one's a little harder for some of us, myself included. Is you have to start learning to trust again. And that can be as simple as asking for help, asking for abundance, but then being willing to say yes when it shows up in the wildest of ways without getting caught up in whether you have an expectation. Because often when we start to learn to trust and something arises and we say, oh, well, that didn't give me what I wanted it to, we don't realize that life is a journey, A to B to C to D, and to get to F, you got to do a couple steps in between. And so building that intuitive muscle of trust is essential. We will always, and trust me, ask me in a year from now after I've dropped everything in the next 2 months how I feel about this discussion. But 10 years ago I did drop everything. 7 years ago I did it, and I feel like I'm to do it again, and this time it is even bigger than before. And I think, wow, can I really learn to trust that I will be taken care of as I move again into this next leg of my journey? And as we do that from a state of surrender without expectation, we have an inner knowing will always be provided for. And that can take time for some of us.
That's powerful. Thank you so much for your thoughts around that. Does anyone else have any questions before we step in? I mean, I'm kind of curious when you say let it all go. Does anyone else curious what the heck that means?
Oh,
Like, are you selling everything, Andrea, and
Pretty
moving into a
much.
bus? Like, what's happening?
almost.
Wow.
Almost. So the universe brought us a temporary home, but I can't live in it, and it's beautiful. And we've literally been guided to sell everything else. And you're gonna laugh. 54 moving into my parents' basement, but not because I have to, okay? But because it
You want
actually,
to.
I know, because it feels right. And it's just like, really, that's my next leg. And all of this is about giving me space to let go of the old, all that old energy, right? Go back into a new space of creation to launch my book around putting love back into business and telling the story of business differently, because that's the next leg of my journey. And these spaces are going to provide me that without being weighed down by all the other things in my life. And sometimes we need that.
Honestly, Andrea, I can't thank you enough on behalf of everyone for sharing that raw truth, because so many people would not be comfortable sharing that they're going to sell everything and move to their family, move in with their parents to reset at the age that you've declared, right? It's so beautiful. These conversations are so powerful, everyone, because it shows you that there is no cookie cutter way. Do what feels good. Wellness is exactly your own personal journey, and don't be afraid that you have to do it like everybody else. Pick and choose what makes you rise. And Andrea, thank you for being such an incredible example of that. I appreciate you greatly. It's wonderful to have you share. Thank you so much. Before we move on to our next speaker, if you have any questions for Andrea, please put your contact information in the chat. Make sure you guys put those in capitals so that Andrea can answer them for you. Thank you so much. Oh, and drive safely wherever you're off to on your next little journey there. I appreciate you pulling over and parking. I would be like, you need to be parked if we're going to do this, girl.
That's okay. I was never driving in the first place, but that's okay.
Thank you so much. Okay,
Thanks,
we
everyone.
are going to keep rolling. This is amazing. Oh my gosh, I get to introduce you to another incredible soul. Her name is Sam Kerouac, and she is a light. When you get to spend time with her, she literally changes your vibration. Sam is an energy therapist and a joy enthusiast. She is passionate about helping people who are seeking clarity, connection, and a deeper understanding of themselves through Reiki healing and the Akashic Records. Sam is a certified Reiki master, teacher, certified soul care coach, and holds her master's degree in counseling psychology. Sam has had a diverse career supporting special needs children and victims of domestic violence, and has led her to her starting her own business in 2018. Sam's Soul Healing. She loves to teach and speak in order to shine her light and help others to shine theirs too. To top it off, Sam is an international best-selling author in the book Heal Volume 4. I am thrilled to be a fellow co-author with you, Sam. When she is not working, she loves spending her time with her husband and two beautiful daughters. They love road trips to the mountains, watching movies, and having dance parties in the kitchen. Amen. Moving the body. Sam also loves learning and reading and can often be found in bookstores with a coffee in hand. Sam, I can't wait for you to share your passion. I'm going to let you take the floor.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here with so many amazing presenters today. This is an incredible opportunity. So jumping right in, I have always been sensitive to energy, even as a child. I would sometimes feel overwhelmed, maybe a little emotional and fearful when I was around certain people or in different places. As an adult, I would feel drained and exhausted when I was around a lot of people. I didn't realize how much other people's energy was impacting my thoughts, my feelings, and even my self-worth. So in the comments or just raising your hand, how many of you have walked into a place, can be a home, business, anywhere, and immediately felt uncomfortable, maybe anxious, or that you couldn't wait to leave? Anybody else feel that way? Yeah, there's a few of you guys, yeses, me's, yes, yes, all the time, yes. Yeah, so what that is that's you picking up the energy of that location, right? Everything is energy, that's right. So once I started working and paying attention to energy, I understood the influence that it can have in our lives. For me, working in this energy field, it's made a big difference, not only in my business, but also in my personal life. I am happier. I am more connected to myself and the important people in my life. I have more positive interactions with people. When I go out and people in the world, most of my interactions are positive. And I have achieved goals that I never thought were possible. It's been an amazing journey. So my talk today is all about recognizing that energy matters, being able to differentiate between low versus high vibration, and then there's going to be some techniques on how to raise your vibration. So Albert Einstein famously said, E equals MC squared, which basically means energy and matter are the same, with the only difference is the rate at which they vibrate. Everything in the universe is made of energy, and that energy vibrates at its own unique speed. So everything that we see, we smell, we touch, we taste, and even what we think is made up of an energetic vibration. So like everything in the universe, we are also made up of energy, and that energy extends outside of our body and it surrounds us. So this is called our aura, the field that hangs out outside of us. So this is our aura, is where our energy and our vibration, it stays. So that means when we are engaging with people, our auras are also engaging, interacting, and sometimes absorbing each other's energy and vibration. So we can become influenced or affected by the energy of others without even knowing it. And the thing is, this is happening not only with the people we are actively engaging with, but this is also happening with just anyone who happens to be within our aura, or we're within their aura. So this could be the person who's standing behind you at the line at Starbucks, could be the person who you walk past at the grocery store, or even the person sitting next to you or across from you at a table at a restaurant. So I just want you to take a minute and I want you to think about, how do you feel when you are around someone who's negative, someone or people who are sad, happy, or excited? How do you feel when you're around those types of people? Do you find that you sometimes maybe start to feel the same way? Right? Sad, low vibe, happy, high vibe. Yeah. So I know for me, when I'm around a lot of people maybe who are negative, even though before I started the interaction with them, I might have been having the best day ever and been really positive. But then once I started to interact with them, by the end of that conversation, I'm drained, I'm exhausted, and I feel sometimes like I've been hit by a bus a little bit. And that's just that energy exchange. Yes, definitely preparing yourself for that, right? We're going to talk about that, so that's perfect. So energy is meant to serve and elevate our lives. But first, for this to happen, we have to do some things. We have to take care of our energy. So how do we do this? We start by doing 3 simple things: grounding, clearing, and protecting. So grounding, what that means is that you are anchoring your energy into the earth's energy. It's connecting your body back to yourself, sort of like bringing you back to yourself. It's making you more present, focused, energized, and engaged. There are several ways for us to ground our energy. And that's what I love about these techniques too, is that there's so many different techniques that you might not like all of them, but maybe there's going to be a few that are going to really speak out and you're going to be able to do them. So I know Chantel had did a little grounding meditation with us. So meditation is one way to ground our energy. Another way is being out in nature. Go hug some trees, right? Right now where I'm in Alberta, the weather is my favorite. It smells amazing outside right now. It is that fresh air and the leaves, it feels crisp. I want to be out in nature. So being out there is grounding. It's bringing us back to our body. Hugging trees. Yes, I love hugging trees. Even my kids hug trees. They love it. So nature, go out in nature. Another way is breathing techniques. There are several breathing techniques that you can use to bring yourself back to your present body. Reiki, crystals. There are a lot of different crystals you can either use, wear, or hold that will bring you back into your body. And visualizations. One of my favorite ways is actually through visualization. So I'm going to talk to you about how I do my visualization for grounding. So if you want to participate, go ahead. You don't have to. It's really quick. It's easy. So what I usually do is if I'm sitting down, my feet flat on the floor, uncross those legs. And then you just take in a few deep breaths where you are just sort of like bringing yourself back, bringing in that deep breath and just kind of like releasing that. Breathing in again, and then releasing. And now with this, I want you to imagine starting at your hips, roots starting to form. Once they're there, they start to slowly move down your legs, over your knees, down your shins, to your feet. And then they go past your feet, through the floor, through layers and layers of earth until they reach the earth's core. And once they're there, your roots connect in to that earth energy. Once you're here, take another deep breath in, all of that earth energy, just bringing it all the way up through the roots and just releasing that. And that is you being grounded. It can be that simple. For those of you that tried that, how do you feel with that visualization? Was it easy? Did you feel the shift in your body? I know I've had clients say that it was sometimes some days the roots go really fast. Other times the roots take a little bit longer, and that's okay, right? Peaceful, shifted to present. Oh, I love that, Brooke. Thank you. And with grounding, sometimes you may have to hold a crystal while you're doing the visualization, but you should feel a little bit of a shift connected. Automatically took a deep breath when I hit the core. Yes. Oh, I love that. Oh, goosebumps. I love that. So we are grounded now. Yay, us. We're grounded. Okay. So after you've grounded your energy, now you want to clear. And what that means is clearing just means getting rid of the energy that's not yours, right? For us to make decisions and to manifest and to kind of move on with our life, we need to clear out the energy that's not ours. How else do we make decisions about our lives when we have all this other energy from other people kind of getting in the way, right? We want to clear that out. We just want to work with our energy. So again, there are several techniques to do this. So some of them there are certain crystals. You can just have them. Selenite is one of my favorites for clearing. Highly recommend that one. Smoke clearing, so you can burn sage or other dried herbs and just let the smoke come over you. Sound is a really good one as well. So you can do sound bowls, even just on YouTube. I know there's different sound resonances and stuff like that are there to do that. Visualization, and even water can clear. So the most important thing when you're clearing is to remember that you're setting the intention. Intention is huge. So for instance, if you're doing water, which is salt baths, and even just the shower. So as you're standing underneath the shower, just set the intention that the water is not only washing and clearing our physical body, but it's also clearing away our energetic body from everything that is no longer serving us and from all energy that is not ours. And just set the intention. And if you want to add some visualization, visualize that water just taking it all and going down the drain. Right? Easy peasy. And it doesn't have to take really long. It's the intention, and just don't half-ass it. Really just set the intention and do it, because it doesn't take that long. So we've grounded, we've cleared, and now it's time to protect our energy. So what this is like putting up a force field kind of around ourselves to keep, and we've worked really hard to keep our energy to ourselves, and we want to keep it that way. The only energy that we kind of want to come through is just that high vibrational energy, that love and light energy. So techniques for this, again, there's protecting crystals. So for me, jewelry, my crystals, I put them on every time before I leave the house. So black tourmaline, smoky quartz, and tiger's eye are really good for protection. Setting boundaries. I know that's a really hard one, but setting boundaries is another way for protection. You can ask your spiritual team for assistance. There's also visualization. So with a visualization, you could imagine or visualize yourself sort of with a shield in front of your body. You could imagine yourself inside a white bubble of light. I know someone who uses, I guess, like a cloak. She imagines before she leaves the house, she kind of puts on her invisible cloak and puts it over her head, and that works for her. So it's whatever resonates for you. If you like crystals, then use crystals, right? If you're not someone who's visual, find another way. There's lots of different ways. So with this, so we're doing all this because we want to shift our energy, and shifting our energy is possible. So most people have heard that energy attracts like energy, right? The law of attraction, right? So what that means is you attract things into your life that match your vibration or your energy. Your thoughts, your actions, your emotions, and overall vibration will attract things that have that same energy. So vibrations, they show up on a scale from low to high. So the lower vibrational energies are things like fear, anger, guilt. The higher end is joy, love. So we want to move towards the higher end. So in order to attract abundance into your life, you have to be at a higher vibration. We can't be in the energy of scarcity, which is on the lower end, to attract abundance. Does that make sense? Where the vibrations are for everyone? Yes, nodding your heads, perfect. So the first thing to do to shift your energy is to be aware of where you are. Where is your energy right now? Right? So take a moment just right now and just think, like, where am I on that scale? Am I kind of hanging out in the lower end, middle, or you know what? I'm pretty high vibing today, right? Where are you on that scale today? I know for me, I'm probably on the higher end because doing the presentations, it just reminds you of your energy. And so you're just kind of putting it out there. High vibing, so many high vibing today. I love that. Middle, yes. And it's okay to be low vibe too, because you know what? It happens, right? That's okay. So what we want to do is when we know where we're at, we want to move it up. There are so many different techniques that we can use to raise that vibration. My favorite and one of the fastest ways to raise your vibration is with gratitude. Right? Gratitude sends out a vibration to the universe to give you more of what you're thankful for. And gratitude, being in gratitude, you have to be in a state where you're not just like, I'm grateful for this and this. Really take that moment and take it to your heart and be intentional and be mindful. What are you grateful for, right? Gratitude comes from that heart energy. So you can express gratitude for the big things and the little things. Don't forget the little things. Maybe you're grateful for that hot cup of coffee or someone else cooking dinner. I love when that happens. Maybe it is even just getting all green lights or a green light when you need it, right? Shout out, thank you so much for that. I love that. I needed that, right? But then there's also the big things, our family, our friends, our businesses, all those things. And it's whatever brings you joy. And I think it was Jenny who touched on in the past presentation, it's whatever brings you joy, not what brings other people joy or what makes other people happy, because that may not be what makes you happy, right? Being grateful is a very individual thing, right? We're not all grateful for the same things because we don't all have the same experiences, right? So just be grateful. So I want you to try starting your day being grateful. So before you leave your house, before you turn that computer on, think of one thing that you are grateful for today. And I will tell you, it is going to change how your day goes, right? Just starting your day with gratitude. So there are other ways to raise our vibration, and they're all fun. So another way is listening to music. Listen to music that you love, and just, whether it's in your car, turn it up, listen to music. And while you're listening to that music, dance. Have that dance party, move your body. Moving your body is another way to raise your vibration. So whether it's physically like dancing or having that party, or maybe for you, it's doing yoga or walking or going to the gym, right? Just moving your body. Reiki is another way. Having a Reiki session will raise your vibration. Being out in nature. Again, nature is not only grounding, but it's high vibrational. So go spend some time in nature, go for a walk. And if you are out in a walk and there's water around you, that's even better. High vibration. Spend time with people who lift you up. You know those people who, when you are around them, you feel good, right? They are, whether they hug you or not, but they just feel like a hug for your soul, right? Be around those people. Declutter your home, or even just a room in your home. So when you're looking at your home and your space, sometimes when there's like a room that's really cluttered, that's just a lot of stagnant energy that's just kind of hanging out. You don't like being in there, probably, I'm going to guess. So just start with a room and just start decluttering it. Raise the vibration of your home as well, because when you raise the vibration of your home, it also affects your own vibration. And here's one that I did recently that made a huge difference, is do a social media detox. Is your feed matching the vibration that you want to attract in your life? Right? We spend a lot of time sometimes on social media and we don't know how much that's actually, that energy is affecting us. We want to leave that space feeling good, not feeling worse. So just pay attention to what it is that you're paying attention to on social media. So imagine your life with more joy, with more balance, harmony, and abundance. Doesn't that sound amazing? Yeah, right? So you can manifest what you desire. Taking care of your energy is really important. So just remember to ground, to clear, protect your energy. In order to create your goals and your vision for your life, you need to be connected to your own energy, and you need to clear out other people's energy. Pay attention to who you spend your time with. Notice where your vibration is. And as I mentioned earlier, it's okay if you're at a lower end. We are human. We have human experiences. It is impossible to be high vibrational all the time. So don't beat yourself up if you are at the lower end. It's okay. Acknowledge that you're there. Process the emotions that are with it. And then find ways, and whatever technique works for you, to raise your vibration again. So you can move back up to where you want to be. Don't be so hard on yourself. We are human. It's okay. Be gentle with yourself. So I will leave you with this one question. Is your vibration matching what you want to attract in your life? I want you to think about that. Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Sam. Another mic drop, everybody. Does anyone have any questions for Sam? I'm telling you, that was just so informative. Did anybody have, I want to hear in the chat, did anybody have any aha moments? Elaine, if you want to, I think you have the power to unmute yourself.
Yes, that was fantastic. And what I really appreciated was in hearing conversations about energy before, I don't ever feel like I've ever walked away feeling so empowered, like I know how to do this. And I love the fact that it's like a win-win when you say we could do it in the shower. So for those of us who are busy, we could do two things at one time.
Absolutely. Life is busy. Yes.
Thank you very much for making this feel so accessible.
Oh, thank you.
That was amazing. Does anyone else have any comments or questions they'd like to share? Sorry, I'm trying to catch all the screens. I would love if I could, Sam, I want to dig a little bit. Oh, did someone unmute?
Yeah, no, it even asked me to unmute. Is that okay, Jenny?
Yes, please do. Please do, Chantel. I didn't.
Yeah, I thank you so much, Sam. All great, great information. What I'm curious about, and I know this is probably going to be a big question, is, you know, the moth to the flame thing. You know, like obviously, you know, as people who are in the service industry and being lighter and higher vibration, sometimes it does draw in the people who are lower vibrating, and it doesn't matter. That's okay if there are people that we're helping raise. But what about the people who just like the moth to the flame thing? Like, is that more the need for protection? Like, where do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I see that like with clients, there's some of them, they are a little bit lower vibration, that's fine. And I feel like sometimes we attract those because we're going to model that higher vibrational energy because maybe they've never seen it, maybe they've never experienced it. So by us being in this a little bit higher vibration, and as long as, you know, we're protected because we don't want to absorb all of that energy as well. I do feel protection. And I don't want protection to be like this big scary word where, you know, we have to protect and put this massive force field. It is just really preserving our own energy so we don't become influenced. We're going to have interactions with people who are not on the same vibration as us, but we don't have to take on their energy, right? We can kind of keep them at a little bit of a distance, sometimes maybe physically, but even energetically, where we can have that conversation, but just we don't need to take that energy on. So I know for me, before I learned all this, I think I did just sort of like someone was sad, well, I want to take it, right? I want to take it so they didn't have to feel it, or I just naturally wanted to be that person. But we don't have to take it to be empathetic or to listen to someone. We just have to hold space for them. But highly recommend protection.
Yes.
Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you, Sam.
Okay, perfect. Yay.
Does anyone else have any questions? And I think, Sam, you answered that beautifully. You know, we need to show up as us. I mean, I've heard all different terms out there. You could have somebody in your family that it might be a sibling, it could be a child, it could be a spouse that actually is what people call an energetic vampire, right? That just suck the life out of you. And it's putting those boundaries in place. And that has been a theme today, I think, that is so powerful. Is you are allowed to create boundaries in your life. You are given choice. And that is one of the most beautiful things of being a human being. Can be terrifying because we like to pretend we don't have choice so we can stay in the road that we're given. But we have this beautiful opportunity to choose every action that we take and what we're willing to take on and what we're willing not to. Yeah. And there is no shame in not taking on things that don't serve us, right? I mean, Andrea said it beautiful. Get greedy. Whatever's filling your cup that you need to fill up, get greedy on it. Take it in, and then we can push that forward. So, Sam, I wanted to ask you, we've heard the term soul care coach a few times in some of these amazing bios that we've read out. And I'm just curious if you could elaborate for people what that means, because I would think there's some people going, what is this? So would you mind, on behalf of everybody else that has that beautiful certification behind their skill set, would you mind sharing what that is for people?
Absolutely. It is being trained to access and to read the Akashic records. So the Akashic records are sort of like this giant library, energetic library that contains all the information of your soul's journey since it started until past, present, and then possible future. They don't always tell us everything that's going to happen in the future, because some things we're not supposed to know. But it's just, it's just your soul's journey of where it's been. For me, I love being in it because it sometimes gives us a little bit more clarity onto maybe that repeating pattern of why we keep coming up against certain things. And maybe it's something that's coming up from a past, or it's a lesson that we have to learn. And it's just sort of, it's here for a reason for us.
I love it. Thank you for that explanation. Any questions from anybody about the Akashic or a soul's journey? You've heard people talk about spirit. You've heard people talk about intuition. You have a whole team that you can't see that is going to provide you wisdom, providing we create space to hear it. Chantel, you shared beautifully earlier about that powerful gut response you had about an individual. People are telling you what you need to know, and those are your people. They're you from various times in your life. So do not hesitate to tap in and get connected to that. Is anybody else have any questions in reference to the Akashics or Sam in regards to energy and how to protect energy, or, looking at what that looks like? And if not, we'll bounce forward. Is everybody feeling good? Awesome. Thanks again, Sam. It was beautiful.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And I just really want to reiterate, there's themes here. If you guys are tapping in and feeling it, if you're listening in and you're just hearing this for the first time, these themes coexist for a reason. It's something we want to use as building blocks. Again, start with one of these tools you've heard today or might hear later on today or within this week. Start with one incredible thing and step into it and give it a whirl. You never know what's going to change the trajectory of your life. Do not be afraid to try. We are, again, like I said earlier, you can change your mind. If it's no longer serving you, adapt and evolve. It's absolutely possible. So I am really excited to introduce, I'm sure I've said that 1,000 times, how excited I am to introduce the next speaker, but all these speakers are so exceptional. Janet Key holds a very special place in my heart. I am so blessed to actually not only know her as a friend, but to work with her on my own journey around money and clearing my roadblocks, as we were hearing Andrea talk about earlier today. So I can't wait to have you guys hear from Janet. So Janet is a soul money coach. She recognizes every woman's birthright to experience their own abundance and prosperity, to live their truth, and to share their unique gifts and talents. For her, a prosperous woman is expanding and growing in alignment with the highest vision of herself and discovering harmony in her life. Born into an unstable home, Janet grew up with emotional and financial support from her father emotional support or financial support from her father due to his mental illness. With a strong desire for happiness, healthy relationships, and financial freedom, she healed as an adult. See, it doesn't have to all happen like overnight. Sometimes these discoveries and healing don't happen till older in life. Learning to trust life, tap into love and prosperity, and help others do the same. Janet helps clients master their money, identifying self-sabotaging beliefs, and re-imprinting themselves with new beliefs to make empowered choices. By understanding their strengths and creating healthy boundaries, women crack open, learning to courageously move through challenges and ignite hope for their own prosperity. I do want to share really quick before I pass this over to Janet. Janet does also work with gentlemen. Her main focus is women, but these stories and truths transcend gender. So please be open to hearing what she has to say. It is a genderless offering, if that makes sense. So Janet, thank you so much. I'm going to pass it to you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Jenny. I am so excited to be with you here today and to share a little bit about my story. And I'll jump right in with that first. And I have a background in yoga and finance. And I knew I had to go deeper in my money relationship when I heard the words, the energy of money. As a yogi, I understood energy. As a woman who experienced healing work, I understood energy. As someone who worked in finance, I understood the physical money management. I did not understand the energy of money. And intuitively, I felt called to go deeper into my money relationship. And when I was happy in all areas of my life except money, because I had done a lot of inner healing work. And when I looked at my money relationship, I recognized a common theme. And Jenny had mentioned about my dad having a mental illness, and he was never able to support our family mentally, emotionally, physically, or financially. So my money blueprint, as a woman who had a desire for financial freedom, it did not match the success that I wanted to create and achieve in my life. And so when I looked at my money relationship, and as I go through this, I'm going to maybe pop a few questions at you, and I'd love to hear your insights and stuff in the chat as well. So when I looked at my money relationship and my story, I noticed a common theme. And that common theme was not enough. Has anybody ever felt like there was like not enough time, not enough money, not enough, right? It's like one of those things. And I thought, I done a lot of work, and where was this coming from? When I worked in the financial industry, and I definitely made enough money, I didn't feel that way. I was someone who strived to achieve higher financial goals, but I never felt satisfied. I looked at the balance of my bank account, and I always judge I judge my level of success by the balance that was in my bank account. When I started in my business dominated most of my time and my attention. And I was driven by an inner desire to prove myself, because I wasn't supported in my business, like by my partner or other people that were in my life. So that feeling of having to have something to prove usually comes from that place, that belief of not being enough. Can anyone relate to doing something that you love to do and not having that support, and you're like, I'm gonna make this happen, right? What else? Let's see. When I looked at my money relationship, I realized, oh, hang on, Janet, did you write this Brooke, did I write this for you? Maybe you're a ruler archetype, Brooke, and I'll share a little bit more about that in a little bit. So I'm happy to hear that it resonates. When I looked at our money thoughts matter. And what we think about is how we feel. Our feelings are our emotions. Our emotions is our energy. How we feel, it also impacts the actions that we take in life, right? I believe Jenny mentioned about like disempowered choices or empowered choices. And what are those choices that we are making in our money relationship? It determines the results that we're going to achieve in our lives. Can you relate to, like, when you think about something like your money thoughts, has there been any money thoughts lately that has been either positive or negative that you'd like to share in the comments? Yeah, to create a certain amount. Maybe there's some pressure around creating that certain amount and the expectations or the attachment to obtaining that goal. As someone who has been intuitive, and I've learned to let go of attachments or even my expectations around goals, because you can throw a goal out there when there are attachments that'll usually it's coming from a place of lack within the self. So it'll interrupt, your energy when you're moving forward to create that. So being aware of your thoughts, your money thoughts, what are they? And expanding your wealth consciousness has a lot to do with expanding your money thoughts, your perceptions around money, what I think about, right? So that I can change my feelings. Now, how you feel, this is another thing. When your feelings are also connected to your beliefs. So when you go, everyone see that picture of the iceberg where there's the tip of the iceberg and then below there's the iceberg, and here's our operating system, and right, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So here's our belief system on a subconscious level. We have been imprinted, right, with our money story. What did you see when you grew up? What did you hear? What were your experiences? Do you have money wounds now that's impacting your relationship with money currently? So taking a look at what are those deeper subconscious beliefs that are playing out so that I can align my money compass to create more of what it is that I want to create in my life. For a lot of women, and Jenny mentioned about men as well, and men, men are emotional beings just like us women, right? And when it comes to our emotions, a lot of the emotions that women tend to feel in business, in life, in family, is the feelings of guilt. Anybody feel guilty around doing things for yourself or spending money on yourself? Or, those are just some little ideas. Yeah, Elaine, imprinting. It is a great way. We are always imprinting ourselves each and every day, right? So guilt is one feeling that's a common one for women. The second one is shame around past experiences. If anyone's been through a divorce or been through a bankruptcy, those are important. Those are events that can create shame, and that feeling of shame. Sam mentioned about the lower energy frequency. Shame is definitely on the lower scale of that not enoughness. Women often don't see the value in who they are or what it is that they're doing. They don't see their own worth. And this will show up in how they speak up or speak out, having money conversations or talking with their partner about where or how they want to invest in their business, talking about their pricing and packaging with their clients. Having money conversations is generally uncomfortable, or women can tend to overgive of their time. So that receiving part, right? Great givers, but not so great at the receiving part. And that's where the clearing comes in. I'd like to share a little bit about chakras. And are there any yogis in the room? And are you familiar with chakra work and chakra energy? Yeah, awesome. So here's our root chakra, right? So you think about how you grew up. What's your family? What's your tribe? What's your foundation? And your root chakra, my right to be here, my right to have. And when there's been traumatic events, it can impact your root chakra, that right to be here. That's where the not enoughness comes in. Moving into the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is our feelings. It's about procreation, the deserving. I feel worthy of what it is that I'm creating. So you can see on the lower energy chakras, our energy system, where now we start moving up into the solar plexus. This is our center of self-esteem, our power, where we're connected to our purpose. This is, I'm connected to the divine, our intuitiveness, my will, the divine's will, or does someone else have authority over me? And someone having authority over me could be negative money thoughts. It could be, the feelings of guilt or shame around money. It could be, that desire to seek approval from someone else for what it is that you want to do in your life. Moving up to the heart chakra. This is where I give and receive unconditionally. Now, when they're in the lower chakras, when there is a blockage or imbalance in your energy, the heart chakra is the bridge, right? So doing the lower work in the lower chakras will help to create some clearing and some space. moving up into the throat chakra, this is where I speak up and speak out. So when I'm not empowered in my voice and I hold back and I am, and shy in how I'm speaking, or I'm lacking that confidence, that'll show up in the money relationship. In your third eye, this is like your inner wisdom, trusting yourself, and trust is a big one. How many would say they feel like they trust, like they know what is right for them, but are you living your truth? This is a common theme for a lot of women. It's like, I know my truth, but I'm not living it. And I often, for a lot of women, they don't know what their vision is and they're not connected. So that'll also represent where there might be some energy imbalances. And then the crown chakra, being open to receive, connected to the divine. When your channels are open, it's amazing the synchronicities, the more attuned you become when you are more in alignment with yourself. Does that resonate? Any questions around chakra? Awesome. Sam, let me see what you have to say. Am I living it? Yeah, Sam, that's a big one. I see it a lot with a lot of women, and a lot of them come to me for that exact reason, is because I know it, but I'm not living it. So why am I not living it? And I want to live it because I want to be authentic in what it is that I'm doing, right? And so important. Yoga. Yoga is about alignment. That was one of the tools, one of the gifts that came into my life, that, along with horses, books, and healers and teachers, that helped me to step into alignment in my life. So that's one component of living life in alignment, and aligning your money compass, right? Your thoughts, your beliefs, your actions, so that you get the results that you want. The other component is archetypes. Now, archetypes is anybody familiar with archetypes? Denise Dunfield, she talks about sacred money archetypes. Carolyn Myss, she talks about sacred money archetypes, and they're amazing teachers. And if you haven't checked them out, check them out. They're fabulous. Archetypes they're here to teach us how to live life in alignment. They're here to help us look at our relationship with money so that we can change how we think and feel about it, the relationship with ourselves, our relationship with money, so that we can show up in life and live it on purpose and connected in a way that is in alignment, right? That's where that in alignment is like, let your light shine. You are in alignment when you're in that space, connected to your zone of genius. So archetypes, this is the power of pattern that is within you, that make up your money story, your gifts, your talents, your challenges, and your fears when it comes to money. It'll show you your patterns, your behaviors, so that when the power of now is in the present moment, right? So when you're living out life and a pattern shows up within yourself, when you know your archetypal qualities, that's my money blueprint, you're like, whoa, like this is a pattern repeating itself. In that moment, you can then correct course and change action. What is the lesson here? We're always creating. And where are we creating from? From the stories of the past, unhealed wounds or unhealed emotions around the money relationship? Or am I creating from a place of abundance and prosperity? And this is more than like just thinking about it, right? Because thinking about it is one thing, but when you feel it in your body, you feel that abundance because you're connected to it, because you've done that healing work. The feelings of abundance is a different place to create from. And now you're creating from a very prosperous place, and everything that you show up and do, and you're creating from that place, it's a very prosperous place to create from. And Sam mentioned about the higher frequencies of love, joy, authentic joy. Those are being in a higher state of alignment, a higher state of consciousness. And Jenny talked about creating boundaries. And here's boundaries, is boundaries with your energy. And if you think about your energy and money is an extension of you. It's how you use your energy. Is it in alignment with your values? Is it in alignment with what matters to you most? Are you giving your energy and your money to things that are not important to you? So having healthy boundaries around that is so important. Being able to say no confidently and being okay with that, being able to say yes, and then moving through the fears and insecurities that show up so that you move through those challenges, so that you grow and you expand in your life, in your business, in your relationships. Money is a mirror for you to see yourself on a deeper level. And the amazing thing about money is that the emotions around money will teach you how free you really are. So as a woman desiring financial freedom, we talk a lot about, healing on the inner work. It's doing the inner work and feeling that freedom on the inside, that you can show up like free when spirit asks you to do something and it brings you into an environment that seems so much bigger than you, and you go for it because you feel inspired and you're like, yes, 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 on all levels. And then you get in that place, because every level of success will bring those fear moments, right? And it's our job to move through them when we recognize them. So in those fear moments, when you're able to see it, face it, move through it, but what often happens is that inner glass money ceiling, that internal barrier, right, that we bump up against, and it's like, oh, what am I thinking, right? And I question and I doubt myself and I feel insecure and I hold myself back instead of moving forward through it and expanding, because spirit will guide us, our intuition will guide us along this journey. And while most of us are physically concerned about building our net worth, which is important, right? Our savings, our home, our investment. The other side of the coin is building our enlightened net worth. What's the value of you? What's the value of you if I were to ask you today to sell me 2 of your eyes for $1 million? Would you? How about your brain, your heart? Right? When you take an asset, an inventory of what you are worth, oh my gosh, can you put a price tag on what you are worth? It is priceless. And this is where loving, accepting, and appreciating yourself completely and wholly. Yeah, Bonnie, thanks. This is where when you do that, this is connecting to that abundance, that's connecting to alignment, that's being in integrity, being in authenticity with yourself. Most people walk around disconnected from their relationship with money, right? We don't even realize that, my God, I have a relationship with money. Everything is relational. And relationships can teach us a lot about who we are. And I'll end it with the emotions around money can teach us how free we really are. So I would invite you to explore what you're thinking about. Discover your sacred money archetype so that you know what's your money personality, your blueprint, so that you can recognize behaviors and patterns, challenges when they show up. And I'll just end it right there. And if you have any questions, if there's any time, I wasn't quite watching, so hopefully I'm on time, but I'll just leave it there. And if you have any questions, I welcome them.
So
thank you.
We do have time for questions. Thank you, Janet. That was incredible. Does anybody, it's kind of a comment, but I think it could easily be turned into a question. We've got somebody that is struggling with the, providing a service and not receiving payment. And how do you reconcile when you know that, if you want to look at it, Janet, the comment is just there. How do you reconcile around that? How do you stand in that? And
Okay, awesome. I'm just gonna I see it because it's a long comment. So just hang on 1 second and let me just take a good look at it. So how about having to beg, demand payment for work performed, knowing it is owed, and they play games in every way or excuses, delay paying. If I have to ask, I completely withdraw and create so many problems, stressing. That is a great question, Michelle. And so recognizing it, one, is this a pattern that is showing up often? What is it within you? Is there I would ask, what is it within me first, right? Is there a belief? Is there something that is holding me back? And if you are asking and you are putting it out there, there comes up a moment in time where, one, you set up the boundaries and the expectations in the beginning, before you begin a service. And then when someone is doing this to you, Michelle, I don't see you, but when someone is doing this to you, there comes a certain point in time where it needs to be cleared from you and your system. And as you do some deeper inner work and you find, any unconscious beliefs or fears that might be there, clearing it means I'm gonna let it go and release it from your system if it is not about you. And I say that because it becomes an energy drain, right? You're giving your time, your energy, your attention to it, and it is draining your energy. And so one, if there's stress even in your own body, it's like, I want to clear this from my own self first. And then learning how to, I know one person's coming into mind of a client that I work with, and it's identifying the areas where our money is going that is not in service of us. And so this would be an area because it's not coming back to you, right? So it's recognizing it and then letting it go if a certain period of time, right? It's not worth the energy drain. Does that make sense? I feel like I could say so much more around it, but I'm trying to get a shorter version of it. Does that make sense? Michelle?
Yeah, she's saying that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay,
And I
awesome.
think, Janet, what you're sharing is so powerful. It doesn't matter if it's in business, it doesn't matter if you're sharing your time. The key is set the expectation, create the boundary, make sure there's transparency on what that currency is, and don't be ashamed to ask for it.
Yeah.
And don't keep giving. If somebody's not meeting you where they're supposed to meet you, don't keep giving. It's not going to change. Your gut will tell you. And I'd be curious, Michelle, if you would be open to sharing, did you have a gut instinct on this individual before you engaged with them financially? Because most of the time we do. Most of the time we do. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front. That is very common, to ask for payment up front. And whatever that is, if you have a friend who's trying to borrow money and it doesn't feel right intuitively, consider what energy that's going to drain. So Janet, I was really curious, and I would love for you to share this. We just have a few minutes. Wellness is the theme, right? Wellness is the talk that we're really digging into. And with the work I've done with you, I'm so aware of how money is impact on wellness. Would you mind sharing your experience or thoughts around that?
Oh my goodness. We think about money. How many people think about money a lot? Right? Like money is an important factor in our lives. Like we live in a materialistic, a money world, and money, when it comes to divorce in relationships, it is high up there. Money conversations for a lot of people, couples would rather go to bed together first in a relationship than have money conversations. And couples that are sleeping together should have money conversations, right? So the stress around money is real. And this is whether you have money or not money, right? Like this comes in all levels. A lot of the clients I work with have money, but they're not happy in their money relationship. And what is that, right? I want to expand and I want to grow. So money stresses are real. Even with, people who frugality prevents them from investing within themselves, right? That's an accumulator archetype. Their soul wants to say yes to something, but inside they say no because they're frugal and they want to hold on to their money. And there's a lack, mindset within themselves, or a lack belief. So money is a real stressor for a lot of people. So how can we create more harmony in it? And that stress, we all know the impact of stress on our body, on our mental, emotional well-being. So when I started working our money relationship, I was like, oh my God, right? It has so much to teach us about ourselves and wellness, where we give away our energy, our time, and how to take it back. Life will bring us challenges, and life is hard. right? So how do we navigate through those hardness, right? How do we navigate through it so that we come back into alignment? And I know what it's like to struggle. I've been there. I've lived that life for a long, long time. And I continue to work on myself. And money was that component that took me over the edge of like that expanded version. And working in this for almost 2 years now, seeing the shifts in women in their relationship and how it shows up differently when they do the work. It's absolutely, I'm honored to be able to do it. It's not a thing that people think about, the relationship with money, but when it comes to the mental, emotional, spiritual, financial well-being, it's a key component, Jenny.
I totally agree. You know,
Yeah.
Sam was saying so eloquently, and you shared too, talking about the chakras. Money has its energy. And again, we were talking, you know, Chantel asked a beautiful question, like, how do you protect against the energy suckers? That very well could be your money story. So this is such a powerful topic, and it takes generations to make it a dinner table conversation.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I come from a strong British family, Scottish background, and I'm telling you, you know, nobody, it took my dad's generation to start breaking that, having transparent conversations about money at the dinner table. Nobody talked about it beforehand. Money just showed up, and you didn't know where it came from. You didn't know what things cost. So, you know, we're on a new landscape as well, which I think is really exciting. So Janet, thank you for helping pave the way to normalizing money
My honor.
conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
So
Thank you.
beautiful. So before we move on to our next speaker, is there anything else, any comments, anything that would like to be shared with Janet before we jump forward? So if not, Janet, I'd love for you to put your contact information into the chat for people that would like to reach out to you. And of course, beautiful comments. So please make sure to read back and
I will.
check
Thank
in.
you.
Okay. So Lynn, she's going to put those into the she's going to put her contact information in the chat. Don't you worry. So I am so excited right now. We're going to introduce our final speaker before we go on a 30-minute break. That doesn't mean the action doesn't stop. For those of you that are here to learn and absorb, we will have a speaker while we step away for that half-an-hour break, but we have one more right now till we come into our afternoon and close out our time with everybody here. So Brooke Kikos, I am thrilled to introduce you guys to her. This woman has a story that, you know, you literally, it's like out of a movie. It's like fascinating. She's gracious, full of knowledge, and I can't wait for you guys to get to meet her and get to know her through her story and her journey. Brooke helps those who feel alone and lost to discover their truth and stand in their personal power using her training as an intuitive life coach, rapid transformational therapist, psychotherapist, and hypnotherapist. She spent 35 years trapped in a religious sect. Indoctrination, abuse, and trauma were prevalent. Raised by a narcissistic, abusive father, she got stuck in toxic relationship cycles. This led to her entering into a 17-year marriage with a narcissist, abusive man. However, in 2017, Brooke found her personal truth and power, and she was able to break free from both the relationship and the religion. Shortly after, her ex-husband and father to their 2 sons passed suddenly to addiction. With this great loss, it ignited her desire to heal more deeply. Through her loss and trauma, Brooke's intuition and soul's calling was revealed. After 18 years as an esthetician, listening to people's stories, she knew that she could do more to serve those suffering and help them on their own healing path. She is currently working on her book, a speaker to help others in their own transformation, and the owner of Life Coaching Goddess. Her passion and purpose is to help others heal from past trauma, toxic relationships, and limiting beliefs that are no longer serving them. Brooke, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to pass it to you, and I look forward to hearing your story.
Thank you so much for having me here. Honestly, the last few talks have been such an alignment with what I'm about ready to share with you guys. So I think it's awesome. Thank you for having me here. So I'm going to start here. What if I told you that I had a magic wand and that I could remove whatever you no longer wanted in your life. Okay, so just imagine me as your fairy godmother. Okay, and I'm here to remove all the negative, sticky, not so nice feelings and core beliefs. And you can just imagine and feel into that freedom. So go ahead and share with me if you feel compelled to. What do you want to be free of? What's a burden that you wish that you could just release that you just haven't been able to let go of, or something that maybe is keeping you stuck? And for everybody, that's going to look different, right? But all of us have something that we wish to be free of, right? And for some of us, it may be anxiety, or we have some type of addiction to something, whether that's negative or positive, right? It's just a type of something, that a symptom or an ailment, or perhaps we have a fear or a phobia that we want to get rid of. But when you think about that thing that you want to be free of, feel how that feels in your body. Feel what that comes up for you. What are those core beliefs or that negative vibe that you get when you think about that thing that you want to be free of, right? That's weighing you down. How does that show up for you? So I want you to use your imagination here, right? I want you to feel, even if it's impossible to let go of, that it actually is possible for you. Okay? You're free of that thing now. How does it feel to be free, right? We all want that. We all want to have that freedom. Now imagine something that you actually want, okay? Success in your business and life and financials, like we were just talking about, maybe extreme confidence, or maybe you want to be a TEDx speaker, or you have these really big goals, but they feel like they're so far up here and you don't know if you can ever actually achieve those goals, right? Think of that though, and remember that you hold all of that magic capability, that you actually already have the power to access that. You have the magic wand, right? To be able to have the things that you desire. Nothing is unattainable. Nothing is impossible for you. It's us that are our biggest limitation. Our mind is our biggest limitation. So we have to remember that all of it already exists. You just simply have to recognize it's already there waiting for you, and allow yourself to see it. Because the power, this magic wand that I speak of, is the power of your mind. Okay, that's your own magic wand. You've had it all along. You just didn't realize how powerful maybe perhaps your mind is, right? Or maybe you already do, right? You just don't know that the power of it is so much so that you can change your external reality by changing your internal programming in your mind. It's funny, and oddly enough, and very synchronistic, I got a something in my Facebook feed today that said, the universe said, I got you, you just have to control your mind. And I was like, okay, wow, yeah, so true, right? The universe has got our back, but we have to be able to control our mind and what we put into it, what our old programming is, and how we create our future. And in my own healing journey, I never realized I held this magic wand, that I had this power of the mind, right? I was living in pure survival mode. I had old programming and conditioning that just really was not serving me. And I was living from a space where I didn't even know that I was not consciously creating my life. Okay, I was living in the past, not in the present. And I realized that from a young age, as you probably heard from my bio, that I had pretty damaging core beliefs and perceptions of life. And by that, I didn't know how to become the conscious creator of my life. I was raised in a religious cult that was extremely abusive and controlling. My father was abusive. I never felt like I was enough. And with those deep feelings, I never felt like I was accepted. I never felt like I was loved. And so that created a longing in me to chase for that for most of my life, honestly. Within the dynamics of the religion as well, I was punished, shamed. And if you didn't abide by the religious rules, you had basically this fear or this idea of this ultimate punishment that you would never make it into what they call the new earth or paradise, okay? And so you lived in a constant state of fear as a child, thinking, oh my gosh, if I'm not perfect, or if I don't do this, I'm not going to make it into this new world. And so I remember having horrible, horrible nightmares as a child, thinking, oh my gosh, I got destroyed and God didn't favor me and he didn't love me, and always worried, so worried about what was going to happen next. So it was extreme fear. And that extreme fear just carried on until I was almost 35 years old. And then with that as well, my father also made me feel as if, okay, you never can do enough. So I held these damaging core beliefs. That was my core belief, was I am not enough, was so strong for me that I didn't know how to release that. I didn't know how to get rid of that. I carried that through every relationship that I had. It was the lens that I saw life through. It was my perception. And I didn't know how to change that. That shame, that guilt, that low self-worth, it just led me to then get into the relationship that I was in for 17 years. I literally married someone that was the identical person of my father. He was narcissistic, he was abusive. He made me feel less than, not enough, not loved. And so it became this point of me staying stuck. And my intuition was screaming at me to say, break free, something's not right, listen to your intuition. But I wasn't able to do that because I was living in my old programming. I was not consciously creating my life. So I was staying in what was familiar to me. I was staying in old patterns because that's all I'd ever known. It was what I was modeled for as a relationship from my parents. And so I thought this is what love was. I thought that's what love looked like. In 2017, though, some things happened, and we began to see that the cult that we were in was not what it was supposed to be. And I realized with that discovery, shortly thereafter, I decided to get a divorce, break free from the trauma bonded relationship that I was in, even though it was very, very painful, and then leave the religion entirely, which then was the loss of all of my family and all of the friends that I had known since childhood. So I was heartbroken, absolutely heartbroken, and going through a divorce as well. So my loss of identity, the loss of the relationship, I was really not knowing where to go. But that was the process of the beginning of me breaking free from those old conditioning, those old programs, okay, that were no longer serving me. So as I began to do that, I went and did my healing journey. My ex-husband was not able to find himself. He really struggled to find himself outside of the cult, and he never really knew how to do that. So we were so controlled, he became out of control, and that's when I got the dreaded call that he had passed tragically to a drug overdose. So he'd been suffering from mental depression, mental illnesses, and he was using the drugs to cope, unfortunately. And that grief really led me to my real spiritual awakening because I wanted to know more. I didn't understand why this pain was so difficult, and seeing my children grieve, the pain that was happening for me was so overwhelming that I wasn't able to cope very well. So I knew that I had to heal on an even deeper level than what I was already trying to heal from. It kind of was just stacking on top of each other. And so I realized that, okay, I got to find out what is the meaning of life. You know, I asked the universe to open up those doors for me so that I could understand that there was something more to guide me to what I need to see, where is the higher perspective in all of this, and how do I move forward in my life? Because at that moment in time, I didn't know how. So I was very divinely led to see things from that higher perspective. And it really helped me to begin that process of shedding all of the trauma, all of the dissociation that I had had because I had really deep, complex PTSD and didn't realize how much so. And I began to see and become the observer of my thoughts, the observer of my life in a different way, and very led to understand how the mind processes and how we use our subconscious and our conscious mind. And if we become aligned, right, that's what they would say, if you're in alignment, with the chakras, but also if you're in alignment with your subconscious and your conscious mind, right? You're in sync, that you can become that co-creator. So very powerful. So now it's my passion. It's my purpose to help each and every person understand their mind on a deeper level and harness that power, because we can really allow it to work for us rather than against us, okay? Because I did that for a really long time. I don't suggest it. So I want you guys to just imagine for a moment that your mind is just like a supercomputer, okay? So look at the computer that you're accessing right now, okay? This is something that gives you input, output, contains a processor, it stores data, it has a crazy memory, right? The CPU is the brain, okay, of the computer, and it contains everything it needs to process that input, store that data, and give results, right? So it's constantly doing this, and it's constantly telling the computer how to process these results. So our subconscious mind is exactly like that CPU of our computer, okay? It's the main hub of how our brain functions. It's constantly processing inputs of information and outputting those results. Its entire purpose is actually to receive and store that data. So it's there. Its job is to ensure that you respond exactly the way that you've been programmed or conditioned to do, okay? It makes up 95% of your brain power. So our other part of our mind, our conscious mind, is only 5%. And we're uploading to that daily by using our thoughts, using our analytical mind, and what we daily create within our physical reality. But the subconscious mind, it's always on, it's always recording, right? It's always processing to see how it's going to respond next, what to do next, how to keep you safe, what's going to come after that. Okay, and it continues to do that. But when I found out that the subconscious mind isn't creative, right? It doesn't understand jokes, guys. It just remembers everything you've done. Remembers the imprints, right? It knows what you've witnessed. It's seen all of the stories, good and bad, but the key here is to understand that it has your perceptions of the world around you, okay? And when you think about your perceptions, it's really key to understand, okay, what are your perceptions? Because that's how you're going to create your reality. Because you see the lens of your lens to the world, that's how you see life. So it's really to understand, okay, what do I have running on in the background, right? And if you circle back to that metaphor of the computer, the CPU again, you have to be the creator, right? And we get to do that with our computers, right? We get to be the creator, choose the program, see what it's going to do. We can do the same thing with our conscious mind. So we have to be aware of what programs are running on in the background, right, of our subconscious mind. And taking control is really key here. Because if we can do that, and we can become aware and have the higher awareness, the higher perspective, we're going to be able to be in sync with our conscious and our subconscious mind. And that's how they're going to create that common goal. And that's how we're going to achieve it, because we're going to believe with both of our minds that it can happen. So if you want that money, guess what? Both minds have to be in sync to get that money, okay? Both minds have to be in sync to be successful. If not, one program is going to cancel out the other. The mind cannot hold conflicting beliefs. So if you have conflicting beliefs and one word is like, oh, I'm going to be, the creator of my life, and I'm going to be successful, I'm going to make money. And then your subconscious mind is like, no, money is evil, we can't do that. That was going to be the stronger belief. So I always give this analogy because I think it's beautiful. I want you to imagine that your mind is the snow-covered hill, and your thoughts are the sleds that are going down the snow-covered hill, okay? After a while, the more sleds that go down that hill, that's going to create grooves, right? It's the same thing with your thoughts, okay? If you have the same repetitive thoughts, like that sled going down that same groove, that's what's going to happen. We're going to continue to go back to those repetitive thoughts, whether they're negative or they're positive. We're going to go back to what's familiar. So that becomes our internal programs. That's what becomes our imprints. So by working with our subconscious mind, we can begin to flatten those grooves, and we can create new, fresh powder that's going to take that sled, okay, wherever we want to go. Okay, so how do we do this, right? Well, we begin to be still. Okay, it's really hard in this life to be still, right? To slow down, to be more present, because we're always running ahead. We're always thinking of the future, or we're always in the past, right? So being in the present moment, stopping. We don't need to think about the next thing we have to do. We just have to come back to the present moment, because then we're all allowing ourselves to listen. Okay, what is the next step, right? Meditation has been key for me in getting in touch with my subconscious mind, seeing what's going on, being able to see a higher perspective. Even just practicing 10 minutes a day can give you so many benefits, not only for your health, but for you to see how your mind works. Where does your mind go? What are your thought processes? What are the repetitive thoughts that you have? Hypnotherapy is another way to get in touch with your subconscious mind, because you can actually be guided through that process, so you can access more clarity and awareness to, what is your money story? What is your story and perception of why I don't feel good enough? Because your subconscious mind carries all of those imprints or those images, right, that happened in your lifetime that made you feel like you were never enough. So that is a way to access those thoughts, so that you can create a new awareness around them and then rewire yourself to be positive or feel that you're enough. Or how is that going to show up for you? Second is to visualize where you want your mind to take you. Okay. And for some people, that's really hard. Okay. It's about using your imagination, sitting still, being quiet. Again, another way to tap into meditation is literally creating with imagination what that looks like for you. See where you want to go. Imagine it, right? Practice that visualization of it every day. Okay. Feel the emotion in your body behind that. Allow your mind to take you to that place, and then practice. Okay. You can't just do this visualization one time and be like, boom, I've got it. Right. And that's not the way it works. I wish it did. I mean, gosh, that would be great. But you have to continue to practice, right? Because your mind, okay, it's that incredibly fertile soil, and you have to be able to grow, right, and see that you plant in it, right? By your habitual thoughts and beliefs, okay? You reap what you sow. That's a universal law. So remember that, okay? You're the gardener. You want to tend that soil, okay? And you want to visualize what you want to create in your life, and not the negative stuff. You want to manifest the stuff, beyond your wildest dreams, okay? With that repetition and practice. Third way is to make your mind work for you instead of against you, is to set goals. And I'm not talking about like just, thinking, oh, I wish I could do this, or, thinking like mindless goals where we just talk about it. I'm like actually setting these goals and achieving them, and allowing yourself to be present with that goal, okay? Because if you write down your goal every day, so let's say you're trying to manifest a $5,000 business month, or whatever that looks like for you. You want to be able to write down that goal and give your mind evidence that you can achieve it. Because the more your subconscious mind sees that goal, it's going to be like, oh, well, we got to take her there. Like we got to achieve this goal. And then you're going to be more motivated to achieve that goal and see how you're going to do it. So by writing them down, setting them, making deadlines for yourself every single day, the act of reading and writing that to yourself every way, okay, again, is to show your subconscious and your conscious mind what you want, okay? And that way you can make the steps to make it happen. Because our mind, it's a goal-seeking device. You have to be able to see that. It's a built-in goal-seeking device, like the GPS system, right? If you tell it where to go, it's going to figure out how to get you there, okay? It's going to take you to your destination. So I want you to feel the power just in that you're able to do that you have the power to create from that. All right, so let's recap. First, figure out what's running on in the background, right? That you are probably not consciously aware of, right? And everybody has something. We're always like, oh no, we're good. I'm healed. I'm perfect. Everybody always has something. And then second, you want to visualize the life that you want to create. You want to excite the mind by using your imagination. And then third, you want to create and set those goals so that you can give your mind that roadmap, okay? That GPS to where you want to go. And now I know it all sounds pretty simple, right? I mean, like I said, I wish it was that easy because it really takes a very disciplined mind in that purification process that we talked about by removing the unwanted time and time again. Because even though we see what's going on in our subconscious mind, doesn't mean that we can remove it right away. It takes time to rewire those new neural pathways, to create those new grooves in the snow that you're wanting to take it actually to, right? Where you're actually wanting to create that new life. It takes practice, and it's not always going to be perfect. It's going to be a little rocky sometimes, right? It's going to take time, it's going to take dedication, it's going to take hard work. But the payoff is going to be more rewarding beyond words. And I have seen this time and time again, how truly rewarding it can be once you begin. For myself, I've seen this, and I've seen this for others. So I will leave you with this quote to ponder on. You have two choices: to control your mind or to let it control you.
So beautifully said, Brooke. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Again, just allowing us a glimpse into your own vulnerability and sharing your own journey just creates such a beautiful space for people to grow and learn from. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any comments or questions for Brooke here before I dig in? I do have a couple myself. Does anyone, you can put it in the chat just with some capitals so we can see it really easy, or by all means, just raise your hand and we'll get you unmuted so that you can share. Is there anyone that wants to ask or tap in? All right, so as we're waiting for people, oh, did I hear someone unmute? No, okay. What I'm going to ask you actually, Brooke, you talked about hypnosis, and you have that as a training and a modality that you offer. There might be people that are curious about it, but of course might be hesitant. We've all seen, Marvel, where good old Winter Soldier got, brainwashed. You see these, these comedies where people are hypnotized to do horrible things to people or make fun of themselves. I would love for you to share what an experience would be like for somebody that stepped into that type of support, so they can maybe put some of those stories to bed and feel a little more secure moving into that, if you wouldn't mind.
That's so funny that you say that. I get that question all the time. It's like stage hypnosis, first of all, is like completely opposite of what actual hypnosis is. And I think the best thing to show people is that you're in a hypnotic state all the time throughout the day, and you just have no idea that you tap into your autopilot, your subconscious programming all the time, whether you're driving, watching TV, staring at a screen, staring at the computer, listening to someone on here right now, where you're thinking about something else, right? You're not paying attention. It's really just a brainwave, right? And so for each and every person that steps into the unknown, because hypnosis is not really the norm, right? Traditional talk therapy is. But whoever steps into something that's out of the norm, they realize very quickly how much faster it can move you through whatever you're trying to process, right? And trying to get awareness around and then rewiring the brain. You can't really do that with traditional talk therapy. So once they see that, they're like, oh my gosh, this is insane. I didn't even realize that story or that perception that I had about that incident was what made me have that core belief, right? And so once they find that piece, they're realizing, oh, okay, I can move forward from this because now I realize that that's my past, or that's something that made me feel that way, and I don't have to feel that anymore. I get to release that.
That's a beautiful explanation. I was also curious, you talked and touched on goals. Many of us struggle with goals. Many of us are, I got this idea, I'm going to do this thing. And then, you step into action for 2 or 3 days, maybe, and then it just kind of life pours in and it doesn't happen. If we've got somebody listening right now that is struggling with completing a goal, do you have any suggestions to help them move into that action?
Yeah, so I teach to a lot of people like the 7 mindsets, because you have to be able to, you want a goal, right? And then a lot of people self-sabotage themselves because they begin to move forward. They're, okay, I'm going to write a goal and I'm going to do it really good. And I'm going to start doing this for a week. And then they jump off the bandwagon, right? All of a sudden they completely forget about their goal and they're now doing something else and they're not focusing on how they're going to achieve that goal. Really recognizing that every day that setting the intention in the morning, okay, how am I going to, writing it down, again, giving the mind evidence of, okay, how am I achieving that goal today? What am I going to do to work towards that goal? Also, another thing that I teach people is what I call an identity affirmations. So every morning they listen to themselves with their headphones, things that they're trying to create, and they're going to remind themselves, right? So whatever that looks like, if that's your money story, or if that's, if you're trying to create a goal for opening a business, whatever that looks like, they're going to be hearing the positive affirmations of what they're trying to work towards. So not only they can give their subconscious mind evidence of that's what they're doing, right? But also their conscious mind. So it helps them just set the intention for the day.
I love that. And I really appreciated when you said both of your minds have to be in alignment because they cancel each other out. I don't know if you guys could throw in the chat, did that resonate? Did that hit home for some of you? For me, that was like, oh yeah, I occasionally the minds don't play well with each other. Occasionally they
I can't even tell you. Yeah, I can't even tell you how many times this happened for me. And I would be I'd had enough awareness to see it happening, right? It was like, oh my gosh, okay, that's still part of my programming because they're not talking, the brains are not talking to each other. The other one's taking over control. And I'm like, no, wait, I need the control, but I wasn't able to have it, right? Because that was such a strong part of my programming.
Yeah, that was a really powerful thing for me. And thank you for those that shared in the chat that they, that was a aha moment or a light bulb moment, because we know these things, and I think intuitively many of us know them, but we're so busy we forget to slow down enough to listen to what we're being told. So Brooke, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. Before I pass this off, is there anybody else that has any comments or anything they'd like to share before we say goodbye to Brooke and thank her for being with us? Elaine, would you like to unmute?
Yes, I just wanted to say that was very moving, and it was also very inspiring because you've learned a lot, you shared a lot, but you also went through a lot. So thank you so much for sharing your story, in addition to providing us with a lot of nuggets of wisdom. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Elaine. I appreciate that. It's so sweet of you.
And thank you to everybody that shared today under the Your Holistic Earth umbrella, and anybody else that's been a part of this event so far today, or, the last few days as it's been going. By sharing our stories and sharing our truths, right? That's been a theme as well. By living and sharing our truth, we are the beacon for others to rise, to shine their light. So thank you all so much for being here. We're going to be back with our team as well. That's going to be sharing a little bit more this afternoon. It will be, I'm not sure what time Eastern, but I'm good old Pacific. So we'll be back in half an hour. That's all I'm going to say. And we have 2 more speakers to round out our time together, but that doesn't mean we don't have an incredible situation happening for the next 30 minutes. So Elaine, I'm going to pass it to you. Thank you all so much for being here and sharing your love and just being a part of this and embracing everybody that was sharing today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Your Holistic Earth is one of my favorite wellness organizations, everybody. So I love it. I knew it would be quality presenters, no doubt about it, and you all delivered. And we have more. Right now, in case you missed the opening ceremony concert, I know I'm the host, but trust me, even if I wasn't, you missed a treat. And this next lady got so much praise and kudos, has a beautiful voice. I mean, a beautiful opera performance. If you all did not see the opening concert, it's still streaming on our Facebook and LinkedIn pages. You should check it out. Simona Mango did a beautiful, beautiful job of her performance. It's worth you going and finding it and taking a look. But she's here to talk about something else today. So Simona, I'm going to turn over to you so you can have full use of your time. Thank you for being here. This is what you get when we do it live. There you go.
There we go. Thank you so much, Elaine. Hi, hello everyone. I'm very, very happy to be here tonight, and I'm really blown away by the content some of the speakers have been sharing. So much of it is totally up my street. You know, what I want to talk to you about tonight is basically about the two major forces that govern our lives. I'm going to talk about why love is the opposite of fear. And now, you know, in our day-to-day life, we might say that the opposite of fear, of love, is hate, or the opposite of fear is courage, which, yeah, has got some truth in it, but it is a slightly superficial level way of tackling this. And I would like us to have a look a little bit deeper. First of all, I would like to have a look at what fear really is and where it comes from, and what love really is and where it comes from. So fear is actually something really important. Fear is an amazing function of our limbic system, which is a part of the brain that regulates our survival functions, like you know, fight or flight response, saving our lives before, you know, danger, or feeding, reproduction, that kind of stuff. And if you think back about the times where our ancestors were running on the planet, running around trying to keep safe from tigers, trying to avoid getting poisoned by, you know, berries they didn't know, and all of that kind of stuff, fear would come in really, really handy, because obviously they were scared of the tigers and they would make a move in time and not get eaten, or being really, really suspicious when they saw a berry they didn't know. That I'm sure saved many a life. And I think you will agree with me that if we didn't have fear, and if our parents didn't have fear, I think most of us wouldn't have made it past the age of 5 or 6 or something, because we would be, you know, we would be totally reckless and we would really not physically survive. Now, what happens to us today is that our environment has changed hugely. Our minds have not changed at all. Our bodies have not changed at all. Human beings are exactly as they used to be back then. But in a reality where that kind of fear has not a huge job left to do. So, of course, there is some, as I was saying before, we're not going to be reckless. There's a lot of things where fear still comes in handy. But over a lifetime, over a span of a whole life, how many times do you really think that this primeval fear will really save us from something? A couple of times, most of them when we're small, and then you know, a couple of times for sure. The problem is that our fear is now kind of at a loss. We're not getting attacked. All of that stuff is pretty irrelevant, at least in our countries. And our fear goes like, well, okay, oh, what am I going to protect us from? Us means you, my human, and myself, your fear. What am I going to protect us from? And so it starts protecting you from everything, like from your own dreams. You have a dream, you have something you want to do, you have an idea, and your fear goes, oh no, you can't do that, because I don't know, what will people think? What happens if you fail? What if everyone laughs at you? you know, what if you get ridiculed? What if you get hurt? What if no one loves you anymore? What if, what if, what if? And so it starts protecting you from a lot of stuff that you don't really need protection from, actually. And what our fear does, it shows up in, it has many different facets. Sometimes it shows up as like a judge, you know, like being really judgmental about yourself, about other people, about circumstances, about anything, just judging everything and saying, oh, that person is bad, or these situations are impossible, this is so bad, so hard, or you or I call it, if it's talking to you or if it's what you tell yourself, I am not good enough, I can't do that. You know, it can judge anything, and it will judge anything. And it will find many different ways of stopping you from doing what you want to do. It will come up with, oh, you still need to work on this for another 6 years before you can show it to the public. Or, you know, you have to be careful because everyone wants to betray you. Everyone wants to cheat. Everyone wants to steal from you. Everyone wants to stop you. They're envious, they're jealous, they're bad, all of that kind of stuff. We have to deal with that kind of talk in our heads from time to time. Anytime we say, like, we want to set out to do something and we have this great idea or this goal or this dream or this anything, project. And so what was a very useful function of our brains sometimes really seems to work against us big time. And you know, I loved what Brooke was saying before about your mind, when she was talking about that powerful mind that is also the observer and is able to discern what's happening. This powerful mind that we sometimes, I mean, hopefully a bit more than sometimes, use in our day-to-day life, this can really live in the present. As Brooke was saying, it can live in the present. The problem is that it hands its power over to the fearful mind a lot of the times, and fear always lives in the past or in the future. It thinks back about the things that have gone wrong, and you failed before. What makes you think that you can do it again? You'll fail again because you failed before, you hurt yourself before, you know, all of that. Or it's in the future. Oh my God, this is never going to happen. Oh my God, what's going to happen if we do that? It's these scenarios of total disaster, projections into the future. And so it's always busy being in the past, mulling things over, or in the future, preparing for the worst, for all these terrible things that will happen. And when we manage to be what I call in the center, which is in this powerful, discerning, observing mind, we will see that this part of the mind, that a lot of people call the ego mind as well, you know, and there's a lot of talk out there about, oh, the ego is bad, and you hear some extreme things like you have to kill your ego and all of that stuff. Absolutely not. I don't agree with any of that. Your ego mind, your protector, your overzealous protector, but still is part of us. Human beings have their ego mind, which is also where our identity lives. Who we are with our name, our profession, our nationality, all of that stuff. That's all in the ego mind. And the ego mind needs to become our ally. If we, instead of fighting it because it's bad and it holds us back and it puts us into trouble, if instead we understand what it is and that it really means well, it's just scared, poor thing, but it really does mean well. And if we can get to a point where we accept that, and instead of fighting against it, we acknowledge its presence, its function, and also its value, and thank it for being there and for doing what it does. And the ego mind wants to be reassured. You have to tell it, look, we're on this journey together, okay? You are a great ego mind. You do what you do really, really well, but there are some tasks that you cannot do. I'm driving the car, okay? I'm driving the car. You can put petrol in the car, in a tank. You can do that, but I'm driving the car. You have to make, some people also think that the ego mind is a bit like our inner child. It's our, what we were as children, scared and wanting to do things that we weren't able to do, but we wanted to go for it. And so we would create trouble, we would break things, we would try it, that's a way of seeing the ego mind as well. But for me, it's really this primeval protector. And battling it is a hard battle. And not always are we going to win it. Actually, more often than not, are we not going to win it? So for me, there is a third part of ourselves that I consider a lot. And that is what I call the soul. The soul, some people call it the higher self. You can call it, your connection to spirit. You can call it God in you. You can call it many things. I call it the soul. And the soul is not afraid. It's not afraid of anything. The soul knows really well that all's well. It doesn't matter what happens. It's okay. The things that scare the mind so much, what if this happens? The soul goes, yes, so what? The soul knows that any mistake we make, any so-called failure, any bad also, these are all words, failure, bad, mistakes. Nothing is really a failure. If you fail, it means you've learned a lesson. So it's a step forward. A mistake, what's a mistake? It's the same. It's something that you could have done different and you didn't. So now you are wiser for it. And what we call bad, well, you could call it bad or good or whatever, but nothing is intrinsically bad or good. I'm sure many of us, I can speak for myself, I'm sure that many of us have found sometimes over their lives that something that came as a really bad event, something that we call bad, proved over time to actually be good. Like going from a disaster to a blessing. I don't know if that resonates. If you can think of something that happened in your life where you think like this destroyed me, but then look out of that, look what came out of it. It was a blessing in disguise. So when we call things bad, I prefer saying unwanted. So it's things we want or things we don't want. Bad or good, even good. This is good. Who knows? This might a minute later turn out to be like, bring a totally unwanted outcome. You don't know. You can't know. You can say if it's wanted or unwanted because this is your truth. I want it or I don't. But good or bad is a very flimsy judgment, I find. So our soul knows that very well. Our soul doesn't judge anything, and certainly not in a superficial way. Our soul is a part of ourselves that stays throughout our lives, no matter we're here in a 3D world, incarnated in a physical body and all of that. And our soul remains part here with us and part on the other side. Call the other side what you will, but it stays totally connected and immersed in its, what do you call it, divinity, in its spirit way of being. What souls know is love. They don't know anything else. Souls are sparks of the divine. Each and every soul on this planet is a spark of the divine, is a spark of the universe, of the force of the universe, of the intelligence of the universe. And this is a concentration of understanding and of love that we can not even grasp. But there's part of us that is connected to that. It's part of that. And when we manage to listen to it, we understand, we being the powerful mind in the center, who says, okay, this is the ego mind, wait a sec, okay, this is the soul. It's the observer who can say, okay, sorry, ego mind, you go a little bit to the side, and would you mind driving, soul? You drive better. And that's what happens. So that's why I say that love is the opposite of fear, because fear is the product of our primeval mind, and love is the product, if you will, it's the essence of our soul. And unless we are just blissfully stuck in the present for a short while, because it's difficult to stay there for a long time, we are always either closer to the ego mind or closer to the soul. And these are the two
Simona,
opposites.
what you are saying is so beautiful. I hate to interrupt you.
Go for it.
This has been fabulous. We actually have a limited amount of time. We have to move on to Deb King, but you can definitely put your contact information in the chat. And if anyone has any comments or any questions for Simona, please put those in the chat. Let people know how they can get in contact with you by placing your contact link in the chat.
Sure.
Thank you so much. That was
Thank
beautiful.
you all so
Your
much.
speaking voice is just as calm and as beautiful as your singing voice.
Oh,
so
thank you.
you so much. That was beautiful.
Thank you all. Thank
Now
you.
we have the lady who some of you might have already seen out there on the MAPS, LinkedIn, and Facebook pages, because she was gracious enough to volunteer to help us promote this event by interviewing our presenters. She is a wonderful energy. There are so many people who are a fan of Deb King, and they can add me to the list. So Deb, take it away.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you. And if possible, I'd love to be able to share my screen. And thank you, Simona. What a perfect topic for me to, because I find public speaking, I have a lot of fear around it. So it was a perfect thing to be listening to before I had to do my thing. But yes, if possible, I'd love to be able to share my screen, Elaine. Going to share a few slides. But yeah, I resonate with this summit so much. Global wellness and positivity is right up my alley. I have a personal passion to spread love like a contagious disease, and it was such an honor to interview about 20 of the presenters last week and be blown away by their big hearts and the wisdom they're sharing. And I am just so grateful I'm a VIP so I can listen to recordings. Unfortunately, I still can't share my screen. Sorry. I am going to be talking today about the Skyrocket Matrix, how to move your wellness business into the flight zone. And why am I talking about that? Well, there's millions of coaches, healers, wellness practitioners, and those kind of beautiful souls with a big passionate heart and wisdom to share and a deep calling to uplift humanity. But sadly, 99% are not enjoying a thriving business. And so I'm actually on a mission with my business partner to change that. It's time for those in wellness businesses to be shining and thriving. And feel free to say yes if you agree. And I'm still trying to share my screen, but we will get there, I'm sure.
I am sorry, Deb. I think the challenge is we have several co-hosts. So Nicole, if you can, I think we're limited to 3, and the last group leader is still on as a co-host. So you could demote me and make Deb a co-host.
Oh.
Because I think Zoom limits us to 3. And so now that Jenny is off, so I don't need to be a co-host right now.
Okay.
Make Deb the co-host.
The great thing, the reason why I'm using slides is I'm going to share a visual model that we call the Skyrocket Matrix and just use it as a guide to share some tips of how to move your business into the flight zone, which is what AKA the flight zone is what the top 1% where they are, where you're experiencing really healthy financial flow and joy and ease, and it's a really cool zone to be in. And thank you for saying yes to all those people who said yes. And also with the slides, this is something I'm going to apologize if I mess it up, because my internet might have a delay, but we're going to see if we can share them anyway and see how we go. Oh yes, I can share now. All right, let's quickly sort myself out. Apologies for the delay. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you guys see that? Fantastic, thank you. So this is what we're talking about today. And if I move slide, can you see the new one? Beautiful. Okay, so one thing I need to clarify, so I don't have to keep saying all the words coach, healer, practitioner, wellness business owner every time I'm talking. My first request is that you guys accept, I'm going to use the term coach. That's going to mean everyone in a wellness business. And let's use the broad definition of a coach. So similar to the traditional horse-drawn coach, taking a very important person from where they are to where they want to be in greater comfort. So to do this, you may use many hats. You can use all your tools, your modalities, your wisdom in any form, such as training, healing, mentoring, guiding, cheerleading, whatever it takes to fast track your clients to the results they're seeking. So we're going to talk about coaches, even though that means wellness, practitioners, business owners, etc. All right. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Deb King, co-founder of the Wisdom Playground. I am super passionate about wellness and well-being, and known as the Coach's Coach, with over 20 years experience in coaching and marketing. I've worked with thousands of people around the globe and specialize in developing coaches to expand their business success in an aligned, joyful, energizing way. In the Wisdom Playground, we support experienced coaches to access new levels of their wisdom, create faster and better results for their clients, and allow more money flow with joy and greater ease. Okay, so on to unpacking what the Skyrocket Matrix is. This is the first axis, the vertical axis of the Skyrocket Matrix. Look at where do you sit along this continuum, from creating great results with ease at the top through to stress, having a lot of stress and difficult clients at the bottom. The next axis is the horizontal axis. This is about the amount of financial flow we're receiving. So from zero financial flow on the left through to truly abundant, thriving, healthy financial flow on the right. You'll be sitting somewhere along that line. And then, of course, the ideal zone for the majority of us is the flight zone. This is the fun, easy, healthy, thriving zone. This is where you're enjoying your desired amount of financial flow. You're creating great results with your clients with ease, consistency, and certainty. You feel fully aligned with selling your services at high prices. You communicate your value with clarity and power. And you embody confidence in a way that magnetizes your ideal tribe. And even though there's only a small amount of people who are in the flight zone, the good news is if you're not in this zone, we have some solutions for you to move into it. So the next zone, this is the life support zone. This one's great because you're making money. However, it's not great. You've got a lot of stress. So you could be close to burnout. It's typically, if you keep going the way you're going, you will burn out. It could be that you're a really busy practitioner. You're thriving in terms of the amount of clients and money you're making, but you're working really, really hard for it. Okay, the next zone is the low fuel zone. This is great. You're getting great results with your clients, but not great that you're not making money. So perhaps you're not charging much or anything for your services. Whatever the case, it's not enough financial flow. And there's many beautiful heart-centered souls that sit in this low fuel zone. They care about results and don't put their attention on money. It's time to change that. You know you deserve it. Yes. All right. The crash zone. This one sucks. If this is where you're exhausted, possibly considering quitting. And most of us in business have a day or two where we feel like quitting, but this is a constant struggle street zone where you're not working with clients successfully, you're not making money, things are really, really tough. It's a zone you need to get out of ASAP. And if you're in this zone right now, I want you to take a big, deep breath and send yourself some love, kindness, and compassion, and remind yourself you have the power to create a different reality. All right, so I'm trusting you all probably have an idea of what zone, what quadrant you're sitting in, and it's time to discuss shifting into the flight zone. All right, so just before I start sharing some keys to moving into the flight zone, let's all first tune into the feeling of what it is like to be in this flight zone. So take a deep breath, connect with your heart, and allow yourself to connect. How does it feel to be in your business, experiencing joy, feeling aligned, energized? Money is flowing with ease. Allow yourself to feel this and keep feeling it for the rest of the presentation and beyond. I encourage you to regularly check in with this feeling. Even set a few alarms throughout the day to remind yourself to feel this flight zone feeling. Make it a habit until you embody it. Okay. Excuse me. So the flight zone, this really great feeling of joy, fun, alignment, and where you're allowing more money flow and more ease. To move into this flight zone, you may want to explore it from the energetic and mindset side of things, such as giving yourself permission to receive without working hard, and improving your relationship with money, and you're improving your capacity or expanding your capacity to receive. Today, I'm actually going to focus from a different angle on the 5 practical keys. These are some of the how-to that we teach in our 4-week Skyrocket program. It's not taught in coaching schools. It's not taught in business schools. This wisdom was uncovered by my business partner. She did some unique research herself with hundreds of coaches and clients and worked out what the top 1% of coaches do differently to the majority of 99% who aren't thriving. And so I'm going to share these 5 keys to set you on the path to the flight zone. Are you ready to check them out? Okay, so number 1, make your wisdom visible. Clients want knowledgeable leaders to guide them. So with any wellness challenge, you want someone who has wisdom who can fast track you. If your wisdom, it's actually your wisdom that is a solution to your client's problems. It needs to be front and center so clients can see, hear, and trust that you can help them. So from today, ask yourself, how can you share and showcase your wisdom in your marketing and your products and services? That is number 1. Number 2, measurable and celebrated progress. Have you noticed often when we get help to improve something and we need to shift into a new state, we totally forget the progress we've made. We simply embody the new state and move on. As a coach, if your clients don't see and feel progress, even if they've made progress, they're not going to remember the value that they've experienced working with you. So it's critical when you design and deliver any of your products and services that you embed motivating ways to track and celebrate client progress regularly. And one of the most amazing things when you do this well, clients who have not achieved everything they wanted even when they engaged you will still be happy clients and even raving fans as they know how much progress they've made with you. So to move further into the flight zone, have at least one simple and motivational tool for your client to measure progress and purposely build in the opportunity to celebrate your client's progress regularly. Number 3, relax certainty in delivery and results. Clients engage coaches to achieve something they cannot do alone. This means client results matter. In fact, it's often said clients don't buy coaching, they buy results. So coaches in the flight zone have systems and simple structures to make it easy to consistently achieve great results with certainty for their clients. And we know many coaches are creative and intuitive and very resistant to structure. I was one of them. However, it is structure that actually creates ease and freedom and allows you to relax as you work with your clients, because you know the structure will take you and your clients where they need to go. So ask yourself, do you have a proven approach that delivers results each time, every time? Or do you recreate the wheel each time you work with a client? If you find you're recreating the wheel, take some time to make structure your friend and seek ways to adopt a structure that's right for you. Number 4, value and price alignment. Coaches in the flight zone understand and clearly communicate the value they bring. And a majority of coaches in this zone have at least one high ticket package, a package that they know solves an important challenge for their clients and delivers results. This means they're fully aligned with the price and they're at ease or even energized when they speak with their clients about their package and prices. The real learning here is that to charge higher prices, it's not as simple as just whacking on a high number. Truly understanding the value you bring and knowing you create results every time with your clients will bring you into powerful alignment and overcome any money mindset issues. So ask yourself, am I charging the prices that I really want to be charging? And if the answer is no, explore creating a high value package and/or further explore how you can implement better structure in your product so you can truly feel aligned and powerfully communicate the value you bring. Number 5, repeat clients. The best clients we can have are repeat clients. Repeat clients mean more profit and greater ease with cash flow, marketing, and sales. Coaches in the flight zone have a high percentage of repeat clients, and this is not by accident. They purposely design and deliver their programs to give themselves the best chance of securing repeat clients. They do this by ensuring that when the product or service is drawing to an end, their client feels motivated and excited, even if they didn't achieve all the results they wanted, and that they know that they will achieve ever increasing levels of transformation and results from continuing to work with you. So this is great for them and for you. So at risk of sounding like a broken record, this means with the right structures in place, you dramatically increase the likelihood that the client will become a repeat client and therefore move you into the flight zone. So again, review your products and services. Take a close look at how you end them. Do you have a purposeful discussion or process that allows your client to see and celebrate their progress and to feel into the potential of what they could achieve by continuing to work with you? If not, definitely create one and try it out. Okay, so those are the 5 keys we've identified that top coaches have mastered. I trust I've given you some ideas for moving yourself into or further into the flight zone. What is one action that you can take today that's going to move you forward? Make sure you do yourself and your clients a favor and do that. And if you want a freebie, we do have one on our website, which is the 8 key insights of world best coaches. Just go to thewisdomplayground.com, wisdomplayground.com. The guide's on our homepage, and feel free to reach out to me personally. My socials are on there via my Linktree too. I'd love to connect. Thank you so much.
Actually, Deb, if you drop that in the chat, then that'll make it easy for them to get in contact with you. If anyone has any comments or questions for Deb, you can go ahead and drop them in the chat. Thank you for being patient while we work through technical challenges, Deb, but please do put your contact information in the chat. And now we are going to turn it back over to Jenny Rice and Your Holistic Earth.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to take a small minute break. We are thrilled to be back, and I was able to catch both the speakers over the lunchtime, even though you couldn't see me. Amazing information and powerful work. So thank you so much for sharing and keeping the flow going for us to kind of balance in here. I am so excited to step right in and keep us moving and in flow. I'm thrilled and honored to introduce Jessica Dirksen. Jessica Dirksen is a transformational speaker and coach, is the founder of True to You Lifestyles. Jessica is a certified health and life coach, speaker, facilitator, author, mentor to women in business, and host of the True to You podcast. Jessica's purpose is to encourage, inspire, and offer tools to help women empower themselves to be the hero of their very own story. She focuses on the cycle of transformation to help her clients master their mind, up-leveling their thoughts, changing their habits so they can get the results in any area of their lives they desire and live a life that they truly love while feeling incredible from the inside out. Jessica wants to show the world that we can have all that our life dreams about and that it starts from within. Her motto is, if you want a different ending, tell a different story. Jessica, take it away.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, everyone. I've caught some of the end of talks, some full talks, and I think this aligns well with some of the themes that I've heard so far. So I want to start by sharing that and letting you all know, if you don't know already, that you are all the hero of your own story. But my question to you is, are you acting like it? Right? We're all living out our stories, and you're the star of the story of your life. You're also the director, right? You're the one who controls whether the plot keeps going round and round in circles, repeating past patterns and behaviors, or whether it goes in deep to reset your default, really reigniting your zest for life and throwing you into a whole new chapter. So what's your story? What is the story that you're telling yourself every single day, whether it's about your health, your relationships, your career, your finances, your life? And is this story working for you? Or is the story working against you? Because ultimately your story creates your reality. Your results that you're experiencing in your life reflect the story that you're telling. It reflects the thoughts that you're thinking and the things that you're speaking and saying. So you will always act in accordance with the story that you tell yourself. So when you try to change any behavior in any area of your life without changing your narrative, you're going to meet that change with a lot of frustration, probably some, struggle, resistance, excuses will start to come up. And if you want to change your behavior and get new results in any area of your life, then I really encourage you to begin by changing your story. And we're going to talk a bit about that today. So I was stuck in a chapter of my life for way too long. And this was a chapter of self-hatred. This was a chapter of anger, a chapter of shame. And I always told the stories to myself and honestly to anyone who would listen. And that resulted in me continuing to live out the same story. Some of the characters might have changed, but it was the same narrative over and over and over again for years in my life. And for these years, I played this victim in my story. I was a victim in my life. Everything happening was everyone else's fault. Everything was the world's fault. It wasn't until I got really deep into my own personal development journey that I realized I need to take ownership. And I started to take ownership and I started to rewrite my story. And that's when I was able to start to transform my own life. And so I want you to really understand that the stories that define your life, those become your life unless you intentionally rewrite them and you begin to show up differently. And you have an opportunity every single moment of every single day to write a new page, to write a new sentence, to write a new chapter. And so I lived in the story of, being this bad person. I wasn't smart enough. I was too big. I wasn't pretty enough. And every day I told that story, I continued to take action that aligned with that narrative. And on my personal journey of growth and, really working on rewriting this narrative, this new story, one of the major things that I had to do was change my perspective of my life. So what do I mean by that? And we all know we cannot change our past, but we can change how we look at it. So instead of me looking at my past and thinking, man, I'm such a failure. I am so unsuccessful. I'm never going to accomplish that. I've never been able to do that. I'm a bad person. Instead of looking at my past like that, I started to look at my past from the perspective of, wow, I have been knocked down hundreds of times and I keep getting back up. I am persistent. And I did the best that I could with what I had at that time. And I took ownership and I stopped playing this victim, and my decisions in life started to change because I started to change the way that I looked at myself and I looked at my past. And that's really important because we oftentimes bring our past into our present situations. So every single day we're making choices, right? Every day we make choices that are based on the thoughts that we think. So if we are constantly thinking, some negative, disempowering thoughts, we're likely making negative, disempowering choices. And those choices that we repeat over and over and over again eventually become our habits. And our habits, the actions that we're continuously taking, will turn into results that we're experiencing in our life. And now, based on these results that we have, we create beliefs about ourselves. We create these beliefs. So if we have negative thoughts and we're not making the best choices or unhealthy choices, we're likely experiencing negative results or just results that we might not be happy with where we are in our life. And because of those results, we're now creating limiting or negative beliefs about who we are and what we're capable of. Those now negative beliefs, what they're doing is feeding more into our negative thoughts. And this can become a really disempowering, destructive cycle. But if we can change this cycle, it can be extremely transformational. And so this is the secret. The only way to really change this cycle is to start by changing your thoughts. And I'm sure this was talked a lot about today, but start by changing your thoughts, really mastering your mind. The only way you're going to start to change your thoughts is by deciding for something different, changing how you view yourself, changing how you view others, the world, which really means changing some of your deep-rooted or limiting beliefs, the ones that are holding you back. So the more you tell yourself stories of struggle, of pain, of how, bad you are, not good enough, the more beliefs you're going to create that align with that life and that story. And those beliefs aren't true, right? They're just, you just think they are because you've thought them so many times and it's become so normalized, but they've now limiting your ability to move forward and really get what you ultimately would love in your life. So here's the thing with beliefs, they really are only created one of two ways, either through repetition. So something you've learned over again, something you've seen often, do something you've done over and over again, you've heard over again. So this could be, that family member maybe telling you for years, all the time, you're too big, you're fat, you should watch what you eat. And now you've created this belief, you're not pretty enough, or you're not small enough. It could be having poor grades in school every year. So you create the belief that you're not smart enough. It could be a relationship you've had, maybe with someone who is controlling, who beat you down emotionally, constantly telling you you're not good enough and you'll never find better. And you believe it because you've lived it or you've heard it for so many times. This could be you telling yourself these negative things over and over and over again, right? I'm not worthy. I don't deserve to be happy. I don't deserve to be successful. I'll never be this. I'll never be that. And then the second way we create beliefs is through, a dramatic emotional impact. So this could be like if you're diagnosed some kind of, unexpected disease. This could be a death of someone close to you. This could be, something like divorce. And there are also positives in both circumstances. We create positive beliefs out of these, but for the purposes of today, I'm focusing on the negative ones because these are the ones that we want to repattern so that we get to grow and thrive in every area of our life. So my question is, what beliefs are you carrying around that are holding you back, that are getting in the way of you being successful, maybe in your health, your relationships, your career, and any area of your life? And I've done a ton of work for years on repatterning my own beliefs. And this is an ongoing journey. It's not just like one day you wake up and you're like, yep, that's it. I'm good. I'm done. I've got this forever. No, it's a life. It's a journey. And as long as we're growing, we're always working on old paradigms and repatterning. It's always going to happen. I still have old paradigms that come up and really, they bite me in the behind, but I have a deeper level of awareness that I can now say, hey, why did I just lose it on my husband for something so small and so silly? Okay, this is coming from this or this, and I can name the place and I can really calm down my nervous system and tell myself this isn't the truth. I'm just coloring my current reality with a past experience, but this takes work, right? This doesn't just happen overnight. This awareness means you need to be really intentional about the thoughts that you're thinking. So where do we begin? So the first thing you need to do is, again, have that awareness. Identify the beliefs in your life that are holding you back. You have to know what beliefs are limiting you in order to be able to change them, right? What are the limiting beliefs in your life that because you believe they are true, you limit yourself from doing things that you're capable of? So I want you to, and you don't have to do this right now, but do this type of work, write anything, all the things that come to your mind, pick an area of your life. I remember doing this years ago when I was working on my health journey. I had like 4 pages of all these disempowering beliefs that I had about myself that were getting in the way of me and my health. And, it was like 4 pages of all this stuff. And it's so important to get it out, right? We have to bring it to the surface because we can't change what we don't know. And if we're not aware of that belief, it's still inside of us and it's just running on default. So recognizing that it's a belief doesn't mean that it has to be true, but you want to bring it to the surface. So just because you think it doesn't mean it's real. Abraham Hicks says a belief is just a thought we keep thinking, but that doesn't make it true.
So what beliefs are you buying into that are holding you back? Get really clear on that. I'm not enough to succeed. I screw up everything. I can never, lose the weight or gain the weight. It's in my DNA. I'll never have that ideal health because, that's just how my family is. I'm not a good mom. I'm not a good dad. So think about these. Take time to write down the things in your life that you believe that you keep buying into that's holding you back. And then once you're aware of your limiting beliefs, then you have to make that belief obsolete. So you have to prove that that belief is not your truth, right? They may have been a fact at some time in your life, but they aren't your truth. Facts change, truths don't. So the problem is that we experience one thing in our life and then we sum it up as every single time. I remember when I first started doing a lot of public speaking and, when things were more in person, and I just remember my heel got caught on the stage in this crack and it was not even that noticeable. But in my mind, every single time I went on stage, I screwed up, right? I tripped. It was one time after, so I was able to really look at this belief that I have of, whenever I public speak, I mess it up. Well, how many times have you really tripped or fallen or messed up words? Okay, so maybe it was like 2 out of 20 times. And what that does is it starts to calm your nervous system and say, hey, this isn't even real. This isn't my truth. Yeah, this one thing happened, but that doesn't make it true for the entire thing in my entire life. So we want to recognize that belief and prove that it's not even real. And once you recognize a belief, you make it obsolete. You need to ask yourself, what's a more empowering belief that I can have here? And one that aligns with the life you want to be living, right? Now that you're clear on those limiting beliefs, you get to rewrite the story. So what's a more empowering belief that you will have that aligns with what it is you desire in your life? Right? Maybe it's I'm persistent. I continue to go after what matters most to me, or I'm extremely dedicated to my health and feeling good internally so I can excel externally in my external life, whatever it is for you, whatever you want it to be. But the key is to be really clear on what it is you would love to be experiencing in your life, the results you want, and tell yourself that every single day, because every day we're telling ourselves a lot of limiting beliefs, whether it's like in our conscious mind or our subconscious mind, these are going. So why not tell yourself the things that are going to help move you forward and get you closer to this, the life you desire, the goals you desire. And we're not perfect, right? So we know what those beliefs are. We know what our new beliefs are, but we're not perfect. We're human, and our old beliefs are going to come up and they're going to creep up on us and they're going to come in our minds. So the real work is to stay really strong, really intentional, really aware of your thoughts and interrupt the pattern. And there are a number of ways that you can do this, but for the purposes of today and the time, I'm just going to share one with you. And this one's my favorite. So whenever a negative thought comes in my mind, whether it's an old belief, an old paradigm, something that I know is disempowering, it's not helping me. It's not helping me excel in my day or in my life. When I have that awareness and I recognize that belief, I'm a very visual person. So I visualize like this, I see the statement, it's in my mind. I visualize myself ripping it out like word by word out of my head. And then I throw it on the ground and I'm stomping on it and then I'm kicking it. And sometimes I use my arms, like I just throw it away and it's gone. And I no longer have to deal with this. And then the next part, and this is the most important part, is I ask, what's a better thought I could have here? What's a more empowering thought that aligns with the life I want to create and the things that I want to create, the results I want to experience? What is a better thought here? So you get rid of that thought, you visualize like it's gone, you've kicked it so far away, but now you have to think, what's a better thought here? And it's really not that hard. It doesn't have to be that hard. But I think we think it's really hard, right? We've been trained in this world where we think change requires so much struggle, so much hardship, but it doesn't have to. It requires a lot of awareness. So being so aware of your thoughts so that you get to interrupt them and throw them away and then replace it with something better. So really quick recap on that. Identify the limiting belief. The awareness is key. Make that belief obsolete. Prove it's not 100% real. It's not your truth. Create new, more empowering beliefs. Write it down. Put it where you see it. Read it as many times a day. Like visualize it. Think of this new belief. And then the more you think about it and read it and live into it, the more you start to take those actions. And the more actions you take, you're going to see your results start to change. And as those results change, that belief becomes real. And that becomes your new truth, your new belief. And then your thoughts start to change, and it creates this really beautiful cycle of transformation. So here's the thing, we all get to decide how we want to look at life, what kind of a perspective we want. We get to look at and decide if it's scary, if it's bad, if it's amazing, if it's awesome. We have the choice and control over how we look at life, how we, respond and show up to everything. That's in our control. But we need to take that control. We need to take that ownership. We need to stop allowing our past to dictate our present and our future. And so as I wrap up here, I know my time's coming to an end shortly. I want to share some tools with you to really help shift your perspective, because this, again, is so important in your mindset, and to shift your perspective, to get out of that, if you are in that kind of victim mode mentality mindset, into being that hero of your story, like that, taking ownership of your life. So if you need a change in your perspective, the first thing you need to do is ask yourself, if you're in a situation, is this real? Or is this a story I'm telling myself? Am I reliving an old pattern? Right? Ask yourself, have I felt this way before? Am I coloring this present moment with a past experience? And if the answer is yes, take that deep breath, right? Connect. The breath is the best way to connect to the present moment, because you can't breathe in the past, you can't breathe in the future. So connect to your breath and look for a new perspective. Look at the situation from a new perspective, or make a different decision. An example, when earlier I said, I freaked out on my husband for something so small and silly. The freak out was coming from, or the anger was coming from, a past experience that I was bringing into that current moment, into our current conversation. And when I can take a step back and recognize that, hey, this is not the same person, this is not the same experience, then I can start to change my perspective. I can change my outcome, and I can change how I show up. The second thing to change that perspective is to step outside of it and really amplify gratitude. I heard one of the ladies speak on gratitude earlier, and that is such a powerful vibration. So if you are stuck in maybe a negative mindset, or you're surrounded by people that are really bringing you down, you notice that energy is draining, get out, go for a walk, get that change of scenery. And, if it's on social media, do a social media detox, but take a break for your own self, and go focus on gratitude. What is one thing I'm so happy for in my life right now? One thing I'm grateful for, one thing that brought joy to my heart. It's so powerful to be able to connect to that. Another thing to do is to choose your perspective, and to be really disciplined with your mindset. And I know I've talked a lot about that, but what do you need, right? Well, ask yourself, what perspective do I need right now? What is the perspective I need to feel happy, or to be happy? Do I need to stop thinking about all the bad, negative things going on in the world? Do I need to stop watching the news, right? What can I replace that with to feel happiness right now? And again, go back to gratitude. What good is going on in the world? What good is going on in my own life? Another example I'll share around this, and I swear my husband's a really great guy. He just happens to be in my examples today. But this summer I was visiting my family out in Ontario, and my husband didn't water my plants as often as I would have liked that he did. And so when I got home a few weeks later, my vegetables, most of them were dead. Some of my flowers were dead. And I was really mad. I was really upset. My poor flowers. I was mad. I had these thoughts of him not caring about me, not caring about the things that are important to me. How could he not? I know he likes those vegetables. Why would he not care about them? And it was really affecting my mindset. So because I have the awareness, to take that step back, take a deep breath, and ask, okay, what kind of a perspective shift do I need here? Rather than thinking he did this to me on purpose and he doesn't care, I said, how can I think about this differently? Okay, well, I know he's been so busy with work. He's been extremely stressed out with work. In fact, while I was away, he had an unexpected work travel trip, so he was gone for a few days as well. So I was able to really look at the situation from that different perspective, which changed my energy, changed my thoughts, and I wasn't so angry about it anymore. And so really powerful tool to ask yourself, what kind of a perspective shift do I need here? Another thing is to look for the benefit, right? Maybe you're living an experience in your life that you are not really happy with. You don't love the season you're in right now, but check in and say, well, what could I learn from this? Where is the growth opportunity? I truly believe everything happens for a reason, but we have to be open to discovering what that reason might be. And oftentimes we get, shut down, or we turn down, maybe, we lost a job opportunity or lost a relationship. And we're so focused on the door closing that we're not focused on, well, what good can come out of this, right? When one door closes, one opens. It's the same because it's real. So commit to looking for the benefit, commit to being open to that learning opportunity, that growth opportunity, even in that season of discomfort or dissatisfaction. Just be open to it. And then the last thing I'll say to change your perspective is to, arm yourself with examples of that perspective you want, right? Hopefully you have people in your life that you can look up to and you're like, yeah, like I want to live life like with that kind of a mindset, with that, where you see the grass is always green, not just on that side, but you can nurture it and be green, right? So follow people on social media that bring you up and they talk about things that like make you feel inspired and encouraged. Arm yourself with the examples of the type of life and perspective that you want to be around. So again, check in, ask yourself, is this real? Am I coloring my current experience with a past experience? Take that deep breath, connect to the present moment, amplify gratitude, focus on what's going well in your life. Be intentional about choosing your own perspective, be disciplined in your mindset, and keep looking for that benefit. Arm yourself with the examples of the perspective you want. And so I'm just going to skip over some of this for the sake of time, but I just do want to close by saying we all have the power, and you have the power to change your thoughts at any given moment, at any given time. That's the beautiful thing about being a human being, right? We have this incredible ability to decide what we want to think. That's what makes us so special. So be aware of your thoughts. If the story that you're constantly thinking and telling yourself isn't working in your favor, think a different thought, right? You're the only person who's in charge of your thoughts. You're the only person who's in charge of what happens next, how you show up, how you respond, and you deserve to live a life you love and feel incredible from the inside out. You're the hero of your life. You're the hero of your story. So if you're unhappy with any of your chapters, if you want a different ending, start telling a different story. Thank you. Thanks, Jenny.
So beautiful, Jessica. Thank you so much. I do want to pop in and say there was a question that Larry had asked, and it was a really great question. It was around your metaphor about visualizing and pulling your thought out and then stomping all over it. The clarity that he was hoping to seek, is it changing to a positive thought around the same subject, or coming up with a whole new subject matter altogether?
So I would encourage it to be around the same subject, right? Like if it's because you want, hopefully you have the clarity on what you would love to be experiencing in that life, in that area of your life. So it's like, okay, that thought's gone, that negative one that's holding me back. I'm going to think the new one that's going to help move me forward in that subject. If that still feels icky for you, if you're like, oh, I don't know if I can do that yet, then think a whole new thought. Maybe focus your thought on gratitude, but just getting that old belief out. But I mean, the best thing would be to, insert with the new thought that aligns with what you're trying to create or the results you want to experience. And if that feels icky, then, just focus on anything, even if it's neutral or gratitude.
Love that. I think that was a great example. You sharing your shift of your story with your husband and watering the plants. I think any of us that have a significant other that we leave to attend to something that we're passionate about, I've had the odd dead plant. I know what that feels like. So it's a beautiful shift, Larry, did that answer your question? Excellent. Does anybody else have any questions or comments for Jessica? It was just so concise and beautifully led and full of nuggets. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share or ask before we move on? Yes, Elaine, please.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I just want to say that I work with children and I teach them affirmations. And so I think the fact that you said you actually go through the physical motion sometimes of throwing things and stomping on them, I think that is something I'm going to steal from you with your permission, because I can definitely share that with children and tell them, throw that down. That's a lot. I think they will definitely get into that. So thank you for giving me another tool to put in my toolbox.
You're welcome. And it's true. I do that with my stepsons. Like that's something we'll do. If they talk about something, like, no, let's stomp it out. Let's throw it out and kick it away.
And you know what I love is we're going to have what's so powerful, grown adults who can't do those things they're going to be throwing stuff that doesn't serve them and stomping all over it like a young child and embracing that. I love it. This is wonderful. Thank you again, Jessica, for just bringing your brilliance. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Jenny.
My goodness, let's roll into our next speaker. We have Sandra Griff here. She is exceptional at her craft. I can't wait for her to share her inspiration with all of you. I'm going to share a little bit about who she is. She is an international speaker and best-selling author. Sandra spends her time immersed in helping people revive their emotional and mental health as an EFT master practitioner, Reiki master, medium, and intuitive. She combines all those talents and more to assist her clients in liberating their overwhelm, guilt, shame, regret, releasing pain and fear to gain clarity, calm, and emotional freedom. Featured in Womanish magazine and multiple podcasts, nominated for Superlative, a Quality Care and Personal Choice Award, and Sandra strives to help her clients conquer life's 3 C's: challenges, change, and choice. Emotional freedom is not just a catchphrase, it's a right. So I'm going to pass this off to you, Sandra. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, good evening, maybe even good morning, depending on where you are. That is the joy of being where we are today and the tools that we have to work with. It's such a great thing that we can all gather here no matter where we are in the world. So before I get started, I'd like to change things up a little bit. In today's world, with our access to information, there are very few concepts we can actually consider new. Most talks are a rehash of ideas we've already heard, and I'm sure you've heard the expression, take the nuggets or gems and leave the rest. In fact, Jenny just said it. It was awesome, because this is just going to flow with what Jessica said. Now, it should resonate with you. It should resonate with you if you're going to keep it. It should make you feel good and give you clarity. Now, you could be thinking, I've heard this before. That's not new. Same old, same old. Someone could have an aha or think, oh man, I really needed to be reminded of that. I needed to hear that today. But today, what I'd like you to do is not only focus on the nuggets, which are great because they spark your fire. I want you to also listen for the things that might trigger or irritate you. Now, Louise Hay says, if you're going to clean a house, you have to see the dirt. And I actually subscribe to that. You cannot fix what you do not see. So take note of those things that you hear that might elicit a negative reaction. Is it a statement, an idea, how I phrased something, or even the simple tone of my voice? It's not the things that make us happy that slows us down. It's the things that irritate, aggravate, or annoy us. And sometimes it's the things that depress us. So were you all aware that 75% of the emotional scale are negative emotions? That's 3 to 1. So we actually have to work at staying happy. And you cannot fix or overcome what you fail to recognize. So today I want you to start recognizing your triggers. And that's also what Jessica was talking about. When she came home and her flowers were wilting because they hadn't been watered, she was triggered. So question, and you can pop the answer in the chat. Does anyone know who said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Does anyone know who said it? It was Einstein. Thanks, Jessica. Caroline, excellent. Elaine says, I don't know, but I say it all the time. Yeah, you don't need to know where the quote came from to actually have it have some value. I said it all the time too before I knew who said it. But when you're quoting people, you should actually give their name. So we are a reasonably intelligent group of people here, maybe not the extent of Einstein, but I would hazard a guess that each and every one of you have come up with a genius thought. I'd also guess that each one of you has done something over and over, hoping for a different result. Now, I know I'm guilty of that. In fact, as recently as that last week, might even have done it this week. Now, it can be a hard thing to admit, but I can let fear creep up and take over my whole body, brain, and all. And for me, the fear does have to creep up because, like Jessica and so many people on the event this week, we've done a lot of work. We've put in the hours, we've examined ourselves. So fear has to creep up because if I see it coming, I'm all over that. No way am I going to let it in. I'm not going to let fear control me. The trouble is, I don't always see it coming. So it can come in the form of challenges. That's one of life's 3 C's. Challenges are those times when you may not have much control, but the offending event is really short-lived. Now, it can be your electronics going on the fritz. I've talked to 3 people today, just today, who've had electronic issues. We're also in Mercury retrograde. That's not helping the electronics. Or having to stand in a long line, or the waitress getting your order wrong 3 days in a row. Those are short-lived challenges. Those are things that might trigger you. And I want you to picture this. You're driving down the road on your way to an appointment, which we can do now because we're not all locked up. And you've allotted enough time and traffic is moving along until it isn't. The traffic slows and in a minute or 2, you're at a dead stop. But it's okay. You've allotted enough time. You can still make it. The seconds tick by as you strain your neck to see what's going on over there. What's the holdup? It's probably construction, right? I'm actually living in a construction zone and I will apologize for any beeping you might hear. But now you're getting a crimp in your neck because you've been straining to see what's going on. And as the minutes tick by, even though traffic has started moving at a snail's pace, that lead time you had is fast evaporating. You can feel the tension rising in your body. And then your mind goes wild. What if you're late? You're never late, but this was beyond your control. And what if you lose the appointment time? It took months to get this appointment. And you can feel it all swelling in your body, all of that anxiousness. Now, it only takes a second for these thoughts to run through your head. Every what if thought creates more anxiety and fear and frustration. But it's not just in your head. Now it's moved into your body. Your body is starting to vibrate. Your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. You may even feel like you cannot sit in that vehicle 1 second longer. Now, I think most of us have done enough personal or professional development work, and we know that words are powerful. So we shake our hands because that's the only part we can freely move while stuck in a vehicle. We reach for words like calm, I'm in control. Jessica said it. We get to choose the words we keep. But even though we say those calming, better words, we have already engaged our fight, flight, and freeze center. And that's not something we can turn off at will. We can't just say, oh, amygdala, turn off. It takes a minute or 2, sometimes 10, before it'll calm down. Now, this brings me to the second C, change. Change, like challenges, can provoke a negative response. But unlike challenges, a change is usually a permanent life adjustment. It's a job loss, an eviction notice, the death of a spouse or loved one, Change is inevitable and will happen whether we want it to or not, because nothing stays the same. Our kids grow up and leave home. At least we hope they do. We can't lift as much as we used to, or walk as fast or as far. Change can be a difficult adjustment, but if it's something like losing a partner we've lived with for 40 years, it can be extremely difficult. And now we're back to the emotional scale and that negative 75%. It takes effort and diligence and being aware of where we are and where we want to be. Being oblivious to your thoughts and emotions are not going to move you forward. Now, if a big change has just happened, you may want to stay right where you are for a while, and that's okay. The trick is to not stay too long. Stagnant water is poison. So are stagnant emotions. Our emotions were meant to be moving. That too is part of change and how we choose to adapt to it. So on to the third C, which is choice. One of my favorite quotes from a 1995 movie called Dangerous Minds, starring Michelle Pfeiffer, is, "You can either choose to leave here and not graduate, or you can stay and put up with me. It may not be a choice you like, but you do have a choice." Now, studies have estimated we make between 70 and 122 decisions a day. A study has also shown approximately 87% of us changed our mind once the decision or choice is made. That's a big percentage. Making a choice is not always easy, but it is actually simple. Make the choice. You can always change your mind or make another choice. Making a choice became much easier after my encounter with an instructor who said this: "You are 100% responsible for the life you have, and that life has been built by the choices you have made or have chosen not to make." Now, when I first heard this statement, it fired me up. I was angry for 2 weeks. Couldn't let it go. I kept mulling this over and over. I was not responsible for all the crappy things in my life. How dare she say that to me? It took a great deal of soul searching and asking a lot of hard questions before I realized that statement was true. And even though I hadn't made a whole lot of choices, because I had built my life on letting someone else make choices for me, because I was too scared to make them myself. Once I recognized how I had to play a part, how I had fully participated in the crappy life I had, things started to change. As Jessica said, we change our perception of what's going on. Things in my life shifted, and so did my perception. I was, and still am, 100% responsible for the life I have. And if I don't like it, I have the power to change it through choice. Now, I found it extremely helpful to have a goal, whether personally or professionally. Then I can ask myself, is this choice taking me closer or farther away from my goal? Sometimes it's the choice of attitude or maybe perception. It might be the choice of saying no instead of yes. It could be the difficult choice of separating from someone who no longer serves you, whether in business or life. It's less about the choice than it is about accepting your ownership of the choice, whether you take action or not. To be at peace and find happiness, you need to own your choices, no matter what choice you make. If today you made the choice to not get closer to your goal and you're okay with it, then just simply be okay with the choice and you will be happier and more peaceful. It's the constant questioning and berating ourselves for our choices or lack of them that leads to discontent. Now, I really like quotes, so here's another one from Albert Einstein. You cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that created it. I think that bears repeating. You cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that you use to create it. Now, this means to solve a problem, you will need to choose to think a different way. Otherwise, you're doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. I like Einstein, he was a smart guy. First, we have to recognize the problem exists, which is why I asked you to note the things that triggered you. Those are the things you should look at. That's what you should dig deeper into, why you're annoyed, irritated, or triggered. Those are the things that could be stopping you from moving forward. And if you need to throw them away and stomp on them, then you just do that. Because I think even kids would love that. I think as adults, we should do that too, because that actually helps move the negative energy, which I'm all about, is moving energy. So quick recap, life's 3 C's. Challenges, change, and choice. You cannot get away from any one of them. What you can do is learn how to better cope with them. Now, there are a few ways you can institute change in how you deal with life's 3 C's. One is being more afraid of where you are than where you're going, meaning the desire to change your attitude or mindset is stronger than your will to stay where you are. Another is to make it an addiction. I know, an odd thing to say. Why would you want to be addicted? Because becoming obsessed with paying attention to your thoughts and emotions could actually help you to change them. And not all addictions are bad. And we always make time and space for our addictions. Now, for those of you who are sensitive to suggestion, Jenny mentioned in my bio that I am an EFT master practitioner, and I'm not going to leave without giving you a demonstration and showing you how it can actually calm you down. Because I did say some things, and I did it purposely in a way that should have at least affected some of you in a negative manner when you were picturing being stuck in the vehicle. And unless you've never been in a vehicle, I'm sure we've all experienced that feeling. So I'm going to show you how to tap. And this is a little trick I use all the time in a vehicle, at a meeting, at a family gathering. This is something you can do under the desk. You can put your hands under the table, and you can't see me do that. You can put your hands under the table and do it while you're waiting for to make a presentation. If you're concerned about public speaking, you can use it anywhere, anytime, and no one is going to look at you and think that you're foolish. I'm going to show you both ways, but the one I do not want you to forget is this one. So I'm going to show you how to tap on your wrist. So I want you to tap on the flesh, on the part of your wrist where it bends. I just about put you to the karate chop point. That's not where I want you to go. If you remember nothing else but this is what I want you to remember. Where your wrist bends, you're going to tap on your wrist. Either hand, left or right, doesn't matter. Like I said, you can tuck your hand under the table if you're self-conscious about what you're doing. And in very short order, 3 to 5 minutes, if you are nervous, anxious, angry, this will help calm you down. This is a direct line to your amygdala, and it will help calm the fight, flight, and freeze center. So if you remember nothing else about my presentation today, this is the one I want you to remember. Tap on your wrist. It'll help calm you down no matter where you are. And I still have a few minutes. So I'm going to show you how to do a tapping session to help calm down just about anything, because you're going to use your own words. Today, you're going to use mine. So I want you to follow along. I'm going to show you some quick tapping points, and you don't want to do this one out in public because people may think you're a little crazy. I know I have people come up to me and say, what are you doing? And then of course I have to explain, I'm tapping. And they give me this blank look and say, okay, what are you doing? So eyebrow point, right where your eyebrow starts, is the first point. We're just going to run through them. Side of the eye, the bone on the side of your eye. Use 1 finger, 2 finger, 3 fingers. You tap hard enough so you feel it, but not so hard it hurts. Under the eye, the bone underneath your eye. It's a sensitive spot, don't tap too hard. Under your nose, literally, the cleft of your chin, right between your bottom of your chin and your lip. And your collarbone. There's 2 bumps where your collarbone meets in the middle. I want you to find those spots and then spread your fingers out about 1 inch past. You can tap on both sides at the same time or either side, whichever works for you. Those are the points we're going to use today. And I want you to follow along with me. So we're going to start with the eyebrow point. Now, anyone who knows tapping is going to recognize that this is a shortcut. We're doing the short version. There are all kinds of tapping points we're not going to use, and that's okay. You use which ones feel the best to you at the time. If you're working with a practitioner, they'll use different points. So eyebrow point, and then repeat after me. All of this anxiety, side of the eye. I am so anxious right now. Under the eye. I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. Under the nose. I'm feeling it in the pit of my stomach. Chin. I just want this anxiety to go away. Collarbone. I don't like to be anxious. Eyebrow. This is really annoying me. Side of the eye. I don't want to feel this way anymore. Under the eye. I just want to be calm. Under the nose. But this change is really affecting me. Chin. I just want this anxiety to go away. Collarbone. I don't want to be anxious anymore. Eyebrow. I don't want my stomach to hurt. Side of the eye. I don't want this pounding in my chest. Under the eye. I don't want to feel this way. I just want the anxiety to go away. Chin, anxiety, go away. Collarbone, anxiety, go away. Eyebrow, I think I'm making myself anxious. Side of the eye, by talking about anxiety. Under the eye. But I can't. I have to let it out. Under the nose. I can't keep it in. Chin. I have to let it out. Collarbone. This anxiety is really annoying me. Eyebrow. We're just going to do one more round. I want this anxiety to go away. Side of the eye. Anxiety, go away. Under the eye, anxiety, go away. Under the nose, anxiety, go away. Chin, anxiety, go away. Collarbone, anxiety, go away. want you to take a nice deep breath. Now, we didn't tap that long, but if you had the beginnings of anxiety in your body, that would have helped to relieve it. The quicker you get on top of it, the quicker it will go down. You can use it for anxiety, pain, frustration. You can use tapping on any emotion. That's what we're doing, is calming the emotions that have been stirred up in your amygdala. So as you tap, the biggest question is, why do you tap on the negative? Well, as Louise Hay said, you can't, excuse me, can't clean a house unless you can see the dirt. You tap on the negative to release that from your body. Now, normally, if you were in a tapping session, you would have been asked to rate your anxiety or your fear or your frustration on a scale of 1 to 10. So 10 being you're crawling out of your skin, and 1 or 0 being you really don't feel any. Your goal, no matter where you sit, whether it be 10, 9, 8, 7, even a 5, your goal is to get it down to a 1 or 2, so it's manageable. Once you have it down to a 1 or a 2, then you can use tapping to tap in the positive, because it actually works both ways. But you can't tap in the positive until you've got the negative down. So just trying to tap in the positive is not going to work. So just thinking positive thoughts is not going to work if your brain is being flooded with those 75% of negative emotions. So tap down the negative, then you can tap in the positive. So a couple questions I see here. Do it while sitting next to someone on the airplane, and then they won't bother you the whole flight. I love that, Larry. But it actually can be used to calm yourself if you're afraid of flying. Can't say there are no weeds, no weeds. If you do, they'll take over your yard, right? No weeds. So you're pulling out the weeds. Once you get the weeds out, they will absolutely be able to you'll be able to intake the positive so much better. So actually I am done. Does anyone have any questions? Any comments? You gonna tap for another couple minutes?
You know what would be amazing, Xander? We have 4 minutes. Would you demonstrate? We've done that, getting out the anxiety, that like work through that negative. Would you give us one example, maybe 1 or 2 cycles, so that we could work it with you on putting the positive in
Back
around
in?
it? Yeah, would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Awesome. That's
Okay, so
amazing,
we're
Xander.
gonna
Thank
use the same points. We're just gonna use different words. And when you're doing this, you don't need to even worry about finding your words. You're working on the emotions. So if you can't find the words, if you're so angry you cannot even find the words, then literally tap on this feeling in my stomach, this feeling in my head, this headache I have. I actually use tapping to get rid of headaches. I had my eyebrows tattooed a few weeks back, and when I had them the first time wasn't so bad. Second time I knew what I was in for. It was a little much more painful, and I'm going, oh, this is hurting. And then I went, oh, just a second, I can tap that out. So I tapped for 2 minutes while she was fixing up my eyebrows, and the pain went away. It's nothing short of a miracle. Okay, so we're gonna tap on positive. Same points. Eyebrow. I am good. Side of the eye. I do have value. Under the eyebrow. I mean, under the eye. You all know where I'm going with this, right? I'm feeling a little more joyful. Under the nose. I just want to feel gratitude. Chin. I love my body. Collarbone. I love my nose. Eyebrow. I am having a really good hair day. Side of the eye. I think I can forgive my sister. Under the eye. I'm sorry I fought with my friend. Under the nose. I think I owe my child an apology. Chin. I've got this. Collarbone. I'm doing well. One more quick round. Eyebrow. I'm going to be happy today. Side of the eye. I'm going to be grateful. Under the eye. I'm going to smile at strangers. Under the nose. I'm going to pay it forward. Chin. Today is the best day ever. Collarbone. I love myself. Take a nice deep breath. Now you'll see I tried to use a good deal of examples so that you could figure out it's not just one thing you have to say. You say what you feel. If you have a list of affirmations like I do, where you can just go through them and tap them in when you're feeling good, then do that. If you need a script, use it. If you can just feel, then just feel. Tapping is the most amazing thing I've ever come across to help with so many different things, because it actually heals your body.
Thank you so much, Sandra. That was wonderful. We are at time, you guys. So we won't have time for questions. However, that chat is there for a reason. I appreciate you giving us, I can speak, I think, for everybody. That second phase 2 was so powerful. So we were thrilled to have you lead us through that. If you guys could put some comments and questions in the chat, Sandra will go through. She's also going to put her contact information in there. And we will make sure that we move on to our next speaker here in a minute. But thank you so much, Sandra, for everything. It was amazing.
Thanks, Jenny.
All right, you guys, this is our last speaker from Your Holistic Earth. And like I said, that doesn't mean there isn't other incredible speakers joining us for the rest of the evening. But we just want to tap in and welcome our last speaker, who is Dr. Robin Bragg. And she is a holistic wellness hypnotic coach who helps online business owners take control of their personal health and lives so that they can succeed professionally faster and with more ease. After 2 decades in pharmacy, she was called to help those who really want to change and not just take a pill for it for the rest of their lives. So now she combines her love of science and her healthcare knowledge with a holistic practice to help her clients achieve lasting mental and physical health improvement. Dr. Robin, we are thrilled to have you here and so appreciative that you are rounding out our time with everyone here today at this event. So I'm going to pass it over to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Jenny. I'm so glad to be here. Honestly, I'm so thrilled to be following Sandra because I got to do that awesome tapping exercise based on anxiety, and who doesn't have a little anxiety when they're going to give a presentation, right? That was kind of perfect. So thank you, Sandra. Yes. Yeah, so today I'm talking specifically about hypnotic coaching for weight loss. And not just that, but I'm going to teach what I call the 3 I's of weight loss, because so often we get hung up on the external stuff about weight loss, like which diet is in vogue, right? And all the rules of that specific diet. And that's kind of the external part. So we all, I think, have a pretty good grip on the external part at this time, right? We know basically what we should be putting in our bodies and what we should not be. That doesn't mean we do it. So what it comes down to as a much more powerful thing is actually the internal game. So the I's of the internal game is what I'm going to go through today. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for just for being willing to even think about trying something else for your weight, right? Because we've all tried so many things. Those of us who have struggled with our weight over the years, we have tried all kinds of things. I could ask you, you could probably list off at least 10 different diets you've tried, 10 different times you've tried them. And what you've probably found is that they work, right? The diets work. Whatever diet you choose, whether it's cabbage soup or keto or calorie counting, it doesn't matter. They all work. But what you've also, if you're like me, found is that they only work for a while. They work while you are like gung-ho to do them, while you're excited about them, you're kind of obsessive about them, you're doing them. And then the minute you stop, those pounds start creeping back on. And I have struggled with my own weight, not just a little bit of yo-yoing, but honestly, like 50 pounds, right? So I'm kind of in my mid-range at the moment. I've been way up from here, and I am not talking about pregnancy or post-pregnancy. I'm talking just like standard adult life. So I've gone up from here about 20, 30 pounds, down from here, another 20 or 30 pounds, like this over and over using diets. And if you're someone who's lost dramatic weight like that and gained it back, I think you probably know the heartbreaking feeling that it gives you, the shame, honestly, the embarrassment. You have to see people you haven't seen in a while. Last time they saw you, you were at a totally different weight than you are now, and just what goes along with it. There is just so much heaviness with weight in our society, in our culture. And so just thank you so much for considering something new here. So let's get on to some happier stuff. So the 3 I's, I'm going to start with the first one, which is imagination. So 3 I's, all of them are internal, starts with an I, so maybe that will help you remember these in the days to come. So imagination, when you think about it, what makes you do the things you do? What makes you think that you're hungry when you're totally not hungry? What makes you think you need a popcorn when you go to the movie theater and you've just eaten dinner right before the movies? It's your imagination, right? It's your imagination that when you're walking by your refrigerator makes you open the door just to see, like, ooh, maybe something good will be in there. And we all know that our imaginations can be really powerful. We've heard studies that our brain honestly can't tell the difference between things that we imagine and we visualize versus actual events that have happened to us. They're just as powerful as our memories. So when I talk about imagination, I'm talking not only about changing those beliefs kind of at that deep subconscious level so that we start thinking different things. And when we walk by that refrigerator, we no longer have that like, ooh, I deserve a treat, or ooh, there could be a goodie in there. Instead, we're just like, I'm on my way to the bathroom. I don't even need to look at that refrigerator. So that's one way that our imagination can help us. And that is luckily something that hypnotic coaching can really dive deep and help us change, are those internal beliefs. Now, the other thing that our imagination can help us with is with our purpose, right? Like our why, for why do we want to lose weight? And I think a lot of the time, you know, we have something that happens to us that makes us cross that line to where we decide we need to do something about this right now. Everybody's got something. It could be that you had to put on dress clothes, and when you went into your closet, none of them fit. It could be like me, you have a certain number on the scale, and when you see it, you go, oh my gosh, I'm up to that number again. What? And that's totally like, I have to do something. Like, this is ridiculous. Could be that. We all have our own things, right? Our own internal lines that we cross that spur us into action and help us decide on doing something. We also have our own individual whys. So finding our purpose using visualization, whether it's under hypnosis or whether it's just, you know, in a quiet place, doing it as kind of a meditative practice, but tapping into our personal why. What is the thing that we want to have in our lives once we've lost this weight, once we've released this weight? It could be that you have a wedding that you're going to be in, It could be that you want to open your closet door and know that every single item hanging in there fits you beautifully, and you can combine them any way you want. And you can just imagine yourself like putting them on and twirling around in front of your mirror, how they drape on you now. It could be anything. It could be wanting to be more mobile with your grandchildren. You know, it's hard to carry around weight, and imagine like the freedom that you would have physically to move better with more ease and just see yourself in that scene. So the more we can visualize and really experience, it doesn't have to be visual even, it can just be like sensing it, feeling the emotions that would come with having that in your life. So once we get really clear on why we're doing this, why we're wanting to release this weight, it can help us keep the long game mentality. We all know that losing weight is not immediate. It doesn't matter if we go to the gym every day this week, we may not see a huge improvement, right? But those little things add up, right? So it's the long game that we have to be in it for. And hang on, I'm just making sure I covered everything. Yes, so the long game is what helps us stay centered. It helps us stay motivated. It helps us keep going. And then the second I is actually kind of a mantra. It's a little bit of a cheat, but it's I am love. And love is my number one value. It is my value personally, and it is the number one value in my business. And unfortunately, it can sometimes get lost when it comes to self-love. All of us have these voices in our heads. We all know them. We've heard them for a long time, most of us. And sometimes those voices are not always nice, right? So we really need to work on our inner game of changing those voices, of remembering that we love ourselves, that we can talk to ourselves as if we're a friend. Say, hey, I wouldn't say that to my friend. Why would I say that to myself, right? We slip up and we beat ourselves up. We expect perfectionism out of ourselves. I am a total recovering perfectionist. As a pharmacist, perfection is sort of required. And that's one of those reasons that that career didn't work well for me. It's hard to always be perfect. And I love it that in this sort of thing, we have no need to be perfect, none. We can let that go. We can slip up. We can just come back to it, get back in touch with our purpose, our why, that vision that we had of ourselves in the future after we've lost the weight, and get going again. We can love ourselves even when our mouths say we want a cheeseburger at the restaurant when we went in intending to order a salad. It's okay. We have tomorrow, we have the next day, we have weeks, we have months. Long game again. And when you walk by a mirror, smile at yourself. You're beautiful, you're wonderful. You are doing the very best you can. We all do. We all are trying our best. We're doing the best we can with the tools that we have. And we are worthy of love. That is a mantra I come back to over and over and over personally. I do the best that I can with the tools that I have. My intentions are good and I am worthy of love. So just bringing some of that love into our internal game, recognizing when we're not maybe showing up for ourselves in the most loving manner, and flipping that around can be such a game changer. And then the third I is intention. So I don't know about you, but how many of us have eaten in front of a television or a movie? How many of you have sat down with your food and the next thought you had was, oh my gosh, my food is gone, right? We're talking, we're doing other things, we're thinking really loud. Oops, our food is gone. We didn't even taste it. So bringing mindfulness and intention into our eating. The how of our eating can actually be more important than the what of what we're eating, right? It is, I mean, food is meant to be pleasurable. And if we if we don't pay attention to it, we are shortchanging ourselves on pleasure. I don't feel that any food has to be completely, never, ever enjoyed. Some things need to be enjoyed in lesser quantities. And one way to really get satisfaction out of those smaller quantities is to be really intentionally mindful. So there is nothing wrong with having a piece of dark chocolate, one that smells good, that you can appreciate the mouthfeel of as it starts to melt, and just really enjoying like two good, really just enjoyed bites of that chocolate is often better than eating 2 whole bars of chocolate if you're not paying attention. And it's just so easy to not pay attention. The good news is it can be easy to build up a routine that makes mindfulness in your eating, you know, part of just what you do, like a habit. You know, you sit down, you set an intention for the meal, you take some deep breaths, you start to come into your body because that's where all your senses are, your senses that are going to help you enjoy the meal. Maybe you say a little gratitude, not necessarily about your meal, but just tap into that spirit of gratitude and love and think about what you're grateful for with your day. And then notice your food, you know, like look at it. Actually see what it looks like. Look at it as if it's a piece of art. See what the colors are, what the shapes are, how they blend together on the plate. And then when you take your first bite or your first couple of bites of each food, just try to really be there. Smell it. Feel how it chews, how the texture is. And just getting really into it and noticing it can make you naturally slow down in how you eat, can make it so much more meaningful and so much more pleasurable and satisfying on lesser amounts. So those are my 3 I's. And again, I just want to say thank you so much for just being open to something new, something different, or if this is a reminder, just coming back to these things. You know, we've all been told, put your fork down between bites, things like that. We've got all these little things that we've picked up over the years, but a lot of the times they kind of go by the wayside, and the ones like, you need to clean your plate stick. So flipping those into which ones we actually pay attention to can be helpful. So check on the time. Okay. Yeah, so hypnotic coaching. I want to talk to you just a little bit about my own journey. So I have been doing hypnotic coaching now for over a year with clients. I've only recently started doing it for weight loss. And I first tried it on myself as I was learning some new techniques and some new hypnosis techniques to pull in. And that was back at the beginning of June. So some of my habits, I've kind of like alluded to them because that's where I got my stories. But one of them is when I would go out, like if I went to a concert or a show, you know, I'd come home and I would want to eat something, right? Maybe I'd start with something small, but then it would morph into something crunchy, followed by something sweet. And then, oops, I've had like an entire extra meal. So that was one of my personal problems. Another one was that clearing my plate. Like, I don't even know where I got that belief, but somehow in childhood or somewhere I picked up this belief that I have to clear my plate. Then I had kids, and guess what? I was clearing their plate too. Wow. So that one, just portion sizes in general were a problem. Snacking. So what I want to tell you about is that when I started using hypnotic coaching on myself, it's so weird. And I mean that in the best sense of the word. You know, weird can be everything from creepy to like awesome. And this is like wonderful weird. Like, I came home from a concert 2 nights ago, and I, for a second, was like, food. And then I was like, oh, it's not time to eat. I'm going to go to bed. How did that happen? Hypnotic coaching. I haven't snacked. I have stopped clearing my plate. I threw out like 2 bites of something last night and I had like no guilt, none. This is so weird for me, so different and amazing. Like I am down a full 20 pounds. And I actually have, well, I have a story about that, but I have this bottle of olive oil and it's a 3-liter bottle of olive oil. So 3 quarts, 3 liters, and it's about 6 pounds. So if you picture this as 6 pounds, this is obviously different than human fat because human fat is not liquid, but you get the idea. So if you can see this, it's big, right? Like here it is next to my head. I have lost over 3 of these. That is really big. So first of all, I'm just shocked at how like easy it has been and how confident I feel that I'm going to keep it going. I have never felt this confident before on any diet. And I would honestly say this is not a diet. I feel like I have adopted these different ways of eating, this new relationship with food at like a core level. And that's why I'm having the thoughts that I'm having, right? I've changed the beliefs that underlie them, and now the thoughts are different. So first of all, that's the first thing. I've lost 20 pounds, 3 giant bottles of olive oil worth of fat, and it's been easy. The second thing touches back on that purpose, right? So we talked about how this is an internal game, and this is just kind of a little anecdote. Yesterday, I asked my husband, I said, I am down 20 pounds. Like, do you notice it? And you know what he said? Nope. He said, no. Imagine if my purpose, my reason for doing this had been to somehow make him think I'm more attractive. Imagine my disappointment. As it was, I don't care. I'm not doing this for him. So what? I'm doing this for me. And I just thought that was really funny. Like he doesn't notice that I'm down 3. He doesn't realize that I'm down like the equivalent of 3 giant bottles of olive oil. This very shirt that I'm wearing got tight. It got tight. I had belly rolls and it was kind of hugging. Now it is loose. It is feeling great. It's fitting great. So I just wanted to mention that. Make sure that your purpose is really something that matters to you, that's for you, that's internally based, because that is going to work a lot better than expecting somebody else to notice, because they may never notice. So yeah, the loss is gradual. I just want to check out the chat here. The loss is gradual, not so easy to be noticeable by those close to us. Right, like he sees me all day every day, right? Good for you. E.G. Sebastian says he lost 30 pounds. That's wonderful. I hope you slapped him. No, I didn't. I just went, well, that's weird. Maybe in not the best use of the word, sense of the word. Let me just ask if anybody has any questions or wants to know anything else that I might be able to answer. 2 messages.
Dr. Robin, I would just love to share this thought that, you know, surfaces when I talk to people, especially in reference to the realm of their weight. For some people, it actually, like you say, it has addictive tendencies. So it, you know, that habit is so ingrained that you are moving into action without even knowing. The difference with food versus other substances that might be, we have to eat food to survive.
Yes.
So no matter how deeply entrenched we are into our own food story or not, we don't get the luxury of abstaining, you know. So for somebody maybe that is working through substance abuse, they don't necessarily have to walk into, let's say, a liquor store, for example, or they don't have to, you know, they can remove themselves from those situations. When it comes to our food, and I think this affects all of us at whatever level we are constantly connected to our food because we need food to survive and thrive. And it, you know, it's, you share such a, you know, a beautiful story. I love that your husband doesn't see your weight. I think that's amazing. One way or the other, again, maybe that's my perspective on what he shared. He doesn't see that. However, if, like you said, it's very powerful. You have to do this for you, because his response could have been a deal breaker for you, right? So I just thank you for showing that honesty and that rawness in those moments, because it is hilarious. It's like, dude, you see me naked. Like, how can you not notice?
I know, I'm going like, what?
It's like, out of all the people.
Out of all the people, I know. Yeah, and it honestly has been like a dramatic, to me, weight loss. Like, my body looks different to me. Like, I'm going to share this thing. I don't believe I'm sharing this, but I looked in the mirror from the side when I had gotten to like the tipping point, and my butt was coming out like this, and I thought my back had actually shifted. I thought I was developing like a lordosis curve in my lower back. And it was really just fat on my butt. So that is back to normal.
Booty. Juicy booty.
Right? I know. So it's like, it is really like, it's and it's fun to notice those things, right? Like, it's to look in the mirror and go like, oh, everything's back to normal.
I think it's so important, this conversation, and I would love for you guys to put in the chat if you agree. We need to normalize the conversation around weight, because it's really its own epidemic. If we think about like the pressure it puts on our heart, it's not about, we need to shift from that fear of having those conversations that with people that we love. We have to have them with deep, genuine care and concern, because it's such a sensitive topic and can derail so many people. But again, it's really stemming on like life longevity. It's a pandemic that we need to pay attention to. And I appreciate that your work brings light to that. And we see it in youth. I know, Elaine, I'm sure you can contest to that working with children, we need to be an advocate for wellness, and especially around food in all ways, because it is the cornerstone of our longevity and our health. So thank you, Robin. I really, really, really appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions? I mean, this is such a really powerful belief system. What I love is it's taking away the fad diet and actually talking about changing into a lifestyle. Does anyone have any questions around it? We have a couple minutes before we've got 4 minutes. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Oh, yes, Larry. Is it Larry? Yes, Larry. Oh, maybe I can, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Larry, I see your hand up. I think you're unmuted now, Larry. Do you want to give it a try?
Oh, yeah. The question is in the chat room.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
That's all right. No worries.
That's okay. I'll read it out. Is it to reduce snacking, change the types of foods, less quantity, or all of these things? Great question.
Yes, that is a fabulous question. So what I do as part of my process with clients is I take them through like figuring out what their own weight loss saboteurs are, right? Because we all have them, whether it's eating late at night, whether it's snacking, whether it's the type of food you eat or where you get your food, we all kind of have to tap into our own personal like Achilles heel, if you will. So what is it that's affecting us? And then once we have that, then we can use the hypnotic coaching process to really target each of those things, right? So if you never snack late at night, you don't need that, but that's something that I needed. And instead of being the negative of it, it's more like you instill the belief that, I have 2 or 3, depending on what you want to have. I've been intermittently fasting forever for not having breakfast. So mine was, I have 2 reasonable, normal sized meals twice. I have 2 meals a day. That's it. And that really worked. I stopped snacking. I stopped eating at night just because of that new belief. I eat 2 meals a day. 2 meals a day. And for some people, it is very much like Jenny was talking about, it's very much like an addictive. There's some food that is like holding a lot of power, right? Whether it's, I hear bread all the time. Help me not eat bread. And, one thing with that is I can help you not eat bread, right? We can go through an aversion hypnosis. You can make bread honestly nasty in your mind. So that's one option. But the other option is really to shift how you're eating bread, right? Bread is wonderful. Chocolate is wonderful. These foods are not inherently bad. It's just like medicine. You know, I'm a pharmacist. The dose is really important. How much bread we're eating is super important. So if we're eating, you know, half of a big baker's loaf of sourdough bread at dinner, that's huge. That's not so good. But if we could take a piece of that sourdough loaf and we could really get mindful about how we eat it, you know, and really like enjoy it, enjoy the feel of it, the chew of the bread, the way it looks, the way it smells, putting butter on it, all of that. If we can make that into kind of a ritual that we really love, we might get just as much satisfaction out of 2 bites or that little half piece as we were getting out of half of the loaf. So it's so customized to each person because we all have our own things. You know, we didn't all get here the same way. It is, like you said, it's our parents, it's how we're raised, it's culture, it's commercials, it's some of it is just the chemicals and the addiction things that are in our food. You know, there's like, I don't know, 80 ingredients in a McDonald's hamburger bun. Like, why? What are those doing to us? And we know some of what they're doing to us is making us more addicted to that sort of thing. So anyway, it can be for any of those things. So yes, 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 and yes is what I would say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robin. We appreciate it. Elaine Sugar, my friend, thank you so much for having us here today and allowing us to be a part of this space and just leaving our imprint on the, you know, the wellness of others. We hope it sparks some action and some inspiration. I just quickly want to give a shout out to all the speakers that joined us today. If I could, Leslie Evans, Chantel White, Andrea Lee Austin, Sam Kerouac, we had Janet Key, also Brooke Kikos, and also we had beautiful Jessica Dirksen, Sandra Griff, and of course, Dr. Robin. Thank you everyone for showing up and bringing your brilliance and shining your light because we need you. Thank you so much. And Elaine, again, thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Jenny. You know, like I said earlier, Your Holistic Earth is one of our best partners since last year. Wonderful relationship. And I knew you would bring a lineup of stars and you all delivered. Thank you all so much. And now we need to move along to Michelle. Michelle is made, she's the co-host. All right, Michelle, welcome.
Thank you. So happy to be here. And I'm going to introduce our first speaker. And his name is Mark Stephen Pooler. Excuse me, his background is as a professional speaker. He's a best-selling author. He's been a radio, TV host. He's got a magazine. He's does so much. I'm going to go ahead and go through his bio with you real quickly. So he's a founder, editor-in-chief, media and news publisher of MSP News Global, and that was formed in 2020. And he oversees media business. And before even forming that, he was a professional speaker and an internet, well, I already talked about that part. Sorry, I put it out of order. He's also a radio, TV host and PR and media specialist. And he has TMSP Agency, which is for media and PR. And he helps high-profile entrepreneurs share their stories through the use of PR and digital media to become known globally. And when not working with his valued clients, he spends time with Lily, his four-legged bestie. And I want to give flowers to Mark because he's from London and it is 12:30 in the morning for him. And he still said yes. So kudos. Take it away, Mark.
I can share what rock bottom is. Rock bottom is being on your hands and knees, picking up fluff off the carpet, thinking it's a crack cocaine rock that you have dropped. That's rock bottom. So I was always the guy at school that got bullied. Big chin, big ears, gay, queer, you name it, I was called it. It was really hard getting bullied about my sexuality at primary school before I even knew my own sexuality. I've suffered with low self-esteem, low self-confidence, body image issues. I've had stress, anxiety, depression. So my mum told me a funny story, actually. I was about 6 years old. There was a knock at my mum's front door. It was the next door neighbours bringing me home. My mum answered the door and the neighbours said to my mum, "We thought we'd better bring Mark home. We found him walking the streets." I was wearing my mum's nightie and high heels, 6 years old. My mum was so embarrassed. My point is, always be yourself no matter what, or I should say, always be the best version of yourself. So I went to a secondary school that no one from primary school was going to, because I didn't want to go to secondary school where people from primary school would bully me. So I went to a totally fresh school where no one from primary school was going. I didn't get bullied for a short while. That was great. Only that didn't last long. And then a couple of weeks in, I started getting bullied again, only the bullying was a lot worse. I remember walking home from school one day and one of the hard lads of class come and kicked me in my back for no reason. I had to run the 3 miles home from school. Because I was getting bullied, my education suffered because I started to play up at school. So I left school with really bad grades. I left school at the age of 15. And that was when my drug taking started. It started on soft drugs to start with, things like speed, cannabis, amphetamines. By the age of 18, my life started to spiral out of control. I became addicted to crack cocaine and heroin. Age 21, I went out on a party night out with friends and I tried a new clubbing drug, dancing away on the dance floor, having the time of my life. 1 minute, and the next minute I woke up in hospital. I had just collapsed and died from drug use. Bruises all up my arm where adrenaline had been pumped into me. I had a shaven chest where shock pads had been used on me to bring me back to life. I was living a bad life that was going nowhere. And that was because of all the bullying, low self-esteem. It was like the wounds had healed, but the scars were very much still there. So I started to go out of control. So I just want to say it's never too late to turn your life around. No matter what your past, present circumstances, you can create any future reality that you would like to create. It starts with positive, empowering belief systems. It's really important you think about the thoughts that you're putting in your mind. And with strong, positive, empowering belief systems, you start to make better choices. And with repetition over time, you can shift into a whole new reality. Also, what was really, really beneficial to me, gratitude. The more and more you focus on things that you are grateful for, more and more things come in your life to be grateful of. And there's always something to be grateful of: the air that you breathe, the shirt on your back, your pet dog or your pet cat, the car you drive, family, friends. There is always something that you can be grateful of. Also, visualization for me is really, really powerful, and affirmations. I do affirmations on a morning, midday, on an evening, and I also use the power of visualization. I find that really, really powerful as well. Also meditation, even 10 minutes a day of meditation really improves the way that you think, the way that you function, the way that you respond to events and circumstances. So I always like to say gratitude, visualization and meditation. Now, I did start my career in hairdressing all the way through my addiction. I worked as a hairdresser. I've never gone out and stolen and done things like that. I have always been a worker and really worked hard. But at the age of 30, I had had enough of working for other people, making them lots of money and not making a lot of money for myself. So I went on a big self-improvement, personal development journey. I became an entrepreneur. I started off in network marketing. I must say network marketing was great for me because it really pushed me into the world of personal development, because even at the age of 30, I still had a lot of limiting beliefs and really not having a real great self-concept. So network marketing was great for me because it really pushed me into the world of personal development. I went on to build a team of 50. I recruited into 6 different countries, but then I just wasn't following my passion. I used to watch all the speakers on stage sharing their stories, and I thought, I have a great story. I want to become a speaker. So I left network marketing, jumped in the deep end to become a speaker. I had no skills in professional speaking. I ended up speaking all across the UK, all for free over the matter of a year. I then set up a coaching business, coaching, public speaking coaching. And then I went on to have a radio show to an audience of 3 million. I set up my own news platform, mspnewsglobal.com. I become an international bestseller. So I'd just like to say, no matter what you have been through, no matter what your past or present circumstances, if I can change my life, just think of how much brilliance you guys have got left within. So that's my story today. I hope you found value in it. And if you do want to reach out to me, you can contact me at contactmark.me. That's contactmark.me, and I'll pop it in the chat as well. Sorry, my video has just gone off there as well. But yeah, I'll pop my contact in the chat as well. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Thank you for sharing such an impactful story. Hence the title, What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger. And we have proof positive right here. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you for that. All right, our next speaker is Mary Giuseppe. And I've known Mary for about 2 years, I think now, close to that. She has so much in her background, I'm going to give you a summary. So, because people don't want to hear from me, they want to hear from the speakers. So I'll tell you this, that she came from she's been a Ford model, she's been a producer, director, she is a fashion expert, she's a brand expert. She's I think 3 times international bestseller, and maybe more than that. She's a prolific professional speaker. She's been keynoting all over the place. And she's been invited to women's conferences. We'll talk about that also with Gigi. So it's something you guys have in common. And so most recently, her book is Undeniably You. And what is amazing about that is it talks about like literally stripping naked to start loving you and getting over the body image issues. And I was like not prepared for that piece of it. And I'm like, really? Okay, So, but anyway, I bring you Mary. Please take it away. Oh, and Mary's title is Becoming Undeniably You, Why Branding Matters. All right, unmute. Do we need, are we able to she able to do her own
You hear me
unmute? Okay, good.
Yay. Thank you, Michelle. I love you. Relationships like Michelle and mine and many of us here, when you meet for one purpose, you meet for this commonality of spirit and these wonderful goals that you co-create and achieve together. And then as your journey unfolds, you realize it wasn't just serendipity, but it was truly destiny when souls meet. So thank you, my friend. So, I've been doing this branding before there was a name for what branding was, because I realized very early on as a model for Ford that the only thing that I wasn't being was myself, that I could bring aspects of myself to play a part to sell a service or a product or to be someone else, but I actually stood by myself so I could call upon my authentic self, but I wasn't allowed to be myself. And I found that a little bit interesting and very, very tricky. And so as I went on through my life, I decided, what we need to do, and why I wrote Undeniably You, is because I want to be able for people to understand that the only brand they really have to concentrate on creating is their authentic self. They have to marry who they are on the inside with what the world perceives them to be on the outside. Because I said many years ago, your personal brand is your commercial to the world. So what does that commercial say about you? And if you don't know what that commercial says, then I would say ask a child, because they will tell you immediately what they see in you that is true and authentic. So that is how I started to kind of unravel the concept of what a personal brand is. So, what does it matter? Why do we need a personal brand? And quite simply, it's because the world judges us in a way that is condensed in time. So it's about 7 seconds. And in that 7 seconds or much less, people determine a few things about you. If we cannot bring our authentic selves outside and allow people to capture a nonverbal understanding and experience of us, then we have no chance to align with the highest and best and the people that we can co-create a future with. For instance, why does it matter? Because it determines your altitude. So your personal brand will determine your ability to make change in the world, in your world, in the world of your clients, in the world of your family and friends, and on the global stage. Your authentic brand will determine your success and whether you get to be your highest and best self in public, and then be able to live with that public image because it aligns with your private life. So that's number one. Number two, it conveys your attitude. So we have altitude and it's your attitude. So why does it convey your attitude? Because your brand should speak to your passion. It should speak to your purpose in this world. It should speak to what you are resonating and mirroring for the people that you serve. So your attitude has to be immediately communicated before you speak. And then, of course, it has to be resonant after you speak. So it determines your altitude and your attitude. And then why? Because it aligns you with your audience. A dynamic, awesome, successful personal brand immediately aligns you with the people that you are supposed to serve, with where destiny and opportunity meet. If your brand is not authentic, and it's not dynamic, it will never bring you together with the people that you personally can make a difference to. So I break it down often. When I did the Today Show, when you have 3 minutes to speak to a large group on branding, it becomes a very interesting thing. And then when you're balancing the personalities on set, it becomes even more interesting. So I broke it down to 3 things, this little formula. How you look, plus how you speak, plus how you act is your personal brand. That's it, in a nutshell. But there are 4 other elements to developing a personal brand that will guarantee your success. And I call them the 4 R's. So the first one is, are you relatable? Right? Are you relatable? Can people say, oh my God, that person, that's a woman for me. That's the guy for me. She knows how I feel. She understands where I'm coming from. She looks like I look. She wears the same stuff I wear. Oh, I have that same elephant on my mantelpiece. I love zinnias. Am I relatable? Relatability is not just verbal, but it's nonverbal. Do you look like someone who shares the same belief system I do? The second thing is, are you relevant? You know, a lot of times I get clients who have had a tremendous amount of past success, but they're so caught up in their past success, in the formula that has worked in the past, that they forget that they're supposed to keep current on what's happening now and in the future and in their area of expertise. So are you relevant? Are you conveying messages? Are you teaching? Are you empowering people in a way that they want to be empowered? We can express to people what they need, but what they need is a lot harder to swallow than what they want. So by being relevant to someone, you're giving them the opportunity for them to understand that you are the expert in your field now, and that your information is up to date, is where it needs to be, and is relevant to their achieving success in their area of expertise. Are you relevant? Very important. The next one is, are you reliable? Seems like we shouldn't have to go over that R, but it's very important. Are you reliant? Are you reliable? Are you trustworthy? How do we establish trustworthiness in brands? We establish this by being consistent across all your marketing and media platforms. I always say, you know, one day someone asked me, you know, oh, you don't have a resume, you didn't send us a resume, your website is down, whatever it was. And so how do I know anything about you? And I looked at them and I said, Google me. And they were like, I don't know if I want anybody to Google me. I said, go ahead, Google me. Why? I was confident that whatever they pulled up in Google was going to be consistent, clear, and cohesive. My branding colors were, my palette was intact, my messaging was consistent over time. And who I am today in this little sweater jacket is similar to the person I'm going to be tomorrow. Maybe not exactly the same, but it's similar. So Google yourself. Let's see how reliant and reliable you are. And do you have the creds? Can you talk the talk and walk the walk? Are you truly, truly speaking in an area that you have background and credibility? Because if you don't, you either need to get credible, do your homework to get credible, or decide to speak and be in an area that you are empowered so that you can share that empowerment with someone else. Are you trustworthy? And the big networks, if you're interested in media, they're going to check that out right away. The first thing they're going to do is Google you and find out if who you say you are, you really are. Very important. And the last one is, can you establish immediate rapport? You know, people who work with people that they like. People want to hang around with people that they like. They're not going to be interested in hanging out with somebody that you don't like. So how do we establish immediate rapport non-verbally? First thing we have to do is we have to wear, very simply, we have to show up in such a way that people want to give you a hug. You have to share that enthusiasm. You have to be able to reach through that lens, and you have to be able to say, hey, I like you. I get you. I want to know you better. I want to know what's going on. I care. And I'm ready to listen. Listening is so important in establishing rapport. You know, have you ever been in a room and they're so busy telling you who they are and what they're doing that all the oxygen in the air is taken up, and by the time they ask you a question, you're like, you know, I'm ready to go. So establishing rapport is a two-way street. You have to give a little and you have to get a little. Another way to establish rapport is to understand who your demographic is, and then to dress, speak, and act according to your brand. People will say, oh, my brand is everybody. What I have to offer the world, whether you're 18, 8, or 88, I'm your person. Not really. We have to focus on a specific demographic first. I'm not saying you can't expand your brand over time, but at the beginning, it's really important to know who your peeps are. Generally speaking, your peeps are somewhere between 10 and 12 years of your natural age, for instance. For instance, I have kind of a younger demographic, but it's because of my modeling history that I have young people that kind of want to be in that. I'm in fashion, and I've got a very young energy. But I know my real audience are the women that are within 10, 12, 15 years of my natural age. Why? We have a commonality of experience. Wouldn't you rather talk to somebody who has something in common with you than someone who doesn't have anything in common? I would. Wouldn't you rather take advice from somebody who says, oh my God, yeah, I've done it. Oh yeah, whatever that is. I have 7 grandchildren. I have this. I have 2 cats. I play the piano, whatever that is. So being able to establish rapport is looking the part, acting the part, and also speaking the part. A lot of people speak above their audience. They dress above their audience, they speak above their audience, or they speak way beneath their audience. Either way, you're going to lose. You have to know exactly who you're speaking to and communicate in a way that feels like they've known you for their entire lives. And I think that's really the essential ingredients in creating that brand. And when you do that, you really begin to understand why branding matters. Because if you can get up every day and do what you love, do it well, assist other people in doing what they love well, and go home at night and say, thank you, then I think you pretty much have it now. I have 4 minutes left. My God, Michelle, does anybody have a question?
Thank you so much. That was really helpful. I have a question for you. When you are a new organization and people are looking at your social media, do people give you grace, or do you need to get everything right from the beginning? And you can give me the honest answer. Someone on here who shall remain nameless gives me a hard time about what I'm doing on social media. I won't call anybody out. So I just want to know from you, the expert, do you get grace when you're just a year old in the business?
That's a great question. So I'm going to reframe this question back to you. Do you judge a child that's just starting to walk because he falls down? No. So there is a grace period. And what I say to this is, not every opportunity is a great opportunity. So recently I had a client, the minute I met her, I knew she was going to be on all the networks within a matter of 2 weeks. It just had to happen. It was like perfect alignment. I could see it. We worked briefly. She got on NBC, ABC, the Today Show, you name it. Within 2 weeks, we worked, bam. Now what is she going to do? She has no idea who her brand is. Not really. She has no experience in doing what she does, but she's very naturally good at it. She's great on camera. So she got all this to do, right? All this opportunity, but now she has no idea what to do with the opportunity that she just had. So when you are at the beginning, take your time creating your brand, experiment, explore. Don't be afraid to say, oh, that didn't work. Don't be afraid to say publicly, that didn't work. Okay. But don't go out into huge arenas until you're secure in your brand, because those opportunities are hard to get back and long remembered thanks to the internet. So yes, you can make mistakes. Yes, trial and error is good. Yes, do it in a spectrum that you can still bring it back in until you refine it and then go.
Thank you, Mary, so much. Boy, I've known you and I still got some new gems today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is Reggie Sabat. I think is right, I put the emphasis there. Actually, her full name is Regeline, but she goes by Gigi. And so Gigi is a motivational keynote speaker. She is a 2-time best-selling author. She's with books are Walk With Me and God First, endorsed by Les Brown. And she's also the host of the Walk With Me podcast, which is, by the way, how I got to meet Gigi. And she's a life coach, confidence coach. She's a first-generation Haitian American, and she has been an advocate for causes such as domestic violence, sexual assault, breast cancer, human trafficking, and mental health. And whoops, I don't know. Oh, somebody was waving their arm. I'm thinking, am I muted or something? Okay, it's just an arm being moved. So anyway, she went through some trauma in her life and has come out through this other end of a tunnel, and she's now serving to help others in her walk with God. And she has been also I talked about the women conferences before. She's been a leader in the women conferences. She's been award winning in these, and she is, like I said, advocating for the betterment of all women. So with that, Gigi is going to talk about mindset and leadership. Take it away.
Hi, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. A special thank you to Michelle and Elaine. I truly appreciate you, ladies. Thank you for having me here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, have you ever felt strangled by life? Raise your hand. Has a challenge occurred in your life that has made you feel strangled by life? Raise your hand. And so you see, ladies and gentlemen, almost 4 years ago, I almost lost my life, death by strangulation in a domestic violence relationship. I'll never forget. One day I had just got done studying, and then I was on a phone call with a colleague from the SBA, because at the time I was the Student Bar Association president for the law school. And I'll never forget, the abuser charged at me, beat me, almost strangled me to death, threw my phone across the room. And when I tried to get back up, I fell flat like a vegetable. And at the time, I didn't understand why I fell flat like a vegetable, but the domestic violence advocates told me it's because I lost oxygen to the brain. So the fact that I'm still here and I'm able to utilize my skills and my knowledge, it's truly a blessing. And so after everything that occurred, I stepped into God's purpose for my life. I launched the books, I launched a podcast, I launched the company, which I view as a ministry. And I stepped into purpose. And so you see, ladies and gentlemen, if you're faced with a challenge in your life, you can overcome. There is hope. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. And so you see, ladies and gentlemen, even after the domestic violence matter occurred, I went into a full recovery, and I was working closely with the domestic violence advocates in my community. And I was also working full time for a company. And I was asked to go on the annual retreat. And at the time I said, well, I think I'm going to sit this one out, because I was still recovering from the DV. But then I sat on it overnight, and I said, I do not want to allow the domestic violence matter to keep me living in a box my entire life. I want to live. And so I decided to travel with that company. And we went on the work function, the annual work function, and not thinking something was going to happen. Here's what happened, ladies and gentlemen. I was taken by a man, and I was sexually assaulted. Mind you, this was not the first time that this has occurred. I have been sexually assaulted before. I was sexually assaulted when I was 8 years old by 2 individuals. And so the fact that it happened again as an adult, I went into shock. And I remember waking up the next morning feeling numb to pain. And I remember saying, I never want anyone else to have to feel this way. No one should have to feel numb to pain. It's not right. It's not right. And if you've ever been there, you do not have to feel that way. There is hope. You can overcome. And so you see, ladies and gentlemen, domestic violence needs to end. Sexual assault needs to end. And so it starts with us stepping out in the front lines and not just raising awareness, but educating others about domestic violence and sexual assault or any other major challenges you may have faced, any challenge. And this is what I tell individuals. You need to face the trauma, because as long as you have unhealed trauma, you cannot overcome and you cannot be the leader God created you to be if you continue to have that unhealed trauma on your shoulders. You need to face it. And so you see, ladies and gentlemen, I faced it. And recently I just launched the Overcoming Heart Blocks book, Inspiring Stories for Healing from Trauma book, with other individuals who have faced some sort of trauma in their lives. And so what we found from our research and our studies is that it does not discriminate trauma. And trauma can come in all shapes and forms and through any challenge, not just domestic violence, not just sexual assault, not just human trafficking. It can happen to anyone. And so if you have faced some sort of trauma in your life, and maybe you have a heart block, maybe you haven't overcome your heart block, I'm here to tell you that you can overcome your heart block. And so you see, I wasn't even aware of that heart block until I came forward about my story. And I remember a wise gentleman told me, you need to share your story. It may help someone. For me, that was enough for me to come forward. Yes, I was a leader already in my community. I was an introverted leader. Folks say, well, how are you still a leader? That is possible. But you see, I became an ambiverted leader to allow others to understand that you too can overcome. So that was enough for me to come forward with my story. And so if you've been through something similar, you can overcome. If you've been through a challenge, you can overcome. Keep the faith no matter what. Hold on to faith. And what is faith, ladies and gentlemen? Faith is believing in the things that you cannot see and having that confidence. And also, it's so important to maintain a resilient mindset. And what is a resilient mindset? A resilient mindset is your ability to bounce back after a major challenge has occurred in your life or even in your business. If you're listening to this message today, you may be a business owner, you may be an entrepreneur or anyone. This message is for you. You can overcome. You can get through any of the challenges that you're facing in your life. That light is right there at the end of the tunnel. You know, they have that saying, if you just hold on a little bit longer, you can see the light. So hold on. I encourage you today, whatever it may be. And also, if there's a goal that you've given up on, I encourage you to circle back to the goal. Do not leave it on the shelves. Do not wait for years to pass and say, well, why didn't I take action on what God put right in front of me? You see, ladies and gentlemen, because oftentimes it's right in front of you. It's right in front of you. And you know what that is. You know what that goal is. Circle back to it today. And now, what is leadership? I want you all to think about that for a moment. And I want to ask you all now, what does leadership mean to you? Type it in the chat in one sentence. What does leadership mean to you? Leadership is so important in our community, in our society. It's so important to lead with a servant's heart. You see, each of you are the children of God. And as God's children, we're called to serve his people. And so it's so important as leaders to make sure that our cup is filled. You cannot serve from an empty cup. And so if you have some unhealed trauma, I'm here to tell you that you can overcome. I've been there. I've been there with the challenges that I face, such as domestic violence and the sexual assault matters that occurred when I was 8 years old and again as an adult. Mind you, I took all the precautions that you could possibly think of to avoid being sexually assaulted again or anything of that matter. But it happened out of my control. And so you see, instead of talking to myself negatively, I spoke to myself positively and I gave the battle to God. So if you're listening to this message today, give your battle to Him. It's not for you. Let go and let God. And like my good friend Amber Lyon says, utilize pain for purpose. You're called for so much more, ladies and gentlemen. God has a purpose for your life. Yes, I see Angela shaking your head. You're shaking your head. Yes, ma'am. God has a purpose for your life. Keep the faith. Walk by faith, not by sight. And so you see, oftentimes folks say, well, I wanted this to occur right here, right now, at this time, at this moment. No. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. And so we can write our plans, create our plans. Go ahead, write a long list. But you see, if there's a delay or if something doesn't go as expected, understand that God has something bigger for you on the other side than you could have ever imagined. And so oftentimes all it takes is just sitting still, self-reflecting, maybe even prayer. Do what works for you. But it's so important to get quiet, because when we get quiet, we can listen and we can hear Him. And so a lot of individuals say, well, what if I want to build my relationship with God? Where do I start? Well, a great place to start is in the Bible. And I share this often, the amazing device that we have now, our phones, and the app that we have available. It's called the Bible app, and it comes in various languages. So wondering if it comes in a different language is no excuse. Leave that at the door, because here's the solution. They have it in every single language. So you can listen to and read His word. It's so important to continue to build a relationship with Him. And as Joyce Meyer says, it's not just about flipping through 1 or 2 pages and then saying, okay, that's it. No, take time, digest His word, take it in, build that relationship with Him, communicate, and understand that you're not alone. One of my favorite verses is Joshua 1:9. It states, haven't I commanded you, be strong and courageous? Do not be afraid or discouraged, for your Lord, your God is with you wherever you go. Now, I know some of you are writing that down, so I'll say it again. Joshua 1:9. Haven't I commanded you, be strong and courageous? Do not be afraid or discouraged, for your Lord, your God is with you wherever you go. Oftentimes, folks say, well, I face this challenge and I feel alone, or they go into a deep depression. Well, I'm here to tell you that you can overcome. You can conquer the depression. You can conquer the anxiety. Give your battle to Him. Give your battle to the Lord, because He wants to help you. And He doesn't seek for you to be perfect. He loves you as you are. You are the children of God. Oftentimes people say, well, I want to pray, but I'm not perfect. I'm in a rut right now, or I feel really stuck. And oftentimes people say, well, why did God allow this to happen to me? But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, the devil does exist, but God is bigger than the devil. And God can overcome all things and help you overcome all things. He's bigger, and His word conquers all. And so if you talk to yourself negatively, I want you to replace that with a positive thought or His word. Whomever you believe in, higher power, an energy, Buddha, Allah, I want you to let go and let God and whomever you believe in. And remember to never give up. Hold on to faith. And remember whose you are, because you are the children of God. And remember, if there's a challenge that you face along the journey of working towards achieving your dreams and something occurred, I want you to remember why you started. I'll say it again. Remember why you started. And I'll say it again. Remember why you started. Never give up. And remember, there are thousands of individuals out there waiting for your help. And if you have the bread, for example, if folks are starving and you have that to feed those individuals so that they're not hungry, would you feed them? I'm sure you would. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, to never give up. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on serving others. Continue to walk by faith and not by sight. And remember, you are loved. God loves you as you are. And he's there to meet you where you are. You don't need to be perfect. Life is about progression, not perfection. I'll say it again. Life is about progression, not perfection. And I'll say it again. Life is about progression, not perfection. Keep the faith. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. And if any of you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. That was very powerful. And thank you for being so vulnerable and sharing your story. Wow. So, well, I think we are just at that time, but if anybody has a quick question, otherwise okay. Thank you, Gigi, so much. We're going to move on to Dr. Angela Sadler Williamson. It's a mouthful. She's, there's your, I was making sure I saw where you were. So again, we've met maybe a little over a year, I think it is, been ago. This is another, every single speaker has so much talent and so much in their background. It's almost overwhelming how fabulous, they've all the things that they've accomplished. So I'm trying to do a summary so you can hear more of them and not me. So, but anyway, let me tell you about Dr. Angela. First of all, she's an international best-selling author multiple times over. She's also an Emmy-nominated filmmaker and documentarian. She's received multiple Telly Awards. Her background was in broadcasting and media. She comes from that background, broadcast TV and cable news networks. Excuse me, the Emmy-nominated documentary is My Life with Rosie, and that plays a role for her talk today. And it's about the activism of her cousin, Rosa Parks. I'll let you tell that part of the story there. So, and it's won numerous Best Documentary awards and titles at film festivals across the country. In fact, just receiving even more. So she also created a children's book about My Life with Rosie, and that also has become a bestseller, and it was named the best children's book about Black history. So congratulations on that. And so she's also multiple documentarian. When we're talking film, we're talking lots of film. So right now we've already had the East Coast and now coming up on a West Coast premiere of her Authentic Conversations new documentary, and she's got another one in the works. So there's so many, make sure I'm not missing anything, a dedicated philanthropist, and she's proudly carrying on her cousin's legacy, taking on the 25 plus years of experience in education. She's also an educator, and in a number of projects. She's a professional speaker. I could go on and on. There's so many things. I'm sorry I'm leaving anything out of it. I'm going to let Angela take it over, and it's she's talking on their Free Rosie. I'll let you tell the rest.
Henrietta Lacks changed medical research forever when she passed away from cervical cancer on October 4th, 1951. Henrietta's cells have been cultured and used in experiments ranging from long-term effects of radiation to testing live polio vaccine. Yes, Henrietta's cells are responsible for eradicating polio. Her cells have been commercialized and have generated millions of dollars for medical researchers around the world who have patented her tissue. What's so interesting about Henrietta Lacks is that this was happening without her family knowing until 20 years later. Yeah. How did they not know? Well, it's simple. Dr. George Guy snipped cells from her cervix without telling her, and these cells became the first immortal human cells. And these cells have been continually used in labs for over 65 years. Now, would this happen to Henrietta Lacks if she wasn't a person of color? I've always pondered that question when I learned about her many years ago during my doctoral journey. And I would be reminded of this story again when facing my own act of theft for the common good with my film about our cousin Rosa Parks. While I was working on My Life with Rosie in 2015, by the time we were done in 2017, I was strongly encouraged to submit my documentary into film festivals. So I did. I was offered a distribution deal in the very first film festival I was ever in 2017, from the film festival directors of the Culver City Film Festival. In fact, my first documentary won the grand prize. Now, I was honored, but there are some mistakes I made. The first mistake I made was not listening to my intuition. How often do we disregard that? Our intuition is there for a reason, and we all know what it feels like. It might be different for me than for Michelle, than for Gigi, than for Mary, or maybe Mark, but we all know what that intuition is. And we always sometimes choose to ignore it. And that's what I did, especially after I researched the film festival directors and their distribution company and had heard comments from other independent filmmakers about unethical bookkeeping tactics. Didn't know what that meant. So I reached out to them, because I figured I was doing my due diligence, right? So I reached out and said, I've heard this information. And they came back to me and said, well, this negative feedback, it all has to do with creative differences. So there was a second mistake there. That second mistake was not reaching out to a lawyer or contract professional to review the contract. Yes. My husband deals with contracts all the time. And you're probably wondering in the back of your mind, how could she be related to Rosa Parks? Well, it's through my husband. So he would definitely know about things that would happen that are not on the level. He reviewed it and he said, well, it's a very vague contract, but you weren't really expecting to distribute this commercially anyway, so let's go for it. And so we did. Even though the contract stipulated that the distribution company could get help to distribute my film. Well, I would soon find out who missed their second grade vocabulary test, because the company interpreted help as sell. And this is my first lesson that I learned in this journey to freeing Rosie, is that people in glass houses should never throw stones. As much as I admired Rosa Parks, I could never wrap my mind around her financial hardships, and she had serious financial hardships. That's why she had to move to Detroit in the first place. but her financial hardships impacted her life so much that she suffered health-wise from her stress to a point that she actually would have to live the rest of her life being a vegetarian because she had so many problems health-wise. So when I signed that distribution deal in December 2017, it would take me almost 5 years to unravel to what happened with My Life with Rosie. In the end, I would find out that the distribution company sold my film to another distribution company. And then that distribution company sold my film to 12 other streaming platforms. And that's including DVD sales. So in August 2022, yes, just a month ago, I finally was able to get a report of sales that I've been asking for since 2019. It would say that I only made $1,500 in sales since March 2022. And yes, I'm saying March 2022 because that was on their accounting. And so since there was a $5,000 threshold on the original contract, yes, wait for it, I want to build your suspense. That means that I'm now in the red to the distribution company for $3,500. It was after reading this loose version of their accounting that I realized I never understood the sacrifice that Rosa Parks made when she refused to give up her bus seat on December 1st, 1955. In essence, I was in my own glass house throwing stones. Unfortunately, even if you are sacrificing for the greater good, like Rosa Parks and Henrietta Lacks, there will always be someone trying to exploit you. So how does it happen? Well, here's my second lesson that I am still learning as of today, is that you can fight social injustice and still have boundaries. In 2022, many people would believe that we've made strides in racism and sexism. What happened to Henrietta Lacks in 1951 and the long financial struggles of Rosa Parks couldn't happen today, right? Well, in a recent Forbes article, we have a long way to go. The gender wage gap impacts women of color more acutely. You see, Black women make 63 cents to the white man's dollar, and a Hispanic woman stands to lose over $1 million over her 40-year career compared to her white non-Hispanic counterpart. I also want to say that when it comes to the selling and reselling of My Life with Rosie, if I listed every company that participated in what my friends are now calling this great scheme, you would never see not one person of color and not one woman in an effort to take my documentary and put logos on it as if they produced it themselves. And yes, that's what I'm telling you, is that every company that has bought this documentary from the distribution company that sold it and then sold it again, they have put their own logos on it. So it looks like I never wrote, produced, financed, directed this documentary. And so I go back to the question again, can you still dedicate your life to fighting injustice and set boundaries? I'm pondering this question, and I've been doing that over the last few months. This is why I entitled this speech, Bringing Rosie. This will be a framework of how I set boundaries when sharing my craft to the world, while still providing support to other activists, artists, and givers out there. Because you see, on August 15th, 2022, and this is important because this is my son's birthday, The second distribution company who resold Rosie stated in an email to me that they did a full takedown, in all caps, full takedown of my documentary across all streaming platforms. As of last week, not only was my documentary on Amazon, but it is still on several lesser known streaming services. You see, the gifts sacrificed by Henrietta Lacks and Rosa Parks empower me and all social justice warriors like yourselves to take a stand and set boundaries about how our talents will be used. And that means allowing the universe to help us set boundaries. See, the universe doesn't see race or gender. The universe looks deep inside our souls and then creates a path for us to walk through. Our world may say it's past racism and sexism, but as long as people feel no remorse for stealing from others because of their privilege, people will always fall into unscrupulous deeds. It doesn't matter if it's for the greater good, if you are profiting off a person's suffering or craft, it's wrong and should not be tolerated. So I'm calling all social impact change agents, motivational powerhouses that I heard this afternoon and that have been speaking over the last few days, and artists to create boundaries so your voice will be heard. So stories like Henrietta Lacks, Rosa Parks, and my story about freeing Rosie will be stories of a distant past and not a continued occurrence for people without privilege. Thank you. I think you're still on mute, friend.
I wasn't as quick on the draw as I thought I was. Thank you so much. Thank you for that story and the boundaries, drawing the boundaries. Isn't that like something that is so key in all of our lives that's missing a lot? But in many different ways. So, all right, thank you again. And I'm going to now call on our next person, which is Mitch Jackson. And I felt badly last year, we had some little tech snafus and we lost Mitch as a result, but Mitch is here today. And I'm going to introduce him as follows. So he is an award-winning trial lawyer and he's been named California Trial Lawyer of the Year. I'd say he's likely the father of social media in the legal field because he's the one who dived into social media when it was brand new. Does anybody remember when it was brand new? Or is it just oldsters like me? So anyway, and he has continued to be on the cutting edge ever since. In fact, today I saw some notices. Well, we're all, I'm at least working on map stuff, and it's like the metaverse and the Web3 and, whatever it was coming through. He's trying to educate me on this, but I'll get there. But beyond that, he's been a prolific speaker, spoke at Tony Robbins Business Mastery events with audiences of thousands of people. He's been a frequent TV guest with very notable people, including Katie Couric and many, many others. He's a co-author of a number of books, both legal as well as on social media. So he has, in fact, it's called The Ultimate Guide to Social Media. And so today, and he also has a podcast. It's like a streaming podcast. And I don't even know, I've lost, at one point you told me the number of people, but anyway, he's had thousands of shows there. And so like I said, this is a lawyer unlike most lawyers. He's a phenomenal trial lawyer. On top of that, he's also a connector, connects people. I don't know how he does it, but he just does. So with that, I'm turning it over to Mitch.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. It's good to be here. I feel so inadequate as to what I'll be talking about, listening to the prior speakers. Just so moving. Angela, your aunt is one of the reasons I became a lawyer, to fight for equal justice. And I'm not sure if you're still here, but I would love to get you in touch with David Bianchi, a friend of mine in Los Angeles, who is taking your type of film and converting it over to a Web3 presentation, NFT type of presentation, a whole different distribution level. And I think it's something where if you don't already know David, you need to meet him and work together moving forward. Gigi, you can overcome anything. I mean, such powerful words. Thank you for sharing. Really appreciate that. There's Angela. Angela, we need to connect with David Bianchi. I don't know if you know him, but I'm telling you, there's something there, okay? And Mary, you know, when you talk about branding, I'm going to be talking a little bit about that today. And I think the challenge a lot of us see moving forward, there's so much going on. There's so much that we're expected to know. There's so many things that we want to know, especially when it comes to Web3, new presentation or communication tips, the metaverse, but we don't have time. We're trying to balance our professions and our careers and our personal lives with our professional endeavors and our professional goals. And there's conflict and it can be stressful. And I'm going to talk a little bit about maybe branding in a whole new way, giving ourselves permission to pump the brakes a little bit. And regardless of what's happened to any of us in the past, there's a new opportunity right now to 10x everything that we've been thinking about doing in Web3 and the metaverse. So I'm going to share a couple of ideas about that. Mark, I think Mark's probably sound asleep. He should be over in the UK. But Mark, your story was just, you know, a reminder to all of us about the importance of making decisions, the importance of not letting the past define who we are moving forward, the importance of taking constant daily action, hopefully in the right direction for improvement, right? So with all of that in mind, Michelle, what I would like to just start off with, and you probably don't remember this, but I've been practicing law, everyone, for about 36 years here in Southern California. First lawyer in my family, first one in my immediate family to go to college. And it's a long story, but fast forward to probably my first week of practicing law, and a fellow attorney introduced me to Michelle Reinglass, who introduced me and said, Michelle has a breach of contract complaint that she needs done. Can you do this for her? And I said, sure. So I met with Michelle. And back in those days, I had to take notes, you know, with a yellow pad, just like this, and drive down to the law library and use form books and basically try to put together a complaint for the issue that Michelle asked me to help her with. And I was so nervous. I was so stressed. I'd never done anything like that before. In the scheme of life, compared to what I just listened to, it's nothing. It's insignificant. But how I dealt with that stress, how I dealt with that insecurity, not growing up in a family full of lawyers, not really knowing what Michelle was expecting. My wife, who I met in law school, gave me some advice. And I think back then we were probably still dating. And what Lisa told me was, just do the best that you can do. And Mitch, don't pull an all-nighter on this. The sun's going to come up in the morning. And when the sun comes up in the morning, you'll be able to look at everything with a little bit more clarity. You'll be able to look at everything with a little bit more enthusiasm. You'll be able to deal with these issues, maybe looking at them through a new lens. And to this day, 36 plus years later, I still remember Lisa's words of wisdom and how I used her encouragement to walk back into Michelle's office, hand her, which looking back was not the best work product in the world. Having said that, it was the start of our relationship. Fast forward a couple of decades, we shared office space in the same building across the hallway from each other. Those of you, and Michelle, I wasn't here at the very beginning, but Michelle's past president of the Orange County Bar Association. It's one of the largest legal bar associations in the country. She's past labor lawyer of the year for the state of California, now one of the top mediators that we have. What I'm trying to get at is my self-doubt, my insecurities. Had Lisa not given me the inspiration to just keep moving forward, Michelle, I may not have shown up back in your office. I may not have given you that draft. I may have just kind of gone back down to Laguna Beach and played basketball all day, which is what I did my first year of practicing law. That's where I did my marketing and networking. But I hung in there and I did the best that I could. And fast forward 3.5 decades later, we're good friends. You're sharing me with amazing people that I'm listening to right now. And it's because of having the mindset of continuing to move forward on a daily basis, of not letting unexpected results, which are different than failures, interfere with our happiness, with our success, whether it's personal or professional. One of the biggest things I've learned just as an ex-athlete, as a student that never focused on academics, but enjoyed being around people, is I learned that when things don't work out the way you think they should be working out, I'm putting in so much time. Nothing means more to me than this particular issue. That doesn't mean everybody else feels the same way about it. And it's a very narrow way of looking at the world. And once I took a step back and gave myself permission to really try to spend time learning where other people are coming from, and to really try to appreciate, especially when picking a jury for a big trial, why jurors feel the way they do about the certain issues that are relevant in this particular case. Once I stopped talking and I started listening, and I started putting a lot of weight onto what people were saying, for me, everything started to come together. And the reason I'm sharing this with everyone is, I was listening earlier and reading some of the things over on Linktree about the topics being discussed. And there are all types of different ways to deal with stress, mental health. And I get that, right? For me, I've always felt like I could just snap my fingers and pivot, give myself permission to pivot, to do something productive. Who I was hanging out with, what I was doing at night before I got married, down in Newport Beach or Laguna Beach or Dana Point, whatever it was, back in the day, was I hanging around with the right people, making the right decisions that would be conducive to the life that I wanted to live? And somebody told me, Mitch, just do something different, hang out with different people, make different decisions. And once I started embracing that and treating it as a game, everything changed. All of a sudden, I stopped putting so much pressure on myself to always make the right decision. And instead, I tried to just do the right thing a little bit each day, which eventually over time got me to where I wanted to go. I'm bringing this up because with Web3 technology, with the metaverse, Michelle asked me to speak about social media, and that's great. Branding ourselves is very important. In other words, you might have the ability to change the world, but if nobody knows who you are, if nobody's paying attention to what you're doing, if nobody's taking action based upon your recommendations, the net effect at the end of the day is we're not going to see the results that you could have brought into this world, whether it's local, national, or global. What I'm seeing right now with Web3 and the metaverse is that we have a lot of people that are realizing this is an opportunity to kind of rebrand themselves. This is an opportunity, regardless of your age, regardless of your gender, regardless of your race, whatever it might be, to bring your story into the metaverse through avatars. Avatars that you select, avatars that reflect your personality, avatars and virtual spaces to complement the message you want to share with your global audience. This is the opportunity where you're not limited by the clothing that you can afford to purchase. You're not limited by how much money you can spend to get your hair done or to purchase jewelry or to make that first impression that you think you need to make. What you can do now in the digital world is you can create an environment that's conducive to who you are, what you believe in, and to promote the message that you want to promote. And so, Michelle, rather than talking about social media, what I'd like to encourage everyone to do is really spend time on understanding and appreciating what's happening right now when it comes to Web3 technology. I'm talking about blockchain technology, smart contracts, NFTs. When I talk about non-fungible tokens, Bored Apes, CryptoPunks, I understand the whole art side of things, but what everyone needs to understand is this is technology that's allowing us, for example, as lawyers, to deliver more efficient, more user-friendly, more client experience-oriented results. It's allowing us to do as lawyers what used to take weeks to do, and literally within seconds using NFTs, which are simply code that can be unlocked and opened up to get us from point A to point B, it's changing everything. We're meeting people in the metaverse right now, everyone from around the world. I'm hosting a morning metaverse, coffee in the metaverse. It's 6 Pacific, 9 Eastern every single morning. And we're meeting people from all over the world in a different metaverse venue. On Monday, we met in a metaverse penthouse. On Tuesday, we met in a ski chalet. Today, we met on the poolside in the French Riviera. Tomorrow, we're meeting in this really cool urban, dilapidated city speaking area. But it's allowing us to come together as a community and have conversations. No one's being judged on how they look because they're selecting the avatar. No one's being judged on what they're saying because we're a very welcoming community, and it's allowing people to start over. It's allowing people to have conversations that right now, what I'm seeing around the world, we're just not having enough of. Okay. In other words, you've got one side of the aisle versus another side of the aisle. You got one news station versus another news station. You've got so many damn issues out there right now that are just, frankly, just really offensive to watch and listen to. And what I'm seeing is in the Web3 and metaverse communities, the people that are getting together, the people that are realizing it's a second chance to give themselves permission to come into new venues and have meaningful conversations and to build new communities and offer new solutions and to create new results. It's a new opportunity for all of us to really move the ball forward down the right path, towards equality, towards social justice, towards seeing the good in humanity, to eliminating the bad from humanity. It's one of these things where until you've actually gone into the metaverse and using a headset, which is a very personal experience, I'm telling you, it feels like we're all in the same room together, having a conversation. My son and I started a company back in February, and it doesn't matter what the name of the company is, but what we're doing is helping traditional businesses transition into the metaverse, okay? And we're writing a book called the Metaverse Handbook to show people how to do the things that I'm talking about. And what's interesting is we're not done with the book because we keep adding new chapters. Recently, I had someone reach out to me, Mitch, you need to add a chapter about human resources because when we're all in the metaverse together, it feels like we're in the same room together. I refer to it as being professionally intimate, and it's something that we need to acknowledge. And so human resource departments need to remind teams, remind executives, remind everybody involved in the process of what the dynamics are when we're in these virtual spaces, okay? The laws that apply offline apply online. The point I'm trying to make is this personal interaction, this intimacy that actually exists, we can use to help persuade and to help communicate and to help take our community the direction that we're all looking at and we all want to take at the same time and in the same way. And so one of the things I just wanted to stress today is with all of these stories and all of the issues that we've been listening to and that we've been dealing with and we've been trying to wrap our minds around, I'm here to say that with Web3 and with virtual spaces, okay, we have the opportunity to improve upon all of these issues and all of these problems 100x than anything we've ever seen before as a human civilization. The impact I'm seeing with the metaverse, the impact I'm seeing with Web3, I think it's going to be greater on society than the printing press. I think it's going to be greater on society than the internet as we know it today. And so I would encourage everyone, whatever the issue, whatever the challenge, whatever the problem, whatever the community needs are, definitely look at whether or not you can leverage the power of not only social media, but also virtual reality, Web3, and the metaverse to fix the problem, to accomplish our goals. And I think the world will be a better place because of it. The train's leaving the station on these issues, and it's just a matter of, I want to be on that train and help drive it the right direction rather than left back at the train station. Next week, I'm speaking at Toronto at a large legal event. I think we're going to have law firms and lawyers from 60 different countries, and it should be a lot of fun. But they asked me to share some thoughts about what I just shared with you, and I'll be sharing websites and links and approaches. And Michelle, I think the most important thing to everything we talked about is if anyone here decides they want to start to get involved with these virtual spaces, what I would encourage you to do is definitely double down on your communication and persuasion skills. If you think about it, we're communicating via our avatars. Are you using anchor points? Are you moving inside the room? Are you using voice inflection and storytelling and metaphors to make your point in these spaces? And I think the individuals that understand the power of voice, the ability to tell stories in a way that moves people and empowers people to do the right thing down the right path in the right direction, I think those individuals are the ones who can absolutely leverage this technology for the good of mankind moving forward. I just listened to those individuals speak before I took the stage, and I really want your voice, your presence in the Web3 and metaverse spaces. You'll make the metaverse better. And so with that, Michelle, I'd just like to say it's been great being on. I'm passionate about everything that I've talked about. I don't want to self-promote. If anybody has questions about anything I've talked about, just reach out to me. But Angela, I do want to introduce you to David Bianchi. I'm an advisor for one of his companies, and I do think there's something there that you can take the Rosa Parks story a whole different direction, depending on the intellectual property rights that you still have or may have or weren't even discussed during the initial business transactions that you mentioned. So it was really good being on, everyone. And hopefully I'll see you again next year. But between now and then, I'm hoping I see everybody in one of our metaverse spaces.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mitch. We're talking about the future. So feel free, if you'd like, for all of the speakers to put in the chat box, your contact information or how you would want to be reached. So, Mitch, I'm sure there's going to be people who want to know more information. So put that in there. And
thank you.
Without further ado, we have our final in this beautiful, beautiful Jackie Freeman just give me a moment to be able to just synthesize down. This is another person I could talk for days about. So Jackie is, well, she's a former educator, and she's now she's a Jack Canfield trained trainer as well. She's a Reiki master, a meditation master. She's even a yoga master. She leads women empowerment retreats in beautiful locations. I got to go on 2 of them for retreats. And she also is a best-selling author, book called Daily Rituals. If anybody is ever wondering what to do on a daily basis to make your day go well and to make your life go well, that's the book, The Daily Rituals. I think everybody so far, I think, that's talked is a best-selling author. So as I said, I have an impressive group of people. So it's Daily Rituals, 30 Days to Peace, Empowerment, and Clarity. And she and her husband, they live in Southern California, and they basically grow and create butterflies. And so they've created this entire monarch butterfly population, and they have habitats, and they've released, I think over 3 years, over 500 monarchs. And so anyway, it's a pleasure to have her here, because what she's going to do is closing us out with an evening meditation. So Jackie, let you take it away.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That was beautiful. And I have certainly enjoyed everybody's talks and inspiration, and also the collective inspiration here. I was reminded of the quote of, "We are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are actually spiritual beings having a human experience." And we need to come back to that so often with things that seem so important in this world that we live in, right? And we need to make that connection, like was so eloquently said, of purpose this afternoon. And I believe it was Gigi, just you could tell it was palpable, the spiritual connection she has, and the proselyting and that beauty that you can't deny. that connection that she has. And that's what I'm all about, is whatever is someone's spirituality, I'm all for it, whatever that looks like for the individual. We need to have that connection with our highest power. I even talk to atheists and agnostics, and they even will agree with me. There's a divine order to everything. We do not need to think about how a blade of grass grows to have that blade of grass grow. If we fall and scrape our knee, we don't have to consciously, I couldn't even begin to. If it was up to me to heal that scrape on my knee, I wouldn't know where to begin. But innately, we have that. So we're very blessed, and that's where I'm going with this. We're going to have a nice little evening meditation and a heart coherence. And so settle in. You can close your eyes if you're comfortable with that. Feel the seat underneath you where you're sitting. Feel the floor underneath your feet. Just feel cradled and supported. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Elongate that exhalation. So that elongation breath, it alerts your brain that we're in relaxed mode. So you breathe in and then out. If you feel any tension at all, try to breathe into that area of your body and let it go. Bring your hands where they're comfortable. You might rest them on your lap, face up or face down, or I might suggest to bring your hands to your heart, because we are going to get into coherence of connecting our heart with one another, not only one another on this call, but one another in this world, to those that need our extra blessings, perhaps, those in the world that need this extra attention on mental clarity and empowerment. So let's just take a moment here, focusing in on the heart and our breath. Continue to allow your breath to soften. Allow the body to soften. Perhaps you even can feel the heart, the physicality of your body with your hands at the chest here. And I want you to imagine radiant light coming down through the crown of the head, down to the heart. And imagine this radiant light being God light, source light, radiant light. So you can imagine how powerful that light would be. Breathe it into the heart and exhale. With each inhalation, imagine breathing in more and more of this radiant light, this love, this authenticity of your true self, no longer the facade, no longer what we present to the world. It's us in the raw, and we are loved. Breathe it in and breathe it out. And breathe in now gratitude, and think of all that you have to be grateful for and to appreciate. And maybe these thoughts that I'm inviting you to invite in to your heart, perhaps they're of people, maybe they're pets, animals, maybe they're thoughts of people that you admire that you've never even met. Maybe they're thoughts of people that are no longer in this earthly realm, but their soul continues. Bring in these beautiful thoughts of what you're grateful for. Breathe it in and breathe it out. And with each breath that you breathe in, imagine your heart expanding with no borders. And with each exhalation now, imagine this beautiful radiant light exiting and surrounding in your aura, filling the room where you're sitting with this beautiful radiant light. Breathe it in. And exhale. Imagine that beauty surrounding you, because it truly is. You're supported. You're encouraged. You are loved. And continue breathing in this sense of gratitude and thinking of all that lights you up, that you are so grateful for, even the simplest things. We are so blessed. Breathe it in. And feel this light expanding now, so that the light that you are breathing in and into your heart is now expanding out into the world. That's right. Imagine it, if you will. Visualize it, if you will. Breathe it in into your heart, this God light, this God life force energy, and now breathe it out to the world. To all those that need this right now. Feel the expansiveness, let go of pettiness, let go of judgments, let go of labels. Just be your true, pure self. Thank yourself for being here and for being a light in this world, in whatever capacity that you bring this light into the world in your human body suit that you have right now. And bring your hands, if you will, to prayer position at the heart, palms touching. And take a moment to dialogue with your higher power, even if you just say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me in this practice and coming into heart-brain coherence and making this world a better place. Bring your attention back to where you're sitting, feeling the floor underneath you. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and look at this world with new, beautiful eyes, because that's almost like a baptism of the soul, going inward like that. And now we can look at one another on this call and thank each other for this beautiful coherence and mission that we're on. Namaste.
Oh, I don't want to wake everybody up. Oh, thank you so much, Jackie. That was absolutely beautiful. And for those on the East Coast, you're just all ready to go to bed. Maybe you're getting ready, at least close to that. And the rest of us will still be in a peaceful state of mind. So I want to thank everybody, every single one of you, everyone who's here, even just to listen. Thank you so much for being here. Elaine and her team, oh my goodness, Nicole and all the others I know who, thank you. Yeah, we're grateful for everything that you've done, grateful for bringing this space, grateful for the opportunity to present today. And to every one of the speakers, you have made yourselves vulnerable, and you've gone out on a limb of giving of yourself. And so you've given some value to everybody. You know, I was just to say, if I can get one thing out of, whatever I'm hearing, then that's a win. And I think everybody probably heard multifold of that. And so anybody have any comments, questions, things they wanted to say with that?
I would just say that was beautiful, Jackie, as it was last year. That, like someone put in the chat, perfect way to end the day. Beautiful space to leave us all in. And I want to thank all of the presenters. You all brought something different and something that we can take away and use to change our lives. And that's what the event is about. So I think your lineup of presenters, Michelle, really embodied the purpose of this event. So thank you all so much.
I'm so grateful. It just, yeah, very much. I felt it. This is what you've brought together. I mean, it's just this catalyst of things. You know, when you bring people.
Things were going so well until you just said that. What did you just say? Who brought it together?
I said, well, you and your team.
We.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. The we. I forgot to put me in there. All right. We. All of us.
Including all of the presenters. Everyone who comes and presents here. That's right. Everyone who comes and presents here then becomes a part of a community. And you've added to this event. And the videos will live on forever. People will learn and grow. I've been receiving all types of feedback that people are hearing things that are changing their lives and helping them. So we actually create this by our power in our community. So thank you all so much. And everyone will be back tomorrow at 9.
And I just
9
want
a.m. Eastern.
Reminding everyone that this does go on through Saturday, correct?
Yes, it ends with a quantum healing keynote concert by Mark Romero. And wherever you are in the world, if you can make it, it is a treat. You should definitely make it.
You don't remember what time that is on Saturday?
Yes, it is 7 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. So for my West Coast people and my East Coast people, and well, Mark's long gone, I'm sure. But anyway, just want to put that on your calendar, because I don't know if you've ever, I've heard him twice, 3 times. It doesn't matter. It just makes you want to hear him more.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you all. Everybody have a good evening, and thank you.
Good night. Thank you, everyone.
Oops, there we go.
Okay, so Nicole, when you close the room, then the video recording will automatically end, and then I should get an email. So all we have to do is close it up. Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, bye-bye.